Sleepy town settling for the night, where the Owens women live their lives. And it's about time that the back porch light comes on at that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street. Are you recording?
I'm recording.
Hey, witch, hey.
Hi, witch, hey. How was your weekend? I didn't hear high tail of you. High head or tail? I don't know what the saying is.
Busy.
Yeah.
Busy. Lots of family shit going on. Because it was Labor Day, so we had a Labor Day barbecue on Saturday, and then Sunday we had family here for a fire pit. And then yesterday, me and Navi both had off, so we went. We used our Labor Day to hit up all the Halloween sales. Michael's was 40% off everything. All the Halloween stuff was 40% off. So we did a little damage and got some of those little village pieces.
Michael's always seems like it's always 40% off of everything all the time. Like there's never a normal price for the Halloween stuff.
And when things aren't on sale, they always have the, like, I think
a coupon of some kind.
Coupon. Yeah. So I always do some damage. I never walk in there with the intention of coming out empty-handed. I'm like going in there and I don't know what I'm going to get, but I know I'm going to get stuff. So I gotta have my cart. Avi laughs all the time when I like walk in and I just like take one of the carts. He's like, "Oh, I guess you're planning on buying stuff." I was
that
like,
maximalist in you.
Oh God, yeah. I got some really cute little mushrooms. They have like little velvet tops, and they're like very woodlandy and like dark academia kind of vibe that we're trying to like redo our living room with. So
are they just for your coffee table?
Yeah. So once we paint, they should match a little better in there. But yeah.
Is it still really fucking hot up there? Because it's really hot here.
Yeah, the past 2 days have been very hot. Like Friday, remember, I was like outside drawing on my iPad. I had my sweatshirt on. It was like 60 degrees. It was beautiful. I was like, fall's here.
Yeah.
But then the next day it was like 90 degrees. I was like, what is this? I can't take this back and forth shit.
A faux fall.
Faux fall. Yeah.
Exactly. 2 really beautiful days. I was like, yes. And I was like, okay, we're going to have like a little, what do they call it? Like an Indian summer. Like, okay, that's cool. But no. It was like 95 and so humid. It's like, fuck this shit, man. And by the time this comes out, yeah, we'll have had our trip already. So it's no surprise that I'm going to be meeting you. And I was like, getting ready to pack. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to wear. Had all these cute sweaters picked out because I'm thinking you guys are going to have like fucking nice weather. No, you're not.
It's going to be hot here too. It's going to be Satan's asshole. Yeah, basically.
Speaking of Satan,
Daddy Satan.
Our subject today.
We're talking about more Jimmy, guys. I know it's been a month chock full of Jimmy, but we have more Jimmy here for you. So
who knew he had so much to offer in the way of content?
Right. He was begging to be talked about the past. I don't know where we're at right now.
When is our fourth installment
of Jimmy shit?
Yeah.
Is this September or October at this point, this release?
This comes out at the end of September.
At the end of September. All right. So this whole past month has been Jimmy, guys. Next month is going to be probably some Jimmy too, right?
Yeah, we have one more thing of Jimmy coming at you.
It's like, you know, that like little extra turd that you got to squeeze out. Like when you're on the toilet, you're like, I got one more coming. That's going to be the next episode.
It's kind of like when you think you're done, you pull up your pants, you kind of walk out, and then you feel that little pain, and you're like, oh, going back in. We're going back in.
Got another Jimmy coming.
Buckle up. This one's going to be really fun. I loved our Devil of the Desert episode. That one was so interesting, and we had like all these little revelations come up, but we have so much more today that we're going to talk about as far as Jimmy's concerned, right?
Got so much. Yeah. I got some new theories that I'm really excited to talk about because me and you are kind of ping-ponging back and forth in the notes, like about this new theory that I have about like when the day that Jimmy possibly could have died, and you're like, it couldn't have been.
It's just day that Jimmy died.
And I'm like, no, but there's more. So yeah, I don't know if you read my newest installments of my theory, but
I saw there was a bunch of purple. I scrolled right past it because I knew you were going to yell at me if I read it.
You're probably going to yell at me because it's so long-winded to just get to the goddamn point. But it's so fascinating. I'm like, the writers of this film knew what they were doing. They had to have.
Yeah. And that's the other thing I was thinking, like, we're going to go over a lot of the same stuff we went over in Daguerreotypes, but not everybody listens in order. So we have to reiterate those scenes.
Yes.
That he is not really in this film. He's in this film, I feel like more than Gary is.
But like hints of him though. We only actually see him on screen a couple times
Mhm.
since his death,
And
right?
not many lines.
Not many
No.
lines. But I don't, yeah, exactly. He's just like, he's not as much of a major character as the main characters are, obviously, but he's so complex. There's so many like twists and turns and rabbit holes and little nods and little references that the writers and I guess prop designers put in the film to allude to him.
Mhm.
But he's not so much in the forefront, but he does make his little peeks into the storyline here and there that are a little more subtle.
I mean, he's the main antagonist. There would be no
Mhm.
story without him. And even in the books, he's never alive in the books. You kind of get flashbacks of him. I
Yeah.
think we're going to touch on. But anyway, before we do that, I'm Christina.
I'm Justina.
Welcome to Magnolia Street. We're the one and only Practical Magic Fandom podcast. Every Friday, we give you new episodes. And today's episode goes out to Lisette B, our new patron. Lisette, thanks for hanging
Woo-hoo!
out with us.
Yeah, new patron.
Oh, I'm
Welcome.
so
Welcome
happy
to
to have her.
welcome to the neighborhood. We got a lot of little tidbits and business that we got to tend to before we jump into this topic, right? The first thing, we got a new theory brought forward by a patron of ours. Shout out to Daisha. And this was in reference to, I think this was the Maria's Island episode, because she was referencing the letters and how me and you were kind of speculating, like, why do the Owenses have a mailbox in their front yard that Sally goes to bring the letter out there after she writes the letter to Jillian? But then, like in an earlier shot, the aunts are seen going to the post office to pick up mail. So how are they able to like drop off mail via their own mailbox in the front yard, but then they have to go to the post office to pick mail up? So that was a little weird for us. But Daisha actually brought forth a theory, which is really interesting because I had never heard of this before. But she said, do you remember in the 90s, there was something called web weaving, which was something in the pagan Wiccan community where they were much less open about their spirituality. Like, you know, this is all pre-witch talk. In the 90s, we still had to hide this shit. People were much less open about their spirituality and would correspond anonymously with other magical folk. And there's an author, Silver Ravenwolf. They wrote a book called To Ride a Silver Broomstick. And she specifically brings this up in her book and advises witches to get a P.O. box for networking.
How about that?
Yeah, and she even sent us a little snippet, I guess, from the book that this is from. And this says web weaving guidelines. So it says acquire a post office box. If you live in a small town or rural area, I advise that you rent a box in the next town over, or perhaps in the city in which you work. Boxes from the U.S. Postal Service require that you produce some type of, quote, official identification, such as a driver's license, voter card, etc. You must fill out your real name and address. So this basically tells you how to, you know, open a P.O. box. So Daisha was just speculating maybe that's why the aunts had a P.O. box and a mailbox at the street so that they could correspond with, I guess, other witches either on the island or like on a different part of Massachusetts or, you know, wherever they're from.
Right. I like to think that the other things that they were like leafing through besides Jillian's card was like maybe an invitation to that summer solstice that they just attended in the movie. You know what I mean? That
Yeah.
maybe that's how they get their invitations to witchy shit.
You know in Harry Potter when like the owl brings the invitation and like
Right.
his mail was so backed up that member in the first one, like he just like the mail kept flying through the house and the aunt or
Yes.
uncle are like, what the hell is all this?
Yep.
So yeah, it's like a little less magical than that. But yeah, I would like to think that it would have been a way for them to maybe correspond with other witches that
I like
you
that
know,
thought. I like that.
especially since we know how much the townsfolk on Maria's Island are ostracizing this family for being who they are.
The other time, I didn't even think about this scene. I said in that episode, maybe they don't get parcels at their house. The very end, you see a mail truck leaving that just delivered to Jillian the letter from Gary with the ring inside it.
It was a UPS truck, right?
Was it somebody tell us if it was brown or if it was regular mail? Either
Yeah.
way,
Uh-huh.
how did the fucking mail show up 3 times in this movie?
Right. Yeah.
Weird. Okay.
So they had to go to the P.O. box to get some mail, but then yeah, they get a package delivered from Gary at the end of the movie, and Sally clearly puts a letter in the mailbox to Jillian, so somebody's got to be picking that up. So it just, I don't know.
I
The
don't
whole Ray
know.
situation, we're confused.
I don't know.
But thank you, Daisha, for bringing that to our attention. Never heard of web weaving. So cool. That's a really cool thing. Now, like, so many people are so open about the practice. It's just like, hey, want to just send each other. How many packages or like snail mail have we sent to people, or like people have sent us?
Yeah,
So
I love a package. I love a note. I love a box, especially a Justina filled box. Like you're so good at putting together a witchy ass box. But let us know if you do the PO box thing.
yeah, and
That'd be
let
kind
us
of
know
cool
if
to hear
you've heard
about.
of web weaving because I never heard of that before.
Yeah. The other thing we wanted to talk about was after we had recorded the frog episode and we were talking about the goddess Hecate.
Hecate?
Hecate?
Wait, okay, so
Hecate.
the girls in the movie say Hecate, right?
Right.
But the frog goddess was Hecate, Hekt, or Heqt, right? Something like that.
Something like that. But my mind went to because they're trying to do, I didn't even write this down. I should just play my Marco in here because I fucking forget. My mind went to maybe, like we discussed before, that they knew they shouldn't be calling on Hecate for
Mm,
this, entertainment purposes.
yeah.
But then my mind started going to like this frog goddess that we talked about was all about resurrection.
Yeah.
And I don't work with Hecate, so I don't really know, but like she's like not a resurrection goddess so much as like a like fuck your life up, like retribution, like
Yeah.
witchcraft goddess. So I definitely see like the Hecate as like the witchcraft aspect. But the fact that they kept saying her name wrong over and over, and the frogs are so heavy in the film, and there's a frog on the page, and maybe that Hecate, they were really referring to the frog goddess. My mind was like, I don't see Hecate as resurrection. However, it straight up said that this frog goddess had to do with resurrection. We're never going to know until we talk with whoever put this shit together.
Uh-huh.
But that was my thought as far as Hecate, Hecate,
Hecate.
Hecate. Yeah,
Yeah.
Hecate.
And then you said something in one of our most recent episodes, the Devil of the Desert song episode, about we were talking about a lot about the crossroads and the devil at the crossroads and that whole trope, and how
Mhm.
like some of the lyrics in the Devil of the Desert, our song, references Jimmy selling his soul down that old dirt road, right? So we
Yeah.
kind of like think he's got a little bit of devil in him.
Mhm.
But you said something to me that also made me go, "Oh my God, that's like I would have never put that together." Hecate is the goddess of the crossroads.
Mhm.
So another connection there. So
Mhm.
could be Hecate, could be Hecate, could be Hectates. Who the hell
Yeah.
knows what
Who
they were
knows?
trying to say there? But
I've never Googled Hectate.
yeah,
I wonder if anything comes up. It
yeah.
probably just autocorrects.
Again, I think we should do Hectate on its own episode and just give it its own moment and just deep dive on that, because I'm sure we'll open up a whole other bag of worms that we were not expecting, which is usually the case.
I think
Yeah.
I'd be more comfortable also including somebody who works very closely with her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel comfortable tackling it on our own just because like
Mm-hmm.
it just feels like ick, and I really would like some guidance
Okay.
so we don't ruffle feathers.
Does anybody work with Hecate? Let us know.
Yes, please. Thanks.
So I did want to touch back on the whole selling your soul to the devil at the crossroads trope that we were talking about in our recent song episode. So the Devil of the Desert, our song, you had mentioned the film Oh Brother Where Art Thou in that episode. And the character that was in that film named Tommy Johnson, which you mentioned was based off the blues musician Robert Johnson, the one who infamously sold his soul to the devil at the crossroads. So this past weekend, I actually watched the film
No shit.
because I was curious. I was like,
Oh, I'm
I
so
want
glad.
I
Yes.
want to know.
Yes, 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 yes.
First of all, awesome film. Loved it. George Clooney was adorable in it. It was so
Hilarious. I'm
funny.
a Dapper Dan man.
So funny. Usually after watching any kind of film, I usually hit up YouTube right after I watch the film. And I like to find other people's point of views and analysis. And I like, I love when people pick things apart and show me different aspects that I, wasn't seeing on my own. So I go down that rabbit hole. So for this movie, of course, after I watched it, I went down that rabbit hole and I actually found that Oh Brother Where Art Thou character, Tommy Johnson, was actually based on a real blues musician by the same name, Tommy Johnson, who was also associated with selling his soul to the devil in exchange to better his guitar playing and further his career. In the film Oh Brother Where Art Thou, this was released in 2000, Tommy Johnson was played by Chris Thomas King, and he describes in the film, one of his lines, he talks about selling his soul to the devil to play guitar. So his character in the film plays a number of songs originally recorded by the blues blues musician Skip James, and accompanies the Soggy Bottom Boys, which is George Clooney and the two men he escapes prison with. And this is their band
Mm-hmm.
consisting of the film's three main protagonists plus Johnson, and they sing a song called A Man of Constant Sorrow. And this was originally written by Dan Tyminski and sung by Dan on the film. So is that George Clooney's voice singing that song then?
No, he's just lip syncing.
He's lip syncing to Dan.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. I love that whole scene. I love how they're like, we got to sing into a can for money. And they're literally singing into a metal can.
I just love that movie. Did you pick up on the Odyssey parallels at all? I just think that is so fantastic.
Yeah. And
like
his
wife, like George Clooney's wife, what a
bitch.
boss babe. She is like,
yeah. But she only wanted a piece of him when she realized he had accolades.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason that's the only reason she turned it around and was like, okay, I'll marry you again.
She's like, I'm not gonna marry you without that ring. It's in that roll top desk.
Yeah. And then remember how the prophet was like saying, you're going to see a cow standing on a rooftop of a shed or something like that. And at the end, I saw that. I was like, oh my God. Just the biblical references. Very cool. We'll have to link the analysis videos that I was watching that kind of picked the movie apart. But I just kind of wanted to watch it just to see in context that Tommy Johnson character and like what his role was in the film. So that's the only reason why I wanted to watch it, just to, see what that was all about. Tommy Johnson was born in Mississippi. He was also a Mississippi blues musician, just like Robert Johnson. And to enhance his fame, Tommy Johnson also cultivated a sinister persona, and according to his brother Liddell, he claimed to have sold his soul to the devil at a crossroads in exchange for a mastery of guitar. And this story was also later associated with Robert Johnson. And Tommy Johnson and Robert Johnson, both blues musicians from Mississippi who sold their soul at the crossroads to the devil, unrelated. They had nothing to do with each other, were not related to each other at all. So it was just a coincidence.
Do we know like the years that these two different men, same place, claimed to do this?
Robert Johnson, he was between May 1911, he was born. He died August 16, 1938. So I'm guessing somewhere around the 1930s is when Robert Johnson sold his soul to the devil. Tommy Johnson passed away in 1956. He recorded in the late 1920s. So 1920s, maybe around the same time I don't know, maybe...
That's crazy that they're not related.
Right. Isn't that weird?
So which one do you think happened first? And then the next guy was like, well, I'm going to play this card too.
I have no idea. But they died very far apart from each other. Robert Johnson died in the 30s and Tommy Johnson died in 56.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Unrelated, but I just thought that was so strange. And basically the same story.
Uh-huh. I want to know your thoughts about how they portrayed. Was it John Goodman? No, it was like the sheriff who was supposed to be the devil, right?
Yes.
Was he? I haven't seen this movie in so long, but was he in it a lot?
He popped in here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But John Goodman played he was supposed to be the Cyclops, right? From the Odyssey.
Mm-hmm. Does the devil wear a white suit in that movie, or is it a black or like a officer suit?
Yeah, he's just like a sheriff. He's got the officer. He's got the sunglasses, so you can always see the flames in his reflection of his eyes.
And he's part of like the KKK or something. Like, aren't they all in cahoots?
Yeah, they're all in cahoots. Or like one of the people that was running for town council was part of the KKK. And like he came to that I guess the rally, like that political rally with the Soggy Bottom Boys actually ended up playing later on.
You ain't my constituency.
And you could see him like taking off his like KKK robe and like throwing it in the car, and then he runs into the rally. I'm like, what the fuck?
He's got event after event to be at.
Jeez, it was
all right.
That movie, very good movie.
I'm so glad you watched it. That's great. I hope you liked it. I thought the music was amazing. The sirens, the Alison Krauss music,
the siren scene. Oh my God, gave me chills. But all
the frog.
Yes,
we ended up talking about it, right?
The frog. Well, no, we talked about this on our Devil of the Desert episode. We didn't
for the crossroads. But yeah, they turned him into a frog.
They turned him into a frog.
Wow.
Yeah, or they think he's turned into a frog.
Delmer.
And then John Goodman squeezes and just throws it against a tree. I'm like,
so sad.
Frog. Anyway,
all right.
Yeah, just wanted to touch back on that because I thought that movie was just so interesting and such a rabbit hole you sent me down. Thank you, Christy.
You're welcome. Cool.
Anyway,
let's get back to our big boy, Mr. Jimmy. You want to tell us a little bit about the movie, his stats, I guess is what we're calling him?
stats. Yeah. So Jimmy in the movie, his name is James or Jimmy L. Angelov, played by Goran Visnjic in Jillian, and he's Jillian's lover in Practical Magic. And a little bit more on Goran later. He's originally from Bulgaria. Jimmy, not Goran, right? Goran is Croatian. Jimmy is originally from Bulgaria, and he's an abusive alcoholic with a cowboy style who kidnaps the sisters and is killed by them in self-defense twice. And Jimmy Angelov was originally a regular Texas redneck, but the director Griffin Dunn rewrote the part as an Eastern European man after seeing Goran Visnjic in Welcome to Sarajevo in 1997. And Visnjic is a Croatian American actor, he's not Bulgarian. And so, what does the L in James or Jimmy L. Angelov stand for? You found this out somewhere?
No, I was trying to go like real deep. I was like, is there anything at all? And I was like, what is James in Romanian? And it came up as Lacov or Lacob, Locov or Lacov, Lacob. And I was like, maybe he's just like a James, like a James Jameson or something, like a James, I don't know. But that's the only thing. I was like, it's interesting that his maybe adopted name also starts with an L.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that's his real last name.
I have a theory. I know what the L stands for.
What?
Stands for Lover Boy.
Okay. Okay.
Jimmy Lover Boy Angelov.
Oh.
Yeah. We don't really know what the L stands for. So if anybody knows, let us know. Or if you have theories, let us know. Born, we don't know. But we're assuming he's the same age as Jillian, more or less, right? Jillian and Sally, kind of around the same age.
Yeah,
Probably,
I would
maybe.
say because when we see his demise, I guess, I would put Jillian like 29, 30. So maybe he's like 36
Yeah, a little
because he's
older.
got a little gray in his hair.
Yeah, but he's still pretty young and
Hmm.
sprightly, right? So
Hmm.
I think thinking they're
Did you
around
say
the
sparkly?
sprightly, sparkly. Yeah,
He's the
yeah.
skin of a killer, Bella.
Also a Cullen.
Yeah.
Sprightly.
Okay.
So we don't know the exact, like, we don't know when he was born, but we're thinking he's around the same age as the girls. And also we don't know what specifically the day he died, but we're gonna go over. I have a theory on his death date
Awesome.
specifically,
Okay.
right? We do know it's around summer solstice 1998,
Yeah.
right? But I have some theories regarding his death. So he's got to be between the ages of 20 to 30. He dies in 1998. Some of his other names, he's also known as Jimmy Boy, James L. Angelov, or as like we like to call him, the Devil of the Desert.
Hmm. Hmm.
Some of his physical information. So is this Goran's information? This isn't Jimmy's, right?
I think this is like the book and the movie, but I think
Okay.
Goran's 6'4". So
Okay.
that's why I put that there.
So pretty
He's a tall
tall
boy.
lover boy. Hair color, black or brown. Eye color, like a gray green. His skin color is olive because he's got that Bulgarian, Croatian skin tone, Mediterranean. Relationships, he's loves all the ladies plus Jillian. We hear about all of his other, I guess, run-ins with women that, we find out at some point he's a
Right.
serial
Right.
killer. So he's been with many women before Jillian and killed them all. And then occupation in the book, we know he's a drug dealer.
No, he doesn't do shit in the movie.
No, I think in the movie he just comes off as like some kind of freeloader. Like what the fuck does he
Yes.
in the
Yes,
movie?
I agree.
And then his powers and abilities, he has the power to charm, to manipulate, because he's got that devil persona. He's as Sally called him, he's a Dracula freak. And
Yeah.
Jillian referred to him as a Dracula cowboy or something
Mhm.
like that.
Mhm.
So he's got that ability to do that glamour, kind of like charm those women that he's kind of trying to lure in with his suave, smooth guy whole spiel that he's got
Or as
going.
we like to call him, a Transylvanian Chad. There's merch in our
Transylvania
Teespring. Check it out.
Chad. Christina made a T-shirt, y'all. You gotta check this T-shirt out. It
You
says
gotta beeline
Transylvania.
over to our Teespring right now and get a Transylvanian Chad shirt. It's also, I was gonna put it on like mugs. Thought that would
Yeah,
be
it
fun. But
would
I
be
really want
fun.
a hoodie.
I like to drink my coffee in the morning out of a Transylvanian Chad
And it's
mug.
like green, like Halloween green type, and it looks really good on the purple, like
That's
shirt, purple
awesome.
hoodie.
I love that. All
Cool.
right, yeah. So guys, check out our merch. We got some funny ass if you've been listening to the show, we got some very funny one-liners that we've been popping on our merch. So
Yeah.
nobody else is gonna know what you're talking about when you go sporting those around town, but you're
That's
gonna
okay.
know and it's gonna
It,
be funny to you, and that's
it's
all
a
that matters.
conversation starter.
Exactly. Transylvania Chad, what's that from? So, also, some of his other powers and abilities include rising from the dead and possession, right? He needs to be exorcised from Jillian eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And then he does actually rise from the dead.
Yeah.
And we're still trying to speculate. Was it the belladonna that kept him alive to the resurrection spell, or was he actually brought back to life? Like,
Right.
oh,
And the manipulation, not just manipulating people, but like when he is a ghost, at least in the books, he can move things around, like
right.
shift, actually physically manipulate things, which I was like, that's interesting. They don't do any of that in the movie. Well, the bottle, the tequila bottle, he's able to move around.
And he's able to manifest himself as other entities, like all the frogs, which we're going to talk
Yeah.
about a little later on
And
too.
like he can be an apparition. He can appear to, does he have a choice of who he appears to? It seems like he does.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if he has a choice who he appears to. I think maybe Kylie just sees him because she's got that gift of perception. Like she
Hmm.
can see between the worlds.
Hmm.
See, he's got a lot of different things about him. Again, like we said, he's such a complex character with who he's got such little screen time compared to everybody else in the movie, but he makes his presence known by the little details. So,
Which is fucking scary. Like,
isn't
you
it?
ever hear like something in your house and you're like, okay, I'm not going to convince myself that's a spooky thing. But once it gets in your head, like every other little noise or weird thing that happens, you're like, I'm fucking being haunted. That's
And you
what I
walk
go to every
Yeah,
time.
yeah. You walk around like Jillian, like, Jimmy, is that you?
Yeah. Yeah. Like the other day, this was like 2 weeks ago. I was in here doing something. This little curtain was open. None of the anything else in the house is on. I just had the ceiling light on in here. No storms, clear sky. This light started flickering.
Oh God.
I turn around and it stopped. I turned back around, started doing it again. I was like, listen, you can hang out, but I'm gonna need you to stop being distracting.
Oh my God.
And then it stayed on the rest of the day.
So creepy.
Weird.
Yeah. Well, we're in the heart of spooky season now, you guys. It's just gonna get spookier from here. We got an episode coming your way with all the ghost stories from some of our listeners and our patrons, and we are so excited to tell the stories
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
down that rabbit hole. We're gonna get into a little theory now, this new theory that I have about when Jimmy died. So I'm thinking, did Jimmy die on the summer solstice? Because if Sally and Jillian killed his ass the night that the aunts were away with Kylie and Antonia celebrating the summer solstice, that must mean that he must have been killed on the summer solstice if they were only gone that one night.
And then I was thinking that we don't really know how long the aunts are gone for or how long Jillian is there before they return. Like the movie makes it feel like it all happened in the span of one night, but like that's fucking Hollywood. We don't really know. But
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I went down this rabbit hole and I was like, it could have been over the span of a couple days, their trip, right? The girls going away for the summer solstice, or it could have happened in one night. But I have a couple different theories. So we all know that this much happened in the same night. Okay, so Sally writes the letter. Actually, this goes back further to when Sally is at work and the girls come to visit her at work, and the whole chickenpox fiasco happens, right?
what a long day.
Right? Such a long day. So that whole montage, it jumps in time. She's wearing a dark green dress, and then it jumps ahead to her wearing like a lighter blue florally dress, but she's in the shop. And from that point on, where she's wearing that blue floral dress, that from that point on to where Jimmy's dead and buried, that all happens in the span of one night, one day, one night. So when Sally has on that blue floral dress, she's at work. The girls come to visit her. They're like, "I hope you get chicken pox." Jillian or Sally is still at work. The girls leave, right? Then it the scene jumps. The girls. This is when the girls are making the cupcakes or quote toast with the aunts, right? Sally comes home. She's still wearing that blue dress we saw her earlier in when the girls came to visit her at work. She's still wearing that blue dress. Then she tells the girls to go check the windows. There's a storm coming. And then she asks them if they did their homework. So the girls go. All right. Now, the aunts, they're wearing this outfit.
Is she
Right.
wearing that florally blue dress when she's writing the letter?
No. And this is why I thought that was a jump in time. But hear me out. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So Sally writes the letter, walks into the mailbox. She hears the phone ringing. We know it's Jillian. She gets her coat, tells the aunt she's taking the first flight out of Logan, which is the Boston, Massachusetts area. She's wearing that leafy shirt now, right? And she puts on her brown coat over that
Okay.
little leafy top with she has jeans on now at this point. She
Okay.
doesn't have that blue dress on anymore. So that led me to believe for a little bit that was a different night.
Like you come home from work, you change your
Exactly.
clothes. Yeah,
That's
I can see it.
that's that's what I kind of kind of proved to myself a little later on once I, looked at what the aunts were wearing.
Okay.
They were wearing the same thing. From
Hmm.
that scene in the cupcake scene to
Hmm.
when Sally told them that she was going to go get Jillian, the aunts are wearing the same thing. So it
Okay.
is the same night. Jillian or Sally must have just changed out of her work clothes and gotten into her like comfy around the house clothes. So
It
that's
just
what
seems like when Jet comes down the stairs, girl's ready for bed. It looks like she's in like a house coat, like ready to go to sleep. And that
Jet.
phone call woke her up. Yeah, Jet. When Sally runs in, gets the phone call from Jillian, like, where are you? Jet's coming down. She's like, it's Jillian. Jet looks like she's ready to go to bed to
But
me.
Jet's wearing the same exact thing that she was wearing in the cupcake scene prior to
Okay. All
Sally
right.
writing the letter.
All
Wearing the
right.
same thing. So are you have your Evernote open right now?
Mm-hmm.
Scroll down a little bit. You see the pictures I added there? Look at what Jet and Francis are wearing in the cupcake scene. So Jet's wearing
Okay.
that like gold lame coat with like the wraparound scarf. I mean, it's Francis. She's wearing that like gold coat
Mm-hmm.
with like the green
Oh yeah,
shirt,
I see it. And
whatever underneath.
Jet's little
And
stripy
then
thing. Yeah.
Jet's little stripy thing. Now go further down. This is after Sally writes the letter. They're
Mm-hmm.
wearing the same exact thing. So
Same
this is
night.
this is the same night.
Is
Yeah.
it just getting dark really early in March still, I guess?
This would have been June because this is the summer solstice. They're going to the summer
March
solstice.
8th, 1998, though. Like, what the fuck?
But no, he took the testimony March 8, 1998. This night, they were getting ready to go to the summer solstice.
I hate this plot hole. I hate this plot hole.
Yeah, so all right, so we know that much happened over the span of one night. So Sally writes her letter. She walks into the mailbox, hears the phone ring. She knows it's Jillian. She gets her coat, tells the aunt she's taking the first flight out of Logan, Boston, Massachusetts area. She's wearing the leafy shirt. She puts on her brown coat. That's when the aunts tell her they're taking the girls to the solstice celebration. Sally leaves. Her cab arrives in what we presume to be Newark, New Jersey. Go listen to our Blood on the Moon episode. We go down that whole rabbit hole about that theory where we think that hotel is. So if that were the case, this plane ride is only a couple hours from the Boston area to New Jersey, to Newark airport area. So she's got on the same clothes. So far this all appears to be the same day.
I
Then
feel like that flight would take like 40 minutes.
yeah, it's such a quick flight, but
Yeah.
she said she wanted to get to Jillian as soon as possible.
Right.
So it was an emergency. So I could see why, she would take a flight rather than a 5-hour car ride. It was urgent.
Sure.
So far, this still all appears to be the same day. Then Jimmy kidnaps them. They're on this car ride now with him until he ODs. Then they drive him back to Maria's Island, which, by the way, I found a plot hole here. Major plot hole. Okay,
Okay.
so if we're rolling with Maria's Island, the zip code being 02568, which we talked about on our Maria's Island episode, go listen to that
Mm-hmm.
episode, guys. This is the zip code for the real life Martha's Vineyard, which you cannot drive to. You can only reach this island by boat or by plane. And on Martha's Vineyard FAQ on their website, they say there are no land routes, bridges, or tunnels connecting us to the mainland. Most travelers arrive by ferry or fly into our airport. So the only way that the girls could have gotten Jimmy back to the house on Maria's Island was by taking the car via a ferry.
Yeah, can't
So
ferries carry cars?
they can carry cars, but here's my thing. So, okay, so Martha's Vineyard, small island off the coast of Massachusetts, no bridges, no causeways to the island. Your only option for driving is to travel to Woods Hole, Falmouth, and take the car ferry. And there's only one ferry providing transport for your car onto the island, and you have to go through the Steamship Authority ferry, which departs from Woods Hole, Falmouth on the south coast of Massachusetts. The ferry time from the Woods Hole to Vineyard Haven on Martha's Vineyard is about 45 minutes, and it says it's pretty straightforward. It's a pretty straightforward drive to Martha's Vineyard from the closest largest cities of Newark or Boston. From New York City, the journey takes upwards of 5 hours depending on traffic, while from Boston, it's a shorter 3-hour drive. And these times don't account for the queue and the boarding at the ferry terminal, which can take time if you're going on peak season, which the girls were. So a note should be made of traffic to Martha's Vineyard during weekends and holiday times, as the island is a very popular destination around the summer months. And since the girls were traveling around the summer solstice, June would have been peak season. So traffic
Right.
plus boarding queues would have probably been horrendous. So
Yeah.
them getting to and from where they were to Maria's, I don't know how possible this was. Queues crossing the Burn and Sagamore Bridge can be lengthy. Oh, one other thing that I want to mention is that transporting Jimmy's dead body via car ferry without getting caught would have been highly
Right.
unlikely. Like,
Ridiculous. Yeah.
yeah. So on lazytrips.com, it says once you do get to the ferry terminal, you have to check in, you have to muster the queue, board the ferry. Then the journey across to Martha's Vineyard is about 45 minutes. There's a whole boarding process involved with getting your car into a car ferry. It's just ridiculous to me how they were able to just get a dead body back to Maria's Island.
Yeah, no problem.
No
No
problem.
problem.
Right. And not to mention, you have to pay, I think it says here, the Steamship Authority, there's like a price breakdown like on their website. And I'm sure this was a lot cheaper in 1999. It said transporting your car to Martha's Vineyard is between $110 to $200. So they would have had to have paid an obscene amount of money to even take a car ferry. And I'm sure the prices were cheaper in 1998. You have to pay, apparently you have to pay per passenger. Like passengers will, it says passengers will need to pay an extra fee on top of their car price. At the moment, it's about $8.50 each way for an adult. So Jimmy's body would have had to have been accounted for.
Right. And why did they? Okay, so if they did do this, I know they were giving him CPR, trying to like get
Yeah.
him to come to, and they sat him back up. Like,
Did
did
they?
they keep him like that and like weekend at Bernie's with him? You know what I mean? Or like, if you're gonna do that, it is dark. It was plausible. Like the girls would have been able to do it. It was kind of getting late into the night, but it was
Yeah.
possible. Now with all this other stuff and the
Yeah.
knowledge we have about Martha's Vineyard
Yeah.
and like, yeah, even being late into the night, if he was laid flat on that seat, covered up, I would shit myself if I were those girls. There's no way unless you're gonna pick him up, put him in the trunk.
Right.
And
Yeah.
does he start to smell? How long after they're dead do they start
Yeah.
smelling? And when you die, you shit yourself. So then there's that whole mess again.
Oh God, I don't know. There's
Ah.
so many
But he
theories
wasn't
there.
dead. So
But
maybe that's why there's no poop.
he was, well, he might have, well, he wasn't breathing. He wasn't breathing, and
Yeah.
CPR didn't appear to be working. That's why they
Yep.
brought him back to the house to, I guess, do the whole resurrection spell because, Jillian they didn't want to go to jail.
They fucked up.
Uh, they fucked up. I just thought that whole new plot hole since now, yeah, now we know Maria's Island. You can't get there. It's not just a straight drive. You got to board a ferry, and if they had Jimmy's car and they got that car back to the house on Magnolia Street, so that car had to have gone onto some kind of ferry to make it to Maria's Island if they can't drive it from
Very
the
cool.
mainland.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So they would have had to gone through that whole boarding process, not to mention they would have had to have purchased their ferry tickets in advance, which in 1998 with no smartphones, it's not like they could have done that en route. And I don't even think regular cell phones were a major thing at that point yet. Not a lot of people had them yet at that point. So it's not likely that they could have just made a phone call from the car to purchase ferry tickets from the car, like at all. I don't know how they got on that ferry to begin with, since the website says you have to do this in advance with, a car ferry. It's not just like walking on foot,
Right.
some other foot passengers they said could just walk onto the ferry and buy the tickets right there. But for a car, they have to make sure there's a lot of space on the boat for your vehicle. Like there's a
Mm-hmm.
whole process before that, and like I'm sure they didn't go through any of that to get
Nah.
his body and his car back to their house.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's just a major plot hole that I found. I was like, interesting.
I love it.
This makes everything so much different now.
Yeah.
So anyway, so back to the timeline. Sally and Jillian get Jimmy back to the aunt's house on Magnolia Street. They do the resurrection spell. That goes haywire. They kill him again, bury him under the roses in the backyard. After they finish, they go back into the house, and the scene finally ends and fades out, right? The scene, they're done for the night. His body's buried. They go into the house with the shovels. Then the scene cuts to what I'm assuming is the very next morning, or maybe 2 days later at the most. And I'll explain why in a bit. But we see that beautiful exterior shot of the house and the taxi pull up, and the aunts get out of the car with Kylie and Antonia. Their hair is still all adorned in those baby's breath fresh flowers. So they just celebrated the summer solstice probably the night before. So one thing that I do want to note, the aunts and the girls have already left for the solstice trip before Sally and Jillian even return with Jimmy's dead body, which would have been the same night that they told Sally that they were leaving to take the girls with them.
Were the girls wearing the same thing when they came
No,
back
they
as
weren't.
they were making the cupcakes? Okay.
No. They weren't. Neither are the aunts. I checked. The
Oh,
aunts
okay.
and the girls. So this is definitely like maybe like the next day or a couple of days later.
Okay.
But from the time where they're making those cupcakes up to the time where Jimmy's dead and buried and the girls, Sally and Jillian, go back into the house, that's all the same night. right? So
Right.
so by the time Jimmy is dead and buried, that night ends. Sally is still wearing the same outfit that she was wearing when she
Mhm.
says she was saying goodbye to the aunts earlier. So
Mhm.
that's all the same night. So my timeline theory of this whole entire weekend that Jimmy was killed and how it could have possibly played out. So the summer solstice in 1998 was on June 21st, and that was a Sunday. So my theory is this. You know the
Okay.
scene where Sally comes home from work and the aunts are making the cupcakes and the toast with Kylie and Antonia? She comes into the room. She asks if the girls finished their homework. So I'm going to guess this is on a Friday since they probably just got home from school. They had their backpacks on that
Mhm.
day because they went to visit her earlier at work. They had their backpacks on, so
Mhm.
they were coming home from school. Must have been a Friday because they had the homework. Sally's probably making sure they finished their homework. Okay. Sally also asked them to go shut the windows because there's a storm coming. All right. So we saw Jet and Francis's outfit. All right. It's the same as after Sally's done writing the letter. The aunts do indeed leave for the summer solstice with the little girls the same night
Mhm.
Sally flies out to get Jillian. Also, later on when Sally and Jillian are burying Jimmy, it's pouring rain. So this must have been the storm that was coming that Sally mentions earlier in the night that she made Kylie and Antonia go to shut the windows for. And also, I just realized something. Was this storm something that she meant to be in a literal sense, or was this a foreshadowing of the shitstorm
Ooh.
of Jillian and the whole Jimmy drama that's about to make its way to the house on Magnolia
The storm is
Street?
coming, dude.
Storm is coming.
Here's
So this,
my thing with that. Do you remember when
yeah,
we were talking in Maria's Island and I brought up the fruit stand, like the farmer's market thing?
yeah.
What days were they open? Do you remember?
What did it say?
Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. And in that scene where she's walking to work, is that fruit stall not open?
Oh,
Did they have that Friday off? Because I'm confused now.
yeah, yeah.
We're
Oh
getting,
wait, so she was going to work. The fruit stand wasn't there, right?
it was there. You could
The
see
fruit
people.
stand was there when she was going to work?
I think so.
I'm gonna have to go look at that again. So this could have very well been a Friday night since the girls had school earlier that day. They got their homework done before the weekend starts, and the aunts could take them to the solstice celebration without worrying about them having to miss school the next day. So they probably celebrated the solstice on a Saturday all day, danced naked under the full moon on Saturday night, and then got back home on Sunday, the day of the actual solstice, which is the morning shot we see of them arriving back home in the taxi with their hair still adorned in those fresh flowers. So I don't think it could have been any longer than that since the girls would have had school the next day on a Monday. If we're going with that timeline, maybe Jimmy was not killed on the solstice, but maybe 2 nights prior on the Friday night. So that's just my theory. I think it just happened over the span of a weekend, like a long, like Friday through Sunday weekend, and they got back on that Sunday morning, so then the girls could go back to the school on Monday the next day. And also one other factual thing, and I know this is just a movie and like facts don't matter because the solstice apparently happens before the fucking March 1998 deposition. But the full moon during the time of Sally writing the letter and the blood on the moon scene prior to Jimmy kidnapping Jillian and Salad, and the aunts and the girls dancing naked on their full moon at the solstice. None of this could have been possible because the full moon of June 1998 did not fall on or even around the solstice. It actually fell on the 10th, which was 2 weeks prior to the solstice. So this couldn't even been possible.
Y'all, we should have been the witches for hire
Detective.
for this movie.
I know. Why did they hire us? Shit.
Chip.
Yeah. So that's my whole spiel. That's my theory. That's my rant. I just think it's the whole time frame is just very interesting.
That's so skewed. It's so
Yeah.
funny.
It's so, especially since you just brought up the fruit stand hours, that makes me even more confused.
Why would you even bother putting the days that are open on that fucking sign for a
Right?
movie? You
Right?
know?
Yeah.
Don't they know they're Sagittarius citizens looking at this shit?
That's a good point, though. Now I gotta go back and look at those and see if that matches up.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
we did some of the movie stuff, but we're going to try to go kind of scene by scene like we typically do. So, all right. Are we ready?
Are you ready? Yes.
Deep
I'm ready.
breath. All right. So we first see Jimmy motherfucking Angelov at 13 minutes, 15 seconds, and he pops into the movie and he's like, bam. And he's in this film pretty early on, though we don't even get a name. We just see him kind of like skulking, really. Right out of the gate, we can tell that this man's is a bad man's. Like he's that dark, tall, dark, and handsome, but in the not good way.
Yeah, no.
He can be seen all in black, mind you, with like a leather fucking vest in the southwestern sun, hanging out by the pool. All we are introduced to is this dark, handsome man leaning against someone's janky ass poolside bar. He's leaning on his left elbow with a cigarette in his right hand, where you can also catch a glimpse of the ring he has on, that comes into play later. He's also got that iconic 90s haircut that all the boys had, including our bad boy on boats, Billy Zane. His shirt is wide the fuck open, way too many buttons open. We can also see that he's wearing some kind of long chain, and we see this again later when he's wanting to go to the bathroom with Jillian. I couldn't make out what it was.
Okay.
So, like, here's a little accessory rundown. So, bro's got aviators. He's got a necklace. He's got a ring. He's got snakeskin vest. He's got a massive belt buckle. He also has a watch on his left wrist and another ring, which I had never noticed, on his pinky. Did you notice that?
No.
He's leaning here talking to two other guys who also got the memo about the accessories. Like, guys are decked out.
All these guys are wearing the same thing?
The other guys are wearing like earrings and like just decked out to the 90s. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This must have been like desert chic, like, because that was out in like Arizona, and all these guys are wearing the same thing. It must have been the style.
Right. They were all trying to be Jimmy, but no. Like, one guy's in like a Hawaiian shirt and like board shorts.
Yeah. And they're all trying to kind of like mac it to Jillian, like every one of them. They're all like all grinding all up on her, and she's just
I wasn't even talking about the guys dancing with her. I'm just talking about the guys talking to Jimmy.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. We can get into those other guys at some point.
Yeah.
But anyway, it cuts back to Jillian dancing by the poolside. But you can still see Jimmy back there, like in the background, kind of eyeing up his prey. And like people are kind of like walking in front of him, but you can still tell he's back there. And also go listen to the Devil of the Desert episode that was just before this, because he is so predatorial in this scene.
Yeah.
So he takes another drag of his cigarette, as I'm sure he's getting a full on semi, just watching Jillian dancing with these other guys. He probably loves voyeurism. I'm just picking that up.
You don't think he's like, I get more of like, he's the more of like the jealous type. I feel like he would be more, I feel like he would kill a motherfucker for even looking at Jillian.
Probably. Yeah, but at this point, we don't know anything about him. We don't know anything about this man. We haven't even heard him speak yet. We then learn his name during Jillian's voiceover. At the end of, I'm guessing it's like a letter to Sally, but at the very end, she says, "I only have 2 words to say to you, Jimmy Angelov." And then we get that really killer close-up of Goran as Jimmy, and it's like a slow pan that follows his cigarette hand up to his mouth.
Wait, is that the Transylvanian Chad scene?
Yes, yes.
That's the one you have on the t-shirt? That's
yes.
awesome.
And here you get a close-up of that notorious ring as well. So now that sexy-ass beat drops, that sexy music by Lisa Hall, and it's the song called Is This Real? And the music is thumping. The scene then jumps to Jillian exploring the house, kind of looking for him as she like casually struts down this dark hallway. So his slithery ass saunters up behind her. First, we can only see his shadow on the wall. And did you notice that his shadow passes across a framed painting of cowboys on horseback?
Yeah.
And then he reaches out and this has always bothered me. I don't know if you noticed in the scene, as he's almost touching her face, she kind of like moves her cheek back to like, as if she senses him. That always bothered me. I'm like, he's not even touching you yet. And she's like, oh. So then he blindfolds her and she's like, oh yeah, it's on.
Yeah, with her lilac colored nail polish that I'm pretty sure I had that shade back in the 90s.
Dude, I still have that shade.
I think I probably have it in a drawer somewhere.
Yeah.
It's probably all dried out and caked out. Yeah, never got rid of it.
My thing was like, okay, cool, but like, what if that wasn't Jimmy? And what if it was one of those other slimy ass dudes at the pool that she was dancing with?
Yeah, interesting. Do you think she probably just like would have fallen into anybody who did that up behind her? Because my whole thing is like, Jillian, she's attention seeking. She's looking for validation. I think she would have honestly had jumped into anyone who gave her that much attention.
I feel like, because she was wearing glasses in that scene where she's dancing, right?
Yeah, sunglasses.
I feel like she saw him possibly before he saw her. And her dancing with all those men was maybe like a power play. And she's trying to lure him somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jillian would have gone with any of those, like the little man with the shorts around his ankles, like you know which one I'm talking about, in the jorts.
Yeah. I gotta go watch that scene again, man. Anyway.
But no, of course it's Jimmy, and he looks really fucking sexy in this scene. Like, I'm not gonna lie, dude is bad, but he's handsome. So let's keep going. So then that scene fades, and we get her saying Angelov.
Yeah.
So the next time we see them is in, I'm guessing, like, it's his trailer, his room. There's tons of candles everywhere, and Jillian is looking at her scar. And at 20 minutes, 37 seconds, we find out that this man's has a Dracula accent. And he's lying on the bed with his bottle of tequila, and he says, I was just thinking about you. Jillian's like, you're always thinking about me. She goes to leave, and she's like, honey, I just have to go to the bathroom. He's like, let's go together. But like, were they sleeping? Did they just have sex? Like, what were they getting up from? They were just laying there talking. Like, what do you think these fucking two were talking about?
I don't know, but they were probably worshiping each other like Pat says Jillian brags to Sally
Yeah.
later on.
I'm just really curious at like what a casual conversation between these two looks like.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. What do they talk about? Uh Jimmy, how do you like your donuts? Jelly donut with the cream. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't
What do
know.
you think he is? We're gonna do a whole astrology episode, but like he's very Scorpio to me.
Scorpio. Oh yeah,
Okay.
totally. I'm getting
Okay.
Scorpio.
So we
Yeah.
got a Sag and we got a Scorpio, so that's volatile.
Recipe for disaster.
Yeah. All right. So Jillian takes his bottle, and he gets up and starts macking on her, et cetera, et cetera. Which reminds me, so when she's trying to go to the bathroom, this scene reminds me of this scene in the book where the drugstore girl Irene comes back to the aunt's house looking for a cure because the man she thought she wanted to have love her will not leave her alone. And it says somewhere in there that she can't even go to the bathroom without him wanting to go with her and like to have sex with her.
Yes, and this was probably another sneaky little Easter egg on the writer's part to like
Mm-hmm.
incorporate more little storylines from the book. I didn't even put that together, but you're
Right?
absolutely right. Yeah.
Right. Then we don't see Jimmy Boy for a while. The next appearance is at 32 minutes, 14 seconds when he grabs Jillian into the back seat and tells Sally, you'll drive. The
Mhm.
scene cuts to the three of them in the car. Elvis is playing You Were Always on My Mind in the background while Sally is driving. Jillian and Jimmy are in the backseat like a couple of teenagers. She is fucking terrified though. So like I'm not making light of this. It's just like funny that he stayed in the backseat. I don't know. With her, I don't know. Just
Uh-huh.
for later events, I'm sure. So they have their Louis L'Amour conversation as Jimmy is showing off his highly inaccurate knowledge and is mansplaining the plot of a Louis L'Amour book. He's heating up his skull ring, which wouldn't that like be hot on your finger?
I would think so.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he rubs his knuckles. Like,
Mm.
I don't know.
Uh-huh. He's done this before. This isn't his first rodeo either. Like he has the
Right.
science down to this. So maybe he found a way to like do this that it doesn't burn him, but he can inflict the most pain on his victims.
Oh, so weird. But you
Weird.
also get a shot of his cheesy ass looking like spiderweb lighter. It's like a Zippo lighter, but it's like has like fucking weird spider webs,
I
which we
thought that
don't get.
was snakeskin. I thought it was like a snakeskin lighter.
I'm pretty sure it was spider webs, but if it was snakeskin, even better because my mind went to like, we don't see spider motifs at all through the
Yeah, that's why
movie.
I thought it was a snakeskin because it kind of
I
matches the
think
little pattern
so.
on his vest, right? Doesn't he have like a snakeskin vest on or
He's
something?
got the snakeskin vest, but
Yeah.
we'll double check. As I was typing this as I was watching it. Also, it's during this point that Jillian does her telepathic magic into the rearview mirror to let Sally know that the belladonna is in her bag. Jimmy then grabs Jillian's leg and tries to burn her with his ring, but like the way she is curled up, he like snatches her leg. It looks like he's almost trying to get her on her lower calf or even her foot.
Uh-huh.
Like she's so like bunched up
Yeah.
that to me it's like her ankle, her foot, her leg, something lower.
Yeah.
So Sally freaks out, almost veers off the road. Jimmy screams at her to watch the road, watch the road. He tries to get a handle on the situation because yeah, he's in control, but Sally is still the one behind the wheel. She is driving and she could also kill them all.
Yeah.
And of course, she's going to put her sister's safety before her own, even though like her actions, her decisions involve all of them. You know, if they crash, they're all in trouble. But in the spur of the moment, she's trying to help her sister. So Sally corrects all his incorrect Louis L'Amour information and tells Jimmy, you're freaking me out, you Dracula freak. Give me that bottle. Give me the bottle before I put you in a truck just to get you to shut up. Sally takes a swig of the tequila and Jimmy is telling her to calm down, calm down. Jimmy pulls Jillian close and said, you know, girls, I'm feeling very into sisters right now. And we don't see his mouth saying yeehaw, but we can hear it. As he's saying this, Sally is dumping the entire contents of the belladonna vial into the tequila in her lap. So the scene cuts to him taking a piss on the side of the road near those factory stacks, swinging his keys around. He comes back to the car still intoxicated, singing the Elvis song we just heard playing on the radio in the previous scene. So Jillian is trying to reason with him, but in his drunken stupor, he starts strangling her. I'm trying to remember what he's saying in that scene. Is he saying, I want you to be my wife?
Yeah,
Or is
I
he just
want
saying,
you to no, no, that was in the other, that was in the resurrection,
right?
right?
Isn't he saying, like, I'm sorry, my love?
Yes, yes, yes. He says,
Okay.
I'm sorry, my love, I'm sorry, my love," and
Hmm.
Jillian's like, "Come on, baby, like don't
Yeah.
do
Baby,
this,
believe me.
don't do this." Yeah, yeah.
Another one of our songs.
There you go.
Yeah. So Sally, he's starting to strangle her. Sally gets involved. She jumps on top of him and starts hitting him to get him to stop choking her sister. And boom, his hand falls to the car floor and he's out.
Next to the Dunkin' Donuts wrapper
Yeah.
that we found in our Blood on the Moon episode. Guys, go listen to that. We unpack this entire scene.
Yes. Yes.
Find
Yes. That was,
something.
was really good. Really
Yeah,
good episode.
yeah.
So they try to revive him with CPR. Jillian's giving him CPR. It's not working. He is not waking up. So at 37:57, Jimmy can be seen next in this scene when Jillian and Sally are dragging his body into the Owens house. His head gets slammed by the door, that swinging door, which you can see him wince a little bit in this scene. They get him on the table, but Jillian has a little conversation with him and gives him a good little slap. The slap he deserves. He just, he got what he deserved.
We are so breaking up.
Yeah. And did you notice in this scene, you can see a scar on his stomach? You can probably also see it when he has his shirt off when they're in his trailer or whatever. But there's a scar on Goran's stomach. And I had never noticed it before like doing these notes. But apparently, Goran has the scar from a gastric ulcer surgery.
Oh,
I don't know how long ago it was, but it's
I've never
also
noticed.
in his some of the shots of the Welcome to Sarajevo. So
Hmm.
pre-practical magic, real scar, but
Okay.
it's just like little things
Never
sticking out.
noticed that.
They try their resurrection spell. Go listen to our frogs episode, and his eyes pop back open. He picks right back up where he left off with Jillian saying, I want you to be my wife. Can you promise me that? So I'm like, what is this? Is this some kind of like psychosis loop that he got stuck in? Did he really at some point maybe want Jillian to marry him, or is it like the drugs?
I
What do you
don't
think?
know because if we know his track record, we know he's a serial killer, right? We know all the other women that he's gone through, killing all of these other women. He never had any intention of marrying any of these girls. He's just kind of one and done. Like he has his way with them, then he kills them, and he does away with them. I don't know if he ever really wanted to marry Jillian.
It's almost like having, like in our song, like having a trophy, like putting a ring on it. That thing is yours and you can do whatever you want with it. But he was totally skipping that step. He was
Yeah.
just going to do and write whatever the fuck he wanted to do.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. So I was just curious if it was just like, because again, we don't know. Is it the belladonna? Is it the spell? Like, why would he wake up saying, I want you to be my wife?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very strange.
Very strange. Yeah, that is a little weird.
So anyway, Sally gives him the old frying pan treatment, whacks him over the head a couple times, and then it cuts to them digging a grave in the rain. Again, perhaps this was the storm that Sally was telling Antonia and Kylie to go shut all the windows for earlier. They roll him into the grave. They just dug in their backyard under, I don't know if there are any vines there
Under the
when they're
arbor,
digging.
right? The arbor where the roses eventually grow. That's where they
Right. But that night when they're digging, is there anything growing
I
on
don't
that arbor? I
think
don't remember.
so. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
they're just vines. Maybe the actual rose flowers grow the next morning,
Yeah,
but
maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have to go look at that again.
And I just want to highlight that this poor man, Goran, had like he just had to lay there. That must have been so fucking hard to lay in shirtless in mud in the pouring rain
Hmm.
for like how many takes?
Yeah.
And they're in
Cooping.
Washington, so you know it's cold.
Yeah. I'm wondering, do you remember what months that they shot in? They
I
filmed
don't
it?
know, but like the behind the scenes stuff, there's a few where Sally and Jillian are
They're in
like
coats.
practicing a scene and they're in coats. Yeah, they're in like
Oh, it
puffy coats.
must have been significantly cold if the
Poor
girls were
man.
running around with coats on. And yeah,
Yeah.
poor Goran has to lay there with in the freezing cold. With the mud.
Did I tell you the contents of my Goran dream the other night?
No.
Did you see my preview that I posted on our private Facebook that I had a dream about him and that man should not be skydiving? So apparently there was like a whole skydiving party and he had a little accident. He was fine, he lived, but he had like a wound in his side and he was like leaning on me. I was like helping him walk to the car and like he was talking to me and we sat together in the car and like I was like, you'll be fine, Godon.
You'll be fine. Wait, he had a skydiving accident?
Yeah,
You'll be fine. Just walk it off. It's
he
fine.
was fine.
We're gonna go into now. So now from this point on, Jimmy is dead and buried. So we don't really see him again until his apparitions make an appearance, but we do kind of get senses that things are a little off before we even see him again as a ghost figure, right? So the very first inclination that something might be a little bit off was actually when the aunts get home from the solstice celebration with the girls. After Frances acknowledges Jillian's bruise, she says a little mugwort will fix that right up. And she says to Kylie, Kylie, why don't you and I go to the greenhouse? So as Aunt Frances and Kylie make their way out of the scene, and as Aunt Jet starts fussing over Jillian, keep an eye on Kylie because you can see her start to walk out of the room with Frances, but then she stops in her tracks, and like something from the window catches her attention.
Mm.
And then the next time we see her, she's just standing at the window staring at something. And we don't really like notice her in the
Yes.
background because there's so much going on with Jet fussing over Jillian, and Sally is just kind of giving them the look like we did something wrong. But then as everybody is kind of making their way out of the scene, it closes up on Kylie's face. And
Mm.
this, like looking out the window, and this kind of
Mhm.
confirms that something odd is going on. We don't know what. There was no like change in music or change in mood. We just kind of see her face and get some kind of, I guess, nod to something odd is going on.
Yeah.
But we don't know what yet.
I never noticed that she stops
Yeah,
in
she
that wide
stopped.
scene. Because,
Hmm.
yeah, you notice her standing at the window. She's holding the curtain, but didn't
Yeah.
see that before. She's supposed to be getting the mugwort.
Francis keeps going. Francis
Hmm.
is out of the shot by this point, but like Kylie is now stationed at the window, just deadpan, just looking out the window while Jet is kind of like, fussing over Jillian, and Sally is kind of just standing there with them.
So then another whisper of Jimmy we get is at the midnight margarita scene, of course, when the tequila bottle shows up on the porch, then again on their kitchen table. The broom falls. The girls wake the next morning to the roses, which grew overnight, and Kylie being able to see that glimmer of Jimmy's apparition standing beneath them, which it sounds like she probably saw the day before as well.
Yeah.
Gary shows up a little before we're an hour into the film looking for that car. He's like, that Arizona plate 229 MOB. And Jillian goes, oh, that's my car. And again, he calls her out. Oh, that's your car. That's James L. Angelov's car, plate 229 MOB.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
again, like he's like calling her on her bullshit. What was the other thing? Oh, the
The
ring.
ring, yeah.
Oh, that's your ring, huh?
That's cute.
So they sit at the table together, the three of them, Jillian, Sally, and Gary. Gary's laying out some files about Jimmy, telling the girls that 2 years ago, another woman that Jimmy had killed, her name was Phoebe Stone. Jillian takes a quick look at the photos and then she kind of flippantly drops them on the table, like whatever.
Yeah.
Then Gary tells them that she was found strangled on the side of a highway with the brand burned into her face.
Mhm.
And I had to put the subtitles on because I was like, did he say face or
Yeah.
leg? It's in her face.
It doesn't add up. So those serial killers usually always do the same thing. They're
Right.
very repetitive. So it's weird that he would burn some victims in the face, some on the leg, some like
Mhm.
wherever. Like I just yeah, that is weird that it would be in her face and not in her leg, like where he
Yeah.
tried to do Jillian's.
Yeah. So as soon as he starts saying like she's strangled on the side of the highway, like Jillian's face just sobers up real quick and she's paying attention. So then I was trying to figure out what kind of car he drives because we get that clip of Gary kneeling down. He's kind of scooping the belladonna out of the seat, closes the door. And I'm like, that car is so fucking cool. And I don't know cars, but thank God my dad was here visiting and he was able to identify this car for us. So I showed him, I kind of went through the stills of the movie and like we were pausing and he told me that Jimmy's car looked like it could be a 67 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Supreme or not, I don't know if it's Cutlass Classic, Cutlass Supreme.
And a Cutlass Supreme.
Exactly.
Burrito Supreme. Supreme. It's all connected.
Yeah, absolutely. I was like, perfect, perfect. I've never looked at so many fucking car pictures until my dad was here. So they have that car towed out of the yard, which we could do a whole episode on that car now because so
Mhm.
cool. Also in that scene, there's two other cars in the yard, which one of them is a white station wagon and the other is a brown SUV.
Okay.
It's like, why are there so many goddamn cars in this yard? And
Yeah.
I'm thinking that the SUV is probably Gary's, which leads me to think that this white station wagon is the Owens car because in the book, there's a passage on page 26. Actually, there's a couple passages, 3 or 4. But on page 26, it says, when Sally got her license, she used the station wagon to pick up groceries and haul trash to the dump. But as soon as Jillian could drive, she took the car every Saturday night and she didn't come home until dawn. And I had never noticed there were so many cars in that yard.
Wow. Yeah.
Cool little Easter egg, right?
Yeah.
So around an hour in, Guys, we're going to be like beating this dead horse. We're going to be talking about this exorcism scene a few more times. So stick around, get used to it. But we dive into a little different aspects every single time. So around an hour in, we're in the attic. Jillian is seen in bed, visibly agitated before Gary enters with his firearm, guns ablazing.
Mhm.
As the camera shifts back to Jillian, a spectral figure emerges from her, revealing Jimmy's spirit. While Jillian collapses onto her pillow, Jimmy's ghost sits straight up. He appears in like a black and white daguerreotype effect, although his eyes maintain like a semblance of normalcy. And because we're kind of distanced from him, we don't get that full on Jimmy spooky eyes just yet. Jimmy addresses Officer Hallett with a remark that triggers Gary speechless. Jimmy's ghost stands and he's circling this paralyzed Gary. They're going toe to toe. And during this rotation, the details of the stains on Jimmy's clothes become more evident, stemming from like the garden dirt where he was buried. This could be decomposition. And as Gary attempts to raise his gun, he's not sure if he's supposed to shoot because that's the bad guy, but also he just saw him come out of a young woman's body. So the focus then shifts to Jimmy's face, highlighting that eerie effect on the eyes and the stains and the significant decay and the dirt, all of this beautifully. It's like hauntingly beautiful. And amid this eerie dance, Sally cautiously approaches Jillian while Jimmy clicks his tongue and he's trying to give her a warning like, no, don't do that. Sally halts. Jimmy focuses on Gary again, jesting about his silence. Cat got your tongue. He steps forward. He inserts his ghostly hand into Gary's chest, causing Gary to scream and collapse. Sally comforts Jillian while Gary writhes in pain. Like, what else are you supposed to do? Like,
Yeah.
what's Sally supposed to do? Jimmy seems to derive like satisfaction from Gary's suffering, and he has this like smug ass look on his face. Suddenly, he experiences this affliction, leading him to collapse to the floor as well. So Gary's star badge drops from his pocket as he falls. Jimmy is clenching his hand where there is a wound that from this star. And a close-up reveals that Gary's badge has melted into Jimmy's ghostly hand, into his flesh. So Jimmy's advancing toward Gary again, who holds up his badge, and that in turn banishes Jimmy, ultimately causing Jimmy to dissipate into the air. So if you'd like to know more about Spooky Eyes Jimmy's ghost, listen back to episode 45 about the daguerreotype photography. If you skipped that one, go back. It's awesome. Really. And what were we talking about? Confirmation bias. Ever since you and I talked about daguerreotype, keeps popping up.
Popping up. Yeah. You said you saw it in Crimson Peak, right? You were watching.
Yes. Yep. I think this is technically the last time we see Goran as Jimmy, like his full body in the movie. Everything else from here on out is either his voice or Jillian portraying Jimmy, or rather it's Nicole Kidman portraying Jillian possessed by Jimmy playing Jillian. Also, we're going to dive back into this possession and exorcism next week. So stick around for that. We're not going to go too much into the possession aspect just here, but this is where Goran is like just doing the side work for now.
Yeah, yeah. Also, I do want to mention that although we don't see Jimmy much in this film after he bites the dust, we still feel his presence in other ways. So, not just the mysterious reappearance of the tequila bottle that keeps popping up, not only in the Midnight Margarita scene when the aunts disclose that they found on the porch, but also the very end of the film when Sally goes to grab it, which is weird considering that Jillian shatters it in the sink post the Midnight Margarita scene.
Right.
That all confuses me. Not all that stuff, but also in the weird pains that Jillian keeps having in the film. She holds her stomach in that one scene that her and Sally
Yes.
are arguing.
Yes.
When Sally leaves to go tell Gary everything. Also, the frogs and toads, which we did a whole episode on. Go listen to our frogs episode. The frogs and toads, huge indication of his presence. And as the aunts say at the end of the film, when they come back to help Sally exorcise his spirit from Jillian, they say he's squatting inside her like a toad. So all the frogs in all the transitional scenes are just little reminders scattered throughout the film that he's still hanging around. And also the toad that burps up the ring, and the coughing that Jillian does before the ring is burped up by said toad is also an indication of his presence. Like, his presence is having a physical
Effect on Jillian.
effect on Jillian. Yeah. And also the night before Gary comes for breakfast, Jillian is tossing and turning in her bed in the attic, and the scene cuts to her going outside to inspect, I guess, some weird sounds that she was hearing. We hear a glass break when she opens the door, like those French
Yeah,
doors.
something falls over like on the
Yeah.
table or
Like a
something.
lantern falls over or
Yeah.
something, and she says, "Jimmy, is that you?"
Yeah.
And the camera kind of focuses on the rose bushes. We see like a couple little petals fall. Before Jillian closes the doors and probably goes back to bed. We don't really know what happens after that whole scene because it just cuts to the next morning when then Gary comes over and they're doing that little magical potion to get rid of him. But like, yeah, there's little things peppered throughout the film that remind you of Gary's presence, even though you don't physically see
You mean
him or
Jimmy?
his. I mean, yeah, yeah, Jimmy. Sorry, Jimmy's presence, even though you don't physically see him or
Mhm.
even his apparition or ghost. It's just things, weird things, little things that happen.
In this movie world, I'd be curious to know if Jillian had any, even though it's like we're thinking like a day or two, any
Mm.
moments of like lost time or blacking out or anything like that. Because like, how does this bottle keep showing back up? And I'd be curious, like in a storyline, if a moment of her blacking out is her getting the bottle out of the car, maybe before it's towed away. It's just weird that also it gets smashed and then comes back. Is like Diablo like a popular beverage? Like, could they have gone? There was no time to go to a liquor store. Like, I'm
No,
just curious about her cognitive presence.
we know that the Diablo that, I keep wanting to say Gary, Jimmy had, right?
Harry
So
is now the bad guy.
Gary's now the bad guy. So Jimmy has this bottle and, he's drinking this in the car ride. So we never actually see, because once Sally puts the belladonna in the bottle, we see it swirling. We know it's doing its magic. He must have drinking the rest of that bottle because, he died from it or stopped
Right.
breathing from it. But we don't actually see what ends up happening to that bottle. But I'm guessing that the girls would probably want to get rid of the evidence that he was even there. So they
Mhm.
probably did away with that bottle. They probably crashed it or threw it out somewhere themselves. Maybe even chucked it out somewhere onto the highway. We don't know
Mhm.
what happened to that bottle. We just know that the aunts, someone left it on the porch, right?
Yeah.
Because it just happened to be back on Magnolia Street.
And
I
I
don't know.
don't think Jimmy's one of those men who lets a bottle go to waste. So, Sally took her drink, put that stuff in, and I'm sure either immediately handed it back to him because they both know they're not going to take a drink out of the belladonna bottle
Mhm.
and he's going to finish it. All right. So finally, we get possessed Jillian. She's licking Sally's face after Sally comes back into the house after she and Gary have the I wish for you too conversation. Sally backhands her and whacks her into the cabinet of wool spools. The aunts come back and prompt Sally to activate the phone tree. And we get that stunning montage of them prepping for this exorcism party. We see more of Jimmy's presence in Jillian's dark demeanor as she's strapped to the reclining chair. Like you can see in her face, like she's got the downward, what's that? The Kubrick stare? What's that called?
Yeah.
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 And we see the frogs and the toads leaving a trail in the living room as Kylie and Antonia wheel her to another part of the house. I wonder what they're doing with her because she
I
stays
don't,
in the same room, but they're just moving
yeah.
her out of the way, maybe to get the rug out of the way because there's a
Or to
rug
get
down
the
there.
frog, or maybe to get the frogs out of there. Because remember,
Maybe.
they corral them all into that plastic bag and they dump
Yeah,
them
yeah,
all
yeah.
over the side of the fence. So they're
Yeah.
probably just trying to get the toads out of there.
Yeah. Yep. They dump them in the from the plastic bag into the garden, and they're getting that stank ass energy out of the house. So they're doing like the pre-cleaning. The Coven Circle does their thing. They get Jimmy's spirit out of Jillian, and when he explodes into this cloud of dust and ash, he hits the ceiling and then falls to the floor. The Coven sweeps out his you wrote farticles.
I had a teacher in like middle school. He was a
I love
drafting,
it.
like a drafting class, and we always had to like whenever we would erase, the pencil, he would like, okay, brush the farticles to the side, all the particles, and like us as like little like grade school, middle school kids, we thought that was the
So
funniest thing.
funny. Yeah.
So now I just say
All
farticles.
right. Yep, the farticles are out of the house and back into the garden. I wanted to just touch back on the blood oath thing. Was this to bring Jillian back to the light, or was this to break the curse in the movie? Because in the book, they don't do any of that. What do you think that was?
I don't even think they break the curse in the movie.
Right. Because
Because
at
how
the
would that,
end, Sally's like, was it?
yeah, even Sally questions it,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that broke the curse. I think that was honestly just to like reiterate like my blood, your blood, we're sisters, we're supposed to
Mm.
die the same day. All those flashes that come back to like the both of them
Mm-hmm.
and like their life together. I think that was honestly just to like snap Jillian out of it and be like, I'm your
Push him
sister,
out.
I'm here.
Yeah.
This is our blood oath. We made this pact. You can't die today because we have to die in the same day. So, Jillian, like, she's flaky, but they're sisters, they're blood, they're
Mhm.
they're ride
Mhm.
or die,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I think that kind of snapped her out of it. I don't think that broke the curse though. I don't.
I don't think so either. And I'm wondering because like Jillian can only put up so much of a fight. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering if it was the presence of Sally. Like they share the same blood, but even twins have different DNA, right? Like to some degree. So I'm wondering if it was like the touch of Sally's blood that like kicked his ass out. They have the same blood, but maybe she has a little more magic in her. She pushes it away, but naturally she has more magic.
Jillian, you have your own magic, and we all
I
know
don't
what
know
that
what it is.
is. Yeah.
So we get a happy ending. The girls are cleared of Jimmy's murder. It's deemed accidental. Jillian is given back his tacky ass ring, which he throws into the fire. And that's the last we see of Jimmy.
Yeah, so his ring goes right down into the grave where, he was decomposed with that lie.
Mhm.
Okay, so like how objects can have haunted attachments. So
Mhm.
maybe they got rid of his spirit, but is there still any kind of funkiness attached to the ring?
Yeah.
And is the ring gonna now make roses grow overnight? And is he gonna be back someday? Oh, There's
Practical magic
always
too.
there's always practical magic too.
Oh shit.
I don't want to start that rumor again. Don't listen.
Not true.
Squash that right now.
Mhm. Yeah, so that's our Jimmy boy from the movie, but there is more in the commentary. Do you want to take us through that?
Sure. So Griffin Dunn, the director, in the commentary, he says that Jimmy was written as an American specific, I guess, a Texan cowboy. And he was sort of a redneck, said yeehaw. Oh, the way he like talks. Okay, I'm gonna have to get into his mind because just a whole run-on sentence, this guy. He said yeehaw a lot, and I was a little concerned about the lack of dimension in the main character. It's really hard to not just have to be, the bad guy. I knew he'd be a bad guy, just why would Jillian like a guy like that? And so I really was not crazy about the work that I thought had to be done with the character, Jimmy, so I became concerned about it when I was reading actors. I kept hearing the same quality in the readings. It wasn't the actor's fault. It was they were playing this guy that they were aware of seeing in a million other movies of the bad guy who speaks in a drawl. And I was bored of the part after casting for 2 weeks. I was bored to death of it. Concerned about what to do with this, and I was meeting with his agent, and she was in the casting process. The director and your casting people go in and meet agents, go to the agencies, and they suggest all their clients, and kind of go through it like it's shopping for furniture or something, and they just kind of give you lists of people, and you're looking at faces, and I like her, I don't like him, and it's you kind of like you go through this process at every agency. And so now it was my turn to do this.
Griffin!
Just trying to channel his like
You
sporadic shit.
nailed it.
God, this gives me anxiety. Christina's fanning herself right now.
Cracking up. You're killing it.
He's not done yet. He still goes on. She says, this is a man named Goran Visnjic who's coming up in Welcome to Sarajevo, a wonderful movie I hear, but I hadn't seen it. And she said he's from Croatia, but he's learning English from Welcome to Sarajevo. I mean, he's got a great gift with these languages and accents, and I think he could do a Texan accent. But Texan accent? A Croatian doing a Texan accent? That's a little overly complicated. But having Jimmy not be from Texas, but from, Middle Europe, in the Romanian, Bulgarian area, it's sort of the magic and the Dracula territory, and having the idea of the birth of the occult, which we're going to talk about later. We're talking about all that stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's sort of the magic and the Dracula territory, and having the idea of the birth of the occult kind of movement in this area, and seeing his features, which was like kind of this haunting, beautiful raven.
He is.
Oh my God. So he's one of the most beautiful men I think I've ever seen. I could see why Jillian would like a man like that. And then it all suddenly started to come together. I met with Gordon, gave him the pages to read for me. You see his English. He learned it, sort of. He had like 10 minutes to read it. I think he didn't understand half the words he was actually saying, but he could pronounce them because he could read English, and he was brilliant. And that was it. And that was our Jimmy.
That's so cute.
I love that. And he was also in that the Madonna music video.
Right. I was gonna look for
Was
that,
it
but I
The
didn't know
Power
how
of
to
Love?
search it.
I think it's The Power of Love, if I remember correctly. For
Amazing.
her Ray of Light album, one of those songs.
I gotta see it. I haven't
One
seen
of
it.
her best albums, in my opinion, by the way. I love that album. All right, so Alan,
Menken.
Alan Menken?
He's talking about a scene. I think this is the scene in which Jimmy comes out of Jillian.
So is this all?
Oh, this is the scene where Sally is hearing her girls. And then when he's like, oh, then we break out into this run is when the music changes and Sally's running home.
Got it. Wait,
Okay.
so this is the soundtrack guy?
Alan Menken, yeah, the man who does the Atmosferita song,
Is
Practical
that
Magic song.
Alan Silvestri?
Oh, yeah. What's Alan? I did
Who's
that
Alan Menken?
before. Silvestri. Didn't I do that like 6 episodes ago?
I don't know. That's so funny
Silvestri,
though. I'm
sorry.
like, who's Alan Menken? That
Alan
name
Menken.
sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Thank you. Alan
Alan
Silvestri.
Silvestri. Okay, that makes more sense.
Sorry, Alan.
Sorry, Alan, all the Allens. So, Alan Silvestri. So, Alan says, we're using some of Jimmy's thematic material and then we break out into the run. Once again, we have to physically handle what's happening to us on screen. So, he says the girls are terribly upset. And the music now, we're moving into a mode of playing the anticipation of what lies up in here in the attic. There's this ominous feel. There's danger, there's mystery. We don't go with any kind of stain for the gun because this is where. Wait, what? We
Like,
don't
I
go.
think he's saying like there's no poignant music that comes in when the gun is
Mm,
revealed, where Gary
okay,
points his gun out,
got it.
because that's not what they're gonna focus on.
Right. Isn't it funny how like music can really like inhibit like depending on like what emphasis you put on what part of the
Yeah.
film.
Yeah,
Like, it really emphasizes like what's important and what's like, not so important. So
totally.
music is everything too. Like the soundtrack is everything. The score, it's so important to the film and like setting the tone and setting the feel. Have you ever seen those like clips of when people take like happy movies and re-edit them into like horror trailers,
They're
or like
funny.
vice versa if they take like a horror trailer and re-edit it to make like look like a romantic comedy? Those are so
Yes,
funny. I love those.
I do
So
too.
music really does like have an effect on like your mood and like what how it's gonna convey a scene and like what's happening.
Yes.
So Alan goes on to say, there's this danger and mystery. We don't go with any kind of sting for the gun because so we're looking at the emergence of Jimmy more so than Gary with the gun. And now rather than play Jimmy as some kind of monstrous beast, musically I chose to play him almost as some kind of rascally devilish entity. There you go, the devil of the desert. And he's, like that trickster spirit that we were talking about in that episode. He's not growling at us. He's not, at least not at this point. He's not in our face attempting to kill us. This is like a spider here playing with the fly in effect. And so the music is very kind of cagey, lots of air, lots of anticipation. They do that like circling of each other, like
Mhm.
Christina, you were saying like a southern duel kind of almost.
Yeah,
Like
I think Alan says
standoff.
the same thing.
Yeah. So Alan says, I mean, this guy just emerged from our sister here, and we don't quite know what he's capable of doing. So we don't want to give anything away in terms of what is going to happen. But there's definitely a standoff here. It's almost like two guys out in the town square about to have a gunfight. There it
It's
is.
right
You
there.
nailed it. You nailed it. Now there's kind of a natural moment here, and musically, we got to go along with the imagery, but we're trying to look at it from the point of view more musically. Mystery and the supernatural rather than, this horrible violent situation. As Jimmy approaches, we're getting ready to hold him off. We musically address this effect, and there's a rather comedic rendering of our hero here with the star in his hand, not knowing what happened. And it's a perfect opportunity for the music to stop abruptly to support the comedic side of that release for the audience. Because like Gary didn't know what he was capable of, right? He
Yeah,
just
and
like
it's
put
funny
that
that
star up.
and
Yeah.
Alan's mind is supposed to be like a comedic thing where to me like he's the villain is injured. Great. Like that's good, but it didn't come off as like comedy to me. Yeah, that he's like shit. I don't know. It didn't feel like comedy to me. Maybe I needed to listen to the music a little closer.
I wouldn't say like the music made it feel more comedy. I think Gary's reaction was a little probably more comedy than the music lets on,
Yes.
because he sees what he does with that star and he kind of can't believe it, because
Yes.
him and Sally in like one of the previous scenes just had that discussion about your badge has power because you believe it does. It's a
Hmm.
star. That's your talisman. And Gary's like, oh, this is all bullshit. Like I'm coming to this like little town that's like all the superstitions and stuff, but like he saw in action that he had that power and he like couldn't believe, like that made him question, like, is this real? Is witchcraft real? Like what's going on?
Someday you'll explain this all to me.
Yeah.
So cute. His
Yeah,
face too is like his
uh-huh.
eyebrow goes up. He's like, what the hell? It just
The hell
happened.
just happened?
It's
Right.
popping.
So funny. Anyway, yeah,
Cute.
so that's the music, and there's so much more that I'm sure we could deep dive into the whole Alan Silvestri score. I would love
Oh
to
my
do an
God. Yeah.
episode on his score. But was this in that was in the commentary you found him talking about this?
Yes. Yep.
I don't remember that part.
That scene in particular.
Yeah, okay.
I think he speaks a little bit about when they kill him, like that kind of like impish that whole thing. He doesn't linger on it too much. But there is a little bit, about Jimmy, but I thought this should like be the main thing. But it's really cool to hear. Sorry again, Alan. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Not Mencken. The vestry.
It's so funny.
Oh
Um,
man. Yeah.
yeah, if we do a whole Alan episode, which I think we definitely should, we could include more of his commentary and deep dive into more of the other
Yes.
stuff he was talking about. Because again, music so important to a movie and to set the scene and the mood and
100%.
your intention for that scene. Depending on what the music is like, you're gonna get a different feel, a different vibe from what's important to take away from that scene. As an audience member.
Yeah. And as we know, we almost got a totally different score.
Right.
But we're going to talk in depth about
Yes.
both Alan and this other score that was turned down.
100%.
There's some extra features on the DVD. If you got the DVD, they're little shorties. They're probably like less than 10 minutes, but a few different people were talking about Goran. So just highlight what they had to say. So Sandra Bullock goes, she says, Goran had the hardest job in this film. He had to pull off something that is so easy to pull off badly. And she says, what I love about Goran is his accent. He'll say, I'm going to Las Vegas. I'll say, Goran, it's Las Vegas, Vegas. Oh, and Goran goes, oh, yes, I say that. I say that.
Vegas.
Vegas. And
Mm.
then Goran says, he's talking about Sandra Bullock. She's teasing me about my accent as a good joke, but because that I always, when I speak to her, I am always going to my trailer and working very hard on my accent,
Oh, she
It's
made him
so
feel
cute.
self-conscious.
Yeah.
Aw.
And Nicole Kidman, who plays Jillian, said that Goran plays my horrible boyfriend, but he's also extremely good looking, as you can see. So Jillian has this thing where she likes big, gorgeous men, and that's what Goran is.
Jimmy.
Griffin Dunn in the extra features says that the part was originally for a guy from Texas, real redneck. You've seen the guy, real bad guy, yippee-yi-yi. And then Goran says, I always say he's not a bad guy. He's a good guy, actually, just a misunderstanding. It's very interesting character, something what I've never done in Croatia. And Griffin says, he's a Croatian doing a Texas accent. That's a little weird for me, but a Croatian now, there's something interesting. Eastern Europe, which is the big birthplace of, mystical magic and gypsies. And it just gave me something else,
Yeah,
which I
and
loved. I thought that was great.
Jimmy's outfit is very gypsy. Like the
Yeah,
vest,
yeah, yeah.
the open shirts, and
Yes.
just kind of not greasy, but
He's got
he's
a
got
little razzle dazzle.
that razzle dazzle, exactly.
He is like Johnny Depp in Chocolat.
Yes, like
Yeah.
a pirate, just like or just somebody a nomad.
Yeah.
Like somebody that's just like a vagabond, just wandering from place to place. I don't even know if he owned that place in Arizona where they were having that pool party,
Who
but
knows? Right. And that could have very well been in that same house that they were
Mhm.
having the party for all we know. I like that they gave him that look and it wasn't just like greasy white beater like the Jimmy we
Yeah,
saw in Sudbury. It just
yeah,
gave him so much more we get to talk about today.
I agree. And like Griffin was onto something. Like he saw this as an opportunity to change the character up, make him a little more complex, and the whole like gypsy Croatian Dracula
Yeah.
Middle Eastern, not Middle Eastern, what did he say?
Europe, Europe.
Middle, yeah, Europe, yeah, Eastern Europe. It definitely gives it a whole other layer that I can't wait to talk about in a little
I
bit.
know.
Yeah.
Awesome. So a little bit of trivia here, and then we're going to get into an interview. So the Angelov name is actually Bulgarian, Macedonian, and Russian. And it obviously is angel, Greek form of angelos. And then I had a little something here about the artistic licensing as far as geography was concerned. So Bulgaria doesn't really border on Transylvania at all. It does border on Romania, though, one of the regions of which Transylvania is. And that's probably as good of knowledge of the Balkans as it gets in Hollywood. And it's also possible that Jimmy just lied to Jillian and she took his word on being from that area. But I just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, I'm sure he fabricates a lot of shit he
Oh,
tells.
everything.
All right, so we have a Bobby Wygant interview here, which I think we've read this interview. She did the interview for all of them when they were all promoting this film back in 1998, right?
The only one I don't think we have was Jillian's. Yeah,
We don't have
Nicole's.
one for Nicole Kidman.
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, we have one for Jet. We have one for Francis. We have one for Sally. I think Gary even did one too. I'm talking all about them by their character names. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're these real people. Yeah.
I always call Sandra fucking Sally.
She is Sally.
Yeah.
All right. It says that born in Croatia, Visnjic has a background in theater and studied at the Academy of Dramatic Arts in Zagreb.
There
I
you
went
go.
there.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is beautiful. Yeah, he is also a talented singer and comes from a musical family.
Yeah.
All right, so we have an interview here, the Bobby Wygant interview with Goran. So, do you want to be Bobby or do you want to be Goran? You'd be Goran. You do his voice a lot
I
better than
want to
I
hear
do.
you be going on.
Oh God, no! All right, all right, we'll
All right.
switch it up. Go
All right,
ahead.
we're switching it up. So Bobby asks, how do you actors do it? Because sometimes you have like 5 and 6 a.m. calls. How do you do that?
Yeah, but in that case, you need to wake up at least 1 hour before wake up call, and then you have at least a half hour of driving to set, and then on the set you have makeup, hair need to be done, everything before start the shooting has at least 3 hours, and that's enough time. I always singing. When I woke up, I just tried to sing something for myself, and as voice is working, and then 3 hours, you're ready.
Such a dude. All they have to do. So, and Bobby says, are you a professional singer as well as actor?
No, I'm not. No, I just like to sing, and that's something in my family, in my country, and that's part of the coast. Everybody play guitar, mandolin. Everybody sing without no reason, just fun.
And when did you first come to the US?
First time I came here, I had opening night for Welcome to Sarajevo. This was my first visit to US, and that was a year and a half ago. And then I like to have toured through country. I was in New York, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Portland, St. Louis, LA, it was like touristic view of United States. And then second time I came for shooting of Practical Magic, and I stayed for at least 5.5, 6 months.
It was so
Christy,
good.
Christy is dying.
So she asked, did you study English in your own country?
Oh God, this is a big paragraph. Yeah, you have English in primary school, high school, but when you're a little kid, you don't want to learn foreign language. It's boring. And when I start my own professional career, when I start the Academy of Dramatic Arts in Zagreb, which is 40 years of training, then I decide I will need this thing in my life. And then I start with lessons and everything. But it was most helpful thing when we start to work on practical magic. I work with dialect coach Julie Adams. She was very helpful to me with accent stuff like you never thinking about in English, like W and V, and because we don't have W in Croatia, it's like everything is V, whereas V, some sort of these small differences, which is very important.
Your character in Practical Magic is fascinated with cowboys in Texas.
So one funny side of the character, if you could say Jimmy is funny, he's dark and bad, but funny is when you have guy with Eastern European accent in film. Usually 007 movies, he's bad political or something like that, but you have Eastern European guy who's completely loved and everything, which is American culture, especially like old cowboy culture, and he just loves everything like that. Now, all things cowboy. He's going out riding, probably wearing cowboy boots, probably trying to speak with Texas accent, but can't.
Oh my.
End scene.
This is perfect.
Oh my God.
Mush mouth.
Oh
That's all you
man.
need.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love Gordon. He's so cute.
Mhm.
So actually, Justina, I found this really cool site we need to totally do a super deep dive on because I found some really cool information about tropes all throughout the movie, but I just pulled the ones that had to do with Jimmy. So the site is called tvtropes.org if you're interested, and it breaks all of them down. You can type in practical magic, it runs through them all. It'll do most movies, TV shows, but there's something that I wanted to touch on that we talked about way early on, and that was the concept of the handsome devil trope, where a villain or the evil being, even the devil himself, is portrayed as like a well-dressed man and a temptation of like allure and like sex and sin,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's my jam. So in this contemporary version, this persona. He often embodies the persona of a charming individual who has like a knack for dealing with anything that obscures or manipulates reality, making him a master of deceit and illusion. And as a result, he frequently appears as someone skilled in negotiations, bargains, and various forms of deceptions, like a con artist. The handsome devil trope also, like, I'm going to wrap in like the man of wealth and taste, evil as a well-dressed man. These were like a bunch of different little, like one little string led to another in this website. It was awesome.
Uh-huh.
So this handsome devil trope refers to a character who possesses exceptional physical attractiveness and often uses their good looks to their advantage. They might be charming, charismatic, and alluring, often relying on their appearance to manipulate others or achieve their goals. If there is a deliciously evil male villain, he's going to be a well-dressed villain, right? And not in Jimmy's case as far as wearing a sharp-looking suit. They typically will wear this like sweet suit, like silk tie, expensive shirts, exquisitely ironed pants, tailored jackets, leather belts, all the accessories, right?
Well, he did accessorize. Jimmy was an master of accessorization.
Exactly. And the evil as a well-dressed man trope features a villain who exudes sophistication, elegance, refinement. The villain is often dressed impeccably, possessing impeccable manners.
Impeccable. Impeccable manners.
Love that word. They use their charm to manipulate and control others. This contrast between their polished appearance and their wicked actions creates a sense of unease and irony. And just like we were saying in Jimmy's case, it's the Dracula cowboy style, the all black and the many, many accessories.
Yeah.
And we know that Jimmy cared about the way he looked. This came up in the Practical Magic book on page 79. The entry says, Jimmy cared about the way he looked. That much is clear. Even after hours slumped over in the car, his blue jeans are so crisp, it appears that somebody tried hard to iron them just right. His boots are snakeskin and they obviously cost a fortune. They've been very well cared for. If somebody spilled a beer on those boots by accident or kicked up too much dust, there would be trouble. You can tell that by looking at the polished leather. You can tell just by looking at Jimmy's face. Dead or alive, he is who he is, somebody you didn't want to mess with. So this type of villain might brag about the kick-ass English or Italian suits that he has had tailored, like his boots. Like Jimmy is very fucking proud of these boots. So clothing often symbolizes the status, wealth, sophistication, and helps establish like a villain as dangerous to mess with. It immediately when we see Jimmy on the screen, all in black, aviators on, like that's the bad guy.
Yeah.
So some other TV films in which this pops up. I'm sure there are way more. Justine, if you can think of any that we don't hit on here that stick out to you, let me know. Season 2 of Good Omens just came out. Oh my God, if you have not seen season 2, your heart will break. But Crowley is a demon in this world. And Crowley is kind of an anti-hero example. He's a self-proclaimed like bastard who tries to avoid doing the right thing as much as possible, but he doesn't seem to think of himself as truly evil. In this show, Crowley is it's almost British rocker kind of style, like tight jeans, like kind of open shirt, little scarves, and like almost androgynous. Hades from The Touch of Darkness, Lord Olympus, Daddy Hades, who I was gushing about a couple episodes ago. He's like Big Daddy Money, and I'm like, We have The Devil in Bedazzled. Brendan Fraser.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Wasn't that Bedazzled?
Wait, this was the one from 67.
Oh, 1967. But in the Brendan Fraser one, isn't the devil the very sexy woman?
Elizabeth Hurley, right?
Elizabeth Hurley, that's her name. We have Loki from, Tom Hiddleston as Loki, who wears that 3-piece suit. We have Rumpelstiltskin from Once Upon a Time. That show got crazy, but Rumpelstiltskin was always my favorite.
I don't remember. I think I maybe saw only the first episode. I didn't go too far down that show.
So in his like human world, he is sharp. He is sharp dressed, but when he is showing his true ways, his true magic, he's like slimy and grimy and almost toad-like. His name is Mr. Gold. When he's finely tailored, he's clean. He's like his whole different persona. And I feel like it's like an interesting way to Jacqueline Hyde, like the villain character. We have also Moriarty from the Sherlock TV show. Patrick Bateman, American Psycho, always like has to have everything perfect, but of course he is a psychopath. There's Lucifer Morningstar. I've never watched this show, but I guess it's called Lucifer, and he's well dressed, he's smooth talking, he's sharp witted, he's the life of the party. This stereotype, I know it's been done to death, but I always get a kick out of it.
I think I started watching that show.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it.
It was okay. It was
okay.
Yeah.
Music that this shows up in is by the Rolling Stones, their song Sympathy for the Devil. The lyric is, "Let me please introduce myself. I am a man of wealth and taste." Because we
Mm.
know this is the devil singing.
The rest of the lyrics for Sympathy for the Devil. I laid traps for troubadours who get killed before they reached Bombay. So troubadour is another word for songwriter. I lay traps for troubadours.
Right.
Basically, what we were saying before. People who go to the crossroads to sell their soul to the devil to further their career and their fame and their ability to play their instrument or hone
Mhm.
their craft. I'm going to assume that, I guess, maybe Bombay being like the promised land, like trying to attain like the highest level of fame, maybe that's a metaphor for. And who kill before they reach Bombay. Think about all of those, the 27 Club, all of the stars that fall to their death and meet their fate before they're even able to reach their peak because they succumb to those other dark parts or dark sides of the entertainment industry, like drugs, whatever else they, get into. But mostly they, a lot of people who go down that darker path to achieve that fame that they so seek after, they often fall victim to all of that stuff too. So
Totally. Yep. And that's the same. That's in one of the very first lines. Good catch on the troubadour thing. The other one is that Broken Heartsville song by Joe Nichols. It says, "I think the devil drives a coupe de ville."
Coopville, it's all connected.
Think the devil drives a coupe de ville. I watched him drive away over the hill, not against her will. I've got time to kill down in Broken Heartsville.
There was one other thing that I could, well, a couple other, I guess, characters. We have Christian Grey, 50 Shades of
Yes.
Grey.
Yes.
All about his red room of pain. What's the word? Temptation, pleasure. He's a man of extreme wealth. He dresses very well. He has things the way he likes them in his apartment. Like everything is everything tickles his Virgo bone. Like everything is very neatly put in
Yeah.
place. Like his life is in order. We're gonna go back to our boy Billy Zane here. Okay, he played a demon who was Phoebe's love interest in season 7 of Charmed. Called, I think his name was Drake.
But he also
Drake
plays a man of wealth and taste in Titanic.
Titanic, right? Yeah. So Drake Damon was his name,
Oh
like
my
D
God.
D E up like a little apostrophe over the E and like capital MON, like Damon,
That's
demon, demons,
diamonds.
diamonds.
Oh my
So yeah, so Billy Zane played a demon as well. And he was a very well dressed man. He had on his 3-piece suit. He sang his little devil song in that club that David was telling us about that his sister apparently wrote. I don't know.
I can think of two more, and
Yeah.
one is from Big Little Lies. Did you watch
Okay.
that show or read the book?
No.
Alexander Skarsgård, who's married to Nicole Kidman, who beats
Okay.
the shit out of her. He is a well-dressed businessman on the outside, dutiful husband, loving father, but it just evil.
Right.
And
Right.
I started reading Lolita. I was
Okay.
like, I know this is gonna be like ick.
I saw that movie.
Oh, did you? Like
Lolita.
Jeremy Irons, hot, but
Yeah.
like, and he's well dressed, he's put together, but evil, evil person,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that leads us into faux affable evil.
I thought you were also going to say Don Draper because he's also
I
a
didn't watch that show.
neither did I, but like
Oh,
I got bits and pieces of it. Like Avi was all I feel like every guy wants to be Don Draper, but I'm like he's a womanizing fucking dick. It's like a fantasy for all guys to want to be Don Draper, but I'm like he's a fuck. Like
yeah.
he's that powerful guy.
Yep. It's the
Perfectly
power. That's what
perfect
Jimmy wanted.
perfect family, but underneath it all, he's a fucking shit man.
Faux affable evil, a villain whose politeness is an act that only serves to enhance their evil. Unlike affable evil characters whose niceness is genuine despite their malice, these villains adopt this pleasant persona and are genuinely mean people. They lack a villainous demeanor, yet they are truly holy and unrepresentedly evil regardless. Did
That
I say
makes
that?
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this kind of villain maintains a friendly, courteous mask, even as they commit incredibly heinous and horrific acts. An
Mm.
affable evil villain will treat the hero like a friend, genuinely regret having to fight them, and seriously tried to win them over. A faux affable evil villain will say, I always look forward to our little meetings, while gruesomely torturing them for fun, right?
Uh-huh.
And below, I listed some things that Jimmy says, and I'm sure there's more, so please chime in. But he says, when he's trying to make small talk in the car and things go awry, he's trying to calm the girls down, calm down, in a soothing voice. And he's again in this slimy voice, but in a nice way. He's like, I'm feeling very into sisters right now, which is like an underhanded way, very awful way. Sally, too, is a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
Not saying it's the right way to say somebody is beautiful.
Right.
And then while he's strangling Jillian, he's saying, I want you to be my wife. He's saying this thing that's supposed to be so endearing and loving and the epitome of two people sharing their lives, but while strangling her.
Yeah, he
And
was
then,
also dead while he was saying that, so.
right, inhibited, affected, as we like to say here.
Right, right.
And then his lines toward Gary is he says, just looking at you makes me homesick, and it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek way. And while circling him, he goes, what's wrong? Not really wanting to know what's wrong.
Cat got your tongue.
Right. So that's what made me pull this in was he says these things
Yeah.
that could be perceived as nice if not for the inflection or the scenario, the situation that is behind them.
Yeah, and he's more of that like jokester, trickster
Mm.
villain than that outright like villain. Like
Yeah,
some stories have those villains where you're like everything about them you fucking hate. But like Jimmy has qualities, like he seems like he could be a likable guy if not for like all those other things you know about him that make him a
exactly.
fucking shit person.
Exactly. And that's why Jillian fell for him.
Exactly. He's got that allure, that Dracula cowboy. He's luring you in with his glamour and then bam, he strikes you over the head with a fucking
You seen What We Do in the Shadows, the movie, the
Oh
first
yeah.
movie?
Yeah, I think so. I think I saw that one. Yeah.
The guy, Jermaine plays Vladislav, the poker, and he says that his hypnosis is not really like up to snuff, and he's trying to get a guy who's sitting on the couch to look at him, and he's like, look at me, and then the guy's not looking at him, so he like bangs on the glass, and he's like, boom, look at me, and the guy looks over. He has to manipulate him. Anyway, next, that leads us to the devil in plain sight. This trope of the devil in plain sight is someone who is obviously up to no good. That one character who seems aware of it is shocked, like no one else seems to notice. Everyone else, especially those with the tendency to be, this is another trope, I guess, horrible judges of character.
Jillian.
Exactly. They just consider them a little quirky and wonder what the observant character's problem is. The devil in plain sight trope involves a character who is evil, sinister, or deceptive, but manages to blend into society or a group without raising suspicion. He was there leaning on that bar, talking, chatting, being social, which is really surprising. He was chatting along right with those men. So they appear harmless or even friendly while secretly carrying out malicious intent. This trope often leads to dramatic tension as other characters are unsuspecting of the danger lurking within their midst.
I have another little theory popped into my head right now.
Yeah.
So, do you think that Jillian? All right, so the pool scene, right? We think that's Jimmy's house because when she goes inside the house and she's walking down the hallway, it's all the cowboy stuff, and Jimmy's
I
clearly
never
into
thought it
all
was
that
Jimmy's house, but it could be.
I
Wouldn't that be
I
amazing
always
if he could afford a
I
house like that?
Well, we don't he's dressed nicely. He could
Drug
have
money.
very expensive boots on.
Yeah.
Who knows what the means are of how he's making that money? I'm not sure it's ethical, but he probably's got money because he's doing some bad shit. But I have the theory that Jillian probably went to that pool party not knowing it was Jimmy's house, not knowing who owned the house, right? She just
Maybe.
went to a
Yeah.
pool party. She probably went there with one of those other guys she was dancing with.
She would.
She ended up getting glamored by Jimmy, so then she probably was like,
Steamy.
yeah, so then she probably got sucked into Jimmy's whole glamour thing, and then whoever she came with, she was like, oh, I'm gonna stay here tonight. Bye. I'll call you
She
later.
absolutely would do that.
Yeah.
So, The Devil in Plain Sight, before we keep going, the song by Elvis Presley, You're a Devil in Disguise. Perfect example.
Yeah. I put this song on our playlist for our next WMSR episode, which will be the next WMSR will be all about Jimmy and all the songs that inspired us when writing our song, Devil of the Desert, as well as like, just songs about the devil in general. Like,
Right.
just love that whole trope that we're deep diving on today. But I thought I would put that one on the playlist as opposed to You Are Always on My Mind, which is the song we all think about because it's on the soundtrack. But I figure maybe we give the soundtrack its own little episode, maybe.
And it's funny that they're two Elvis songs.
Right. Exactly.
Interchangeable.
Is Elvis, right,
I
Jimmy?
peeped at that playlist. Those songs are kind of like all over the place as far as theme, melody, and like all over the place. I'm excited to go down those. But you look like an angel, you walk like an angel, talk like an angel. But I got wise. You're the devil in disguise. Oh, yes, you're the devil in disguise. This leads us to evil is sexy, even though beauty equals goodness. And by the way, Justina, you looking at all these, the blue underline hyperlinks, all tropes that they deep dive on. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So the beauty equals goodness. Some villains are just gorgeous. They ooze sex appeal and carnality in a way that represents the sin of lust as well as the lust for power that evil promises to its prospective followers. They tend to have looser sexual morals. They are as handsome as they are arrogant. Jimmy. They hide their demonic soul behind a face of an angel. Again, Elvis. And they're not afraid to use their beauty, wiles, and sex appeal to seduce the hero. Their outfits tend to show more skin if they're female. Well, I guess his shirt was way the fuck unbuttoned. They have more leather, fetish hangups, lace on occasion, or even gorgeous and functional femme fatalions.
A fashionable bit of personal accessorizing, I guess, on behalf of the femme fatale.
Okay, all right. Like a bustier or like
Yeah.
negligee
Or
or something.
on Wednesdays we wear pink. I'm getting a lot of Regina George from this paragraph.
Perfect. Exactly. That is really one I would not think of.
Right.
So what's the point of being evil if you can't do it without class, this says, or failing that, overdo it with style? Often used as a storytelling device, what better way to show how seductive evil is than by making evil literally seductive? When paired with the beauty equals goodness, this is reconciled by making the good character's beauty more genuine and the evil character's appearance more focused on inspiring lust, separating, quote, pure beauty from sexual appeal. Thus, the hot chick likely was evil all along or has made a face heel turn, which is another trope I guess we could go down. The constant heroine, although beautiful, is not sexy because she exudes incorruptible pure pureness. So
Yeah.
we see this in like Spike from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Eric Northman in True Blood, so hot. Lucian, who's Michael Sheen, he plays opposite in Good Omens, which we talked about earlier. Do you remember that Rise of the Lycans movie?
No.
I wanted to be Kate Beckinsale, but also be with Kate Beckinsale.
I think we've talked about this before.
Yes, we
I
have.
think a lot of girls are in that same boat. Like, do we? She's like super girl crush, right?
She
Like
is.
every girl just like either wants to be her or just like wants to date her.
I know, but Michael Sheen in this movie supposed to be the bad guy. He's the
Yeah.
werewolf guy, but so hot.
Yeah.
Gaston from Beauty and the Beast.
Gaston.
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 His sheer brawn, good looks, and manliness are enough to make him the leader of the village. Like, how did he become like the self-imposed like leader? Like,
How did this guy get that job?
I don't know. In the female universe, in the 2007 Beowulf, Grendel's mother, who's Angelina Jolie, is changed from a sea hag to like a sexy monster in an ink suit, basically.
Angelina Jolie, another one. Another like she's in that Kate Beckinsale category. It's like yes, exactly.
Debbie from the Addams Family, so evil. I love her character. Like even as a young kid, like you hate her so much, but that actress did such a good job making you hate her. So good. Malibu Barbie, Debbie, psychotic serial killer. She's very attractive, sexually seductive, and she's just trying to seduce Uncle Fester from day one. So we have my boy Sam Rockwell. His little dance move that he does in Charlie's Angels 2000. He has the fucking evil costume switch, and he does this like sexy dance. He reveals himself to be far more hip and self-confident than he had previously let on. He also has a super sexy girlfriend.
That heel face turn, that's when a good guy turns into the bad guy.
Is that it? Yeah. And then we have the Parent Trap, Meredith. She's the big baddie. She's the antagonist. She's not really like a bad guy, but she's driving a wedge, between the parents, and she just happens to be a beautiful blonde. She's a bombshell. A few songs. We have Alice Cooper's song, You're My Temptation, and it's about the narrator trying to resist a seductive female trying to tempt him into hell. And poetry. I love Robert Frost. Actually, this was one of my favorite poems, and it was called Fire and Ice. And it says, some say the world will end in fire. Some say in ice. From what I've tasted of desire, I hold with those who favor fire.
So in layman's terms, he favors those who fall more into the temptation side of things.
Yeah.
Fire, that devil.
Do you have any thoughts on any of those?
I was trying to think if I could think of any other ones in film, like that evil is sexy kind of trope. There's so many. I mean, this has been such a big trope. Like this is basically like it's written into every story that we've ever known. Society wonders why we have like these preconceived notions about people because it's been so ingrained into the way we think and perceive stories through film, through lore, through our culture, different cultures. Like it's all.
I'm wondering if that's why a lot of, especially as women, women will not typically right off the bat trust other women if they're attractive or if they're good looking, right? Because it's always a competition.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
always been ingrained in us since we were little. Even like I'm trying to think of like other Disney characters that are like alluring turn out to be the bad guys. I think Frozen came up, the man in Frozen. I don't remember his name.
Yeah.
But
Was it Maleficent or what
in
am
the
I
new
thinking
the
of?
Angelina Jolie Maleficent where the
Yeah.
king like betrays her.
Yeah, and then there's always the stepmother, like the Cinderella
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
stepsisters, but I always felt like those were like portrayed a little more goofy. They weren't necessarily attractive. They were just assholes,
Mhm.
I would love to deep dive into all these tropes for going forward. That
Yes.
would be fun to go into more of these. I
Yes.
mean, even for some of the character analysis that we've already done, like we could
Sure.
touch back on some of these and go into their tropes and like all that stuff. So,
Absolutely.
never ending rabbit hole.
Absolutely.
All right, are we ready to take a quick break?
I'm ready.
All right, guys, so we're going to head into our little short break now, but when we return, we're going to dive into the books. Yes, the books. Jimmy makes an appearance in more than one, and we'll talk about why so many women, including us, love a bad boy. So stick around, we'll be right back. Hey, little witches! The Steen is here. If you've been listening to our podcast for a while, you would know how much we love using the Practical Magic Inner Witch Oracle deck by Grounded by the Moon.
And now we want to share the magic of Grounded by the Moon with you, our listeners. Joseph Benitez Egerton, the creator behind Grounded by the Moon, would like to offer this very special 10% off discount to all who wish to experience the magic of his Practical Magic themed tarot and oracle decks.
But that's not all. He also creates other divination tools like tarot workbooks, deck bags and altar cloths, pendulum kits, oil blends, cleansing sprays, smoke wands, teas, and ritual kits.
And let's not forget about his custom handcrafted, all-natural soy candles, where every candle is hand-poured and personally infused and charged under the light of the moon. They even come with a crystal.
And did we mention all of the ingredients in the candles are ethically sourced?
All of Joseph's offerings are just so magical. So go visit groundedbythemoon.com and use the coupon code Magnolia Magic for 10% off your entire order at checkout.
That's MAGNOLIA MAGIC. So get your discount today.
You're listening to the Magnolia Street Podcast. You're the devil in the sky. Oh, yes, you are.
I'm wondering if we should just read the fire element since that's most closely associated with, the devil.
The devil. Sure.
Yeah.
We can read Fire Element.
Let's see. I don't know if we read that one yet.
I don't think so. We read Air for Stevie.
I think we did Earth too, right? At some point. Maybe?
I don't think so. I kind of stopped writing them down.
Yeah, I know. So sorry if we get a little repetitive with these guys. There aren't really so many cards in the deck, but we tried to if there is a card in this deck that kind of closely associates with what we're talking about, then instead of pulling a card, we'll just redo the card and we'll kind of talk about how we can make connections with, what we're talking about today.
I'm curious. Let's do fire, but also, do you mind doing a shuffle? I'm really interested to see what Jimmy naturally gets.
What's Jimmy wanna be?
Which Jimmy want to be? He wants to be a Dracula cowboy.
I wish there was a Dracula cowboy card or Transylvania Chad card. This is why I think we need to make our own Oracle deck with just some goofy ass shit with our references. I think that would be so fun.
Yes.
Anyway, so the fire element, this obviously you take action, right? If you're a fire sign, your fellow Sagittarius here, I'm all about the inspired action. It's just we get shit done. So take action, and also the other keyword on this card is passions. So this says the element of fire invites you to take action. Inspired from the tarot suit of the wands, fire encourages you to embrace your passions. Holding a message of excitement, this card can also represent a new spark of creativity or inspiration coming into your life. When fire comes into a reading, don't sit idly by. Reignite the flame that lies within. This is your driving force. Feed your fire, follow your passions to keep your flame burning as bright as possible. To embrace fire, try fire scrying. basically like water scrying, I guess, but instead you use the flame of a candle.
Yeah. How many
Uh,
times have you been sitting by the bonfire and just zoned out,
Right.
just watching the flames, and the embers?
Yeah. Do you ever
Mm.
like just like sit there and watching a fire and see like, can I make the candle do this? Like stand up straight. And then it stands up straight and you're like, okay,
Ooh.
now wave real fast. And then it's like, and you're like, oh my God, I'm powerful.
You are.
Yeah. So you can embrace your fire aspects, try your fire scrying, ground yourself and look into a flame and interpret what the element brings to sight. You can also use the energy of this card to help enhance your connection. And the mantra on this card is I ignite with the fire.
Nice. Come on, baby, light my fire. I'm
There's
coming back around.
that's coming back around. What did I say about that organ? I was like, I fucking can't.
I know.
That organ drives me up a wall.
You're like, it's just like 10 minutes of an organ solo.
Yeah, like that was so unnecessary.
That's funny.
As soon as that organ, like I can do the song up until that point, and then I'm like, I gotta shut it
Off.
off. Yeah,
It's like watching Fiddler on the Roof just to the intermission, or Titanic just to the intermission.
yeah,
Do you remember having to like switch the tapes over?
yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. That double VHS set took up like
Classic.
all the room in your closet. It was fucking huge. Yeah, remember
Aww.
those puffy Disney movie containers, like the VHS cases? They're
The
so
smushy.
puffy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, good
All
time.
right, shuffle up a guess for
All right,
Jimmy.
all right. Tell me when.
Stop.
Earth.
What? Because he was buried in the earth?
Oh, yeah. He
Dang
had
gone.
he brought the fire and then he met his final resting place in the deep dark earth. That's right. He did. Yeah. So grounding. Uh here's a little fortune for you guys. You will be buried beneath 6 feet under with a bunch of toads and you'll be surrounded by roses. No, it doesn't. But basically grounding, and this is funny, ironically enough, one of the keywords on this card is survival.
What?
Yeah, survival, which Jimmy clearly did not, but he's part of the earth now. But this basically says when Earth comes into a reading, ground yourself, connect with Mother Nature, take into consideration the material aspects of your life, which Jimmy, he was obviously very into his material possessions, right?
Yep.
Connect with the nurturing energies. Earth is here to support you in all that you do. It's time to grow, which is funny
Like the roses.
because it did support him because now it's his resting place. Like it's
Yeah.
supporting his literal carcass and his bones, right? His
That's so
remains.
funny.
And yeah, it's time to grow, aka the roses, which, and he brought more I guess life into that area with all the toads and frogs that were hopping around. So
I like both of those cards.
that's a very very interesting juxtaposition that we have here or pulled here.
Good discovery. Oh my
Yeah.
God. This episode is so juicy.
Juicy, juicy. All right. We're gonna talk about Jimmy in the books now. There's a lot here, and as we know, Jimmy in the books is completely different than Jimmy in the film, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jimmy in the books was a little more of that. He was more American, I guess you can say. He had that American cowboy kind of feel to him more so in the
Yes.
books.
Yes.
In the movie, again, Griffin Dunn kind of created that Dracula cowboy just for the film because he liked Goran's work and something else. So like,
Such a good call.
right,
Good creative decision.
right, yeah. So I mean, if this movie possibly had another director, we might not have had a Jimmy Angelov. Think of that.
Shame.
Think of that.
Shame.
Yeah, because Jimmy Angelov was not even a character in the book. His name was James Hawkins. Or Jimmy. Jimmy was still a nickname in the book.
It's only Jillian, right, who ever calls him Jimmy.
Yeah, yeah.
The
You're right.
narrator always calls him James. I guess we'll find out. Take us
Right.
away.
Okay. So this is from the very first book, Practical Magic, from which the film was created after, and the only book that existed at that point, because Alice had not written her other books yet. But is this is the only book that has Jimmy in it, or you said there was another book that had him in it? There was? Okay. All right. Ooh. All right. So the Practical Magic. Christina's like giving me that look. Yeah, yeah. Just wait, bitch. All right. So page 72. Jillian takes a deep breath. I've got Jimmy in the car. She comes closer so she can whisper in Sally's ear. The problem is, this is a hard one. It really is. She has to just get it out and say it, whispered or not. He's dead. So page 73. Sally has never met Jimmy, and she can't say she's ever really spoken to him. Once he answered the phone when she called Jillian in Tucson, but he certainly wasn't talkative. As soon as, very different from the film, right? He talks way too much in the film. He just
not shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Yeah.
To get you to shut up.
Let's apply you into a truck just to get you to shut up. Give me that bottle. As soon as he heard Sally's voice, he shouted for Jillian to come pick him up. Get over here, girl. That's what he'd said. It's your goddamn sister on the phone. All Sally can remember, Jillian telling her about him, is that he served some time in the penitentiary for a crime he didn't commit, and that he was so handsome and so smooth, he could get into any woman simply by looking at her the right way, or the wrong way, depending on how you wanted to evaluate the consequences, and whether or not you happened to be married to this woman when Jimmy came along, and stole her before you had an inkling of what was going on. It happened in a rest area in New Jersey. Jillian is trying to quit smoking, so she takes out a stick of gum and pushes it into her mouth. She has a pouty mouth that's rosy and sweet, but tonight her lips are parched. He was such a shit, she says thoughtfully. God, you wouldn't believe the things he did. Once we were house sitting for some people in Phoenix, and they had a cat that was bothering him. I think he peed on the floor. He put it in the refrigerator. Yeah, I always hated reading that part. So this next one is on page 74. Unfortunately, right before they left Tucson, Jimmy informed her they were penniless. He'd spent every cent she'd earned in the past 5 years, easy enough to do when you're investing in drugs and alcohol and jewelry you took a fancy to, including the silver ring he always wore, which had cost nearly a week of Jillian's salary. The only thing they had after he was done spending was the car, and that was in his name. So yeah, they had a car, and it was even in his name with Jillian's money.
Cutlass Supreme!
And a Cutlass Supreme! Supreme! Page 75 to 76. Jillian says, believe it or not, but we had to get out of Tucson really fast because Jimmy was selling Jimson weed to the kids at the university, telling them it was peyote or LSD, and there was some sort of problem with people dying, which I had no idea about until he said, get packed pronto. I would have called before I arrived on your doorstep. I just got freaked out when he collapsed at the rest area. I didn't know where to go. All right, so this next one says, seriously? And this is a conversation between Jillian and Sally, I guess, after she finds him in Jillian's car dead, right? So Jillian says, seriously? She moves closer to Sally for comfort. She looks over at the Oldsmobile. Oh, wait, so the Oldsmobile is a Cutlass Supreme?
Yeah, 67 Olds.
So it's the same car as in the book.
In the book!
You didn't pick that up?
No.
There you go. There it is. All right.
Wow.
So, another Easter egg. So do you want to see him? Sally cranes her neck. There's a shape in the passenger seat. All right. He really was cute. Jillian stubs out her cigarette and starts to cry. Oh boy, she says. Sally can't believe it, but she actually wants to see him. She wants to see what such a man looks like. She wants to know if a woman as rational as herself could ever be attracted to him, if only for a second. Jillian follows Sally over to the car and they lean forward to get a good look at Jimmy through the windshield. Tall, dark, handsome, and dead. You're right, Sally says. He was cute. He is by far the best looking guy Sally has ever seen, dead or alive. She could tell by the arch of his eyebrows and the smirk that's still on his lips that he sure as hell knew it. Sally puts her face up to the glass. Jimmy's arm is thrown over the seat and Sally can see the ring on the fourth finger of his left hand. It's a big chunk of silver with 3 panels. A saguaro cactus is etched into one side panel, a coiled rattlesnake on the other, and in the center there's a cowboy on a horseback. The fourth finger, is that the ring finger? Like the marriage finger?
Yeah.
So he had it on his wedding finger, this ring.
On his left hand. Yeah, how about that?
So,
in the film, it's on his right hand.
Is it?
Yeah, because when he's leaning with his left arm on the bar, and then he goes to smoke the cigarette with his right hand, and it's on his right.
Yeah. And also, we talked about this in the daguerreotype episode. He had that ring on the scene when Gary have that standoff when he's a ghost. But I don't remember what hand we said it was on. I think it might have been his right hand as well.
I think it is his right hand because he goes to reach for it. Yeah.
Right. Interesting that in this part of the book, his ring, that skull ring, is on his fourth finger, what would be his wedding finger on his left hand. Do you think, like, he's obviously, him and Jillian are not married, right?
Right.
Do you think that's like his pact with the devil? Like his, like, he took a vow and like his pact with the devil, that ring. He sold his soul to the devil and got that ring in the desert. And that's where he sold his soul down the old dirt road in our song, Devil of the Desert.
I wonder if that's his way of like collecting souls. Every like person he brands like sucks their soul into the ring.
Oh, I love that theory.
He's like
That's
the Reaper,
that's good.
collecting souls.
All these unsuspecting women.
You
Yeah.
were gonna say poor unfortunate souls, weren't you?
Poor unfortunate souls. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So, yeah, that makes perfect sense. So, he's got that ring. So, the next paragraph, I think this is pages 70 to 80. It says, even Sally understands that you wouldn't want to get hit if a man had that ring on. The silver would split your lip right open. It would cut quite deep. Jimmy cared about the way he looked, that much is clear. Even after hours slumped over in the car, his blue jeans are so crisp. It appears that somebody tried hard to iron them just right. His boots are snakeskin, and they obviously cost a fortune. We read this passage, I think, a little earlier. They've been very well cared for. If somebody spilled a beer on those boots by accident or kicked up too much dust, they'd be in trouble. You can tell that by looking at the polished leather. You can tell just by looking at Jimmy's face. Dead or alive, he is who he is, somebody you don't want to mess with. Sally steps away from the car. She'd be afraid to be alone with him. She'd be afraid one wrong word would set him off, and then she wouldn't know what to do. He looks kind of mean. Oh God, yeah, Jillian says, but only when he was drinking. The rest of the time he was great. He was good enough to eat, and I'm not kidding. So I got the idea of a way to keep him from being mean. I started giving him a little bit of nightshade in his food every night. It made him go to sleep before he could start drinking. And interesting because in the film, he was doing both simultaneously. He was drinking the nightshade in the alcohol. So he not only was he like probably drunk and tired, but like now like he's got like nightshade tired going on.
He's got the roid rage. He's got the belladonna rage going on.
Belladonna rage, yeah. So it made him go into sleep before he could start drinking. He was perfectly fine all this time, but it must have been building up in his bloodstream, and then he just conked out. We were sitting there in the rest area, and he was looking through the glove compartment for his lighter, which I bought for him at the flea market in Sedona last month. And he got bent over, and I couldn't seem to straighten him back up, and then he just stopped breathing. So pages 81 to 82. You should have just left him, Jillian nods. I should have never... Oh, does she say you should have just left him? Oh, that's Sally saying it, and then Jilly's nodding. Okay, so Sally says, you should have just left him. Jillian nods. I should have never even said hello to him. That was my first mistake. Sally carefully searches her sister's face in the green moonlight. Jillian may be beautiful, but she's 36 and she's been in love far too often. Did he hit you? Sally asks. Does it really make a difference? Up close, Jillian certainly doesn't look young. She spent too much time in the Arizona sun and her eyes are tearing, even though she's no longer crying. Yes, Sally says. It does. It makes a difference to me. Here's the thing, Jillian turns her back on the Oldsmobile, because if she doesn't, she'll remember that Jimmy was singing along to a Dwight Yoakam tape only a few hours ago. It was the song she could listen to over and over again, the one about the clown, and in her opinion, Jimmy sang it about 1,000,000 times better than Dwight ever could, which is saying quite a lot, since she's crazy for Dwight. Was that The Pocket of a Clown? That song?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was really in love with this one. Deep down in my heart, it's so sad, really. It's pathetic. I wanted him all the time, like I was crazy or something, like I was one of those women. So pages 83 to 84. Let's take him around the back, Sally says. They drag him over to where the lilacs grow, and they make certain not to disturb any of the roots the way the aunts taught them. By now, the birds nesting in the bushes are all asleep. The beetles are curled up in the leaves of the quince and the forsythia. As the sisters work, the sound of their shovels has an easy rhythm, like a baby clapping hands or tears falling. There's only one truly bad moment. No matter how hard Sally tries, she cannot close Jimmy's eyes. She's heard this happens when a dead man wishes to see who's next to follow. Because of this, Sally insists that Jillian look away while she begins to shovel the dirt over him. At least this way, only one of them will have him staring up at her every night in her dreams. When they finished and returned the shovels to the garage, and there's nothing but freshly turned earth beneath the lilacs, Jillian has to sit down on the back patio and put her head between her legs so she won't pass out. He knew exactly how to hit a woman, so that the marks hardly showed. He knew how to kiss her, so that her heart began to race, and she started to think forgiveness with every breath. It's amazing the places that love will carry you. It's astounding to discover just how far you're willing to go. So now that he's dead, Jimmy seems much sweeter. Jillian keeps remembering how scorching his kisses were, and the memory alone can turn her inside out. He could burn her up alive, he could do it in a minute flat, and that's not easy to forget. She's been hoping that the damn lilacs would stop blooming because the scent filters through the house and all along the block, and sometimes she swears she can even smell it at the hamburger shack, a good half mile down the turnpike. People in the neighborhood are all excited about the lilacs. There's already been a photograph on the front page of Newsday, but the cloying smell is driving Jillian nuts. It's getting into her clothes and her hair, and maybe that's why she's been smoking so much, to replace that lilac scent with one that's dirtier and more filled with fire. And didn't we like have a
Fire
theory?
card.
What?
Fire card.
Yeah, the fire card. And then also, didn't we have a theory that like we didn't notice Jillian start smoking until like after the pool scene, right?
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
Kind of started,
Tattoos and smoking. She became that cool girl.
yeah, she started kind of taking on his traits a little bit. Like
Mm-hmm.
she became that girl that becomes her lover.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just get so wrapped up in who they're with, they start becoming that other person. And that
Yeah.
was what was for Jillian with
I've
Jimmy.
been there. Not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
Haven't we all, at some point or another?
Yep.
But for a 30-something-year-old woman, like she's not a young and impressionable girl anymore. Like she's by this point, she's her what is it? Her frontal lobe should have started to
Developed.
develop by then. Like she should be her own person enough at this point
Yeah.
to I guess not go down that path, but
Yeah.
that's just the power Jimmy has over women, I guess.
Power love.
Power of love. Oh, power of lust, apparently, right?
Yeah.
She can't stop thinking about how Jimmy used to keep his eyes open when he kissed her. It shocked her to realize he was watching her. A man who doesn't close his eyes, even for a kiss, is a man who wants to keep control at all times. Jimmy's eyes had cold little flecks in the center, and each time she kissed him, Jillian wondered if what she was doing wasn't a little like making a pact with the devil. There it
It's
is.
right there.
It's right fucking
Black
there.
and white.
That's what that I'm telling you, he's married to the devil. That's why his ring is on that finger, on that left hand. And that's what it felt like sometimes, especially when she'd see a woman who could be herself out in public without fearing that her husband or boyfriend would snap at her. I told you not to park there, someone would say to her husband outside a movie theater or a flea market. And those words would move Jillian to tears. How wonderful to say whatever you wanted without having to go it over in your mind again and again to make certain it wouldn't set him off. She'll give herself credit for fighting the best battle she could against what she simply couldn't defeat on her own. Pages 89 to 91. She tried everything to stop Jimmy from drinking, the old cures as well as the new. Owl eggs scrambled and disguised with Tabasco sauce and hot peppers as huevos rancheros, garlic left under his pillow, a paste of sunflower seeds in his cereal, hiding the bottles, suggesting AA, daring to pick a fight with him when she knew she couldn't win. She had even tried the aunt's particular favorite of waiting until he was good and plastered, then slipping a tiny live minnow into his bottle of bourbon. The fish's gills stopped dead the instant the poor thing hit the liquor, and Jillian had been racked with guilt about it. But Jimmy hadn't even noticed anything amiss. He drank that minnow in one big gulp without even blinking, then was violently ill for the rest of the evening. Although afterward his taste for alcohol seemed to have doubled. That was when she got the idea for the nightshade, which seemed such a modest plan at the time, just a little something to take the edge off and get him to sleep before he got good and drunk.
Thirsty as a fish. Also, do you think there's merit in that folktale anywhere of putting a minnow in a drink?
I've never heard of
To
that before. Is that a thing?
that's what I'm curious. I was like,
I
do
have
we
no
need to look into this?
Do we need to look into it? I don't know. I've never heard of that before, but
Me either.
I'm guessing they just did it just to like. I've never swallowed a live fish before. I've seen some people do it, and I was like, that's fucking weird. But
Gross.
I guess I don't know. Maybe it makes their stomach. She did that to obviously make his stomach upset. I don't know if it dies once it hits the digestive system. But is it like swimming around in there? Like, is that why his stomach is upset? And like, she clearly did it to curb his wanting to drink because maybe once he saw that every time he drank, he would get sick. But I don't think it worked. That's why she had to resort to more drastic, fatal measures with the nightshade.
Remember when we read in one of the other books, it said that she kind of like tested the line along the left-hand path or whatever. Like I had never picked this up, but like she took a page out of the aunt's book as far as using live animals for her magical working.
Right. I never
Yikes.
put that together. Yeah. So pages 92 to 91 to 92. Sometimes when Jillian sits on the grass and closes her eyes, she could swear Jimmy is beside her. She can almost sense him reaching for her the way he used to when he was drunk and mad and wanted to hit her or fuck her. She never knew quite knew what it would be until the very last moment. But as soon as he'd start to twist that silver ring on his finger, she knew she'd better watch out. Because that kind of is like the devil's like tapping him on the shoulder, like, hey, buddy, like, you know, you want to do something bad right now. Go ahead, hit her. Like, he's being tested, you know? So he would twist that ring on his finger, and she knew she better watch out. When he feels too substantial out in the yard, and Jillian begins to think about the way things used to be, really, Jimmy's presence doesn't feel friendly anymore. And when that happens, Jillian runs inside and locks the back door and looks at the lilacs from behind the safety of the glass. He used to scare her pretty good. He used to make her do things she wouldn't even say aloud.
It is funny how, like, once somebody's gone, you only want to think about the good things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you forget all that shit that they put you through. And that's exactly what she's going through.
Denial and grief and loss for the person that you thought they once were when you first met them. So page 94, she's been dreaming about Jimmy so much, seeing his cold, clear eyes, that sometimes she can't think of anything else. She's carrying this guy around with her when she never even knew him in the first place, and it just doesn't seem fair. The awful thing is, her relationship with this dead man is deeper than anything she's had with any other man in the past 10 years, and that's frightening.
Wow.
This morning, Sally isn't certain if she's shaky from her dreams of Jimmy or if it's the coffee she's already had that's affecting her.
So that was talking about Sally, not Jillian.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, pages 120 to 121. From certain angles in certain sorts of light, she saw what she imagined Jimmy must have seen late at night when he was plastered and she was backing away from him, her hands up to protect her face. That woman was a silly, vain creature who didn't stop to think before she opened her mouth. That woman believed she could change Jimmy, or if worse came to worst, rearrange him somehow. The absolute fool. No wonder she couldn't work the stove or find her boots. No wonder she managed to kill Jimmy when all she'd really wanted was a little tenderness.
This little bit about rearranging him somehow, we will touch back on a little later.
So Kylie says, don't you understand? You make him happy when you fight. It's just what he wants. So this is, I guess, Sally and Jillian fighting. So they both immediately shut up. They exchange a worried look. The kitchen window has been left open all night, and the curtain flaps back and forth, drenched from last night's downpour. Who are you talking about? Sally asks in a calm and steady tone, as though she were not speaking with someone who might have just flipped her lid. The man under the lilacs, Kylie says, which in the movie it's the man under the roses. Jillian nudges Sally with her bare foot. She doesn't like the sound of this. Plus, Kylie's got a funny look about her, as if she's seen something and she's not telling, and they're just going to have to play this guessing game with her until they get it right. And it was the same in the film. It was Kylie was the one that saw Jimmy, you know? This man who wants to fight, is he someone bad? Sally asks. Kylie snorts, then takes out the coffee pot and the filter. He's vile, she says, a vocabulary word from last semester that she's putting to good use for the very first time. Jillian turns to Sally. Sounds like someone we know. Sally doesn't bother to remind her sister that only Jillian knows this man. She's the one who dragged him into their lives simply because she had nowhere else to go. Sally can't begin to guess how far her sister's bad judgment will go. Since she's been sharing the room with Kylie, who knows what she's confided. You told her about Jimmy, didn't you? Sally's skin feels much too hot. Before long, her face will be flushed and red. Her throat will be dry with fury. You just couldn't keep your mouth shut. Thanks a lot for trusting me. Jillian is really insulted. For your information, I didn't tell her anything. Not a word. Jillian insists, although at this moment, she's not sure. She can't be angered by Sally's suspicions because she doesn't even trust herself. Maybe she's been talking in her sleep. Maybe she's been telling all while in the very next bed, Kylie listens to every word. Which, like, in the movie, she kind of is, like, kind of twisting and turning in her sleep a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
we don't really see her talking much in her sleep, but she's kind of like, you know, visibly uncomfortable by his spirit. Are you talking about a real man? Sally asks Kylie. Someone who's sneaking around our house? I don't know if he's real or not. He's just there. Sally watches her daughter spoon decaf into the white paper filter. At this moment, Kylie seems like a stranger, a grown woman with secrets to keep. In the dark morning light, her gray eyes look completely green, as though they belong to a cat that can see in the dark. All that Sally wanted for her, a good, ordinary life, has gone up in smoke. Kylie is anything but ordinary. There's no way around that. She's not like the other girls on the block. Tell me if you see him now, Sally says. Kylie looks at her mother. She's afraid, but she recognizes her mother's tone of voice as one to be obeyed, and she goes to the window in spite of her fear. Sally and Jillian come up to stand beside her. They could see their reflections in the glass and the wet lawn. Outside are the lilacs, taller and more lush than would seem possible. Under the lilacs, little knobs of fear are rising on Kylie's arms and legs and everywhere in between. Where the grass is the greenest, he's right there. It is a spot exactly. Jillian stands close behind Kylie and squints, but all she can make out are the shadows of the lilacs. Can anyone else see him? The birds. Kylie blinks back tears, which she wouldn't have given to look out and find he's gone. The bees. Jillian is ashen. She's the one who should be punished. She deserves it, not Kylie. Jimmy should be haunting her. Each time she closes her eyes, it should be his face she sees. Oh fuck, she says, to no one in particular. Was he your boyfriend? Kylie asks her aunt. Once, Jillian says. If you can believe it. Is that why he hates us so much? Kylie asks. Honey, he just hates, Jillian says. It doesn't matter if it's us or them. I just wish I'd learned that when he was still alive. And now he won't go away. Kylie understands that much. Even girls of 13 can figure out that a man's ghost reflects who he was and everything he's ever done. There's a lot of spite under those lilacs. There's a lot of get even. Jillian nods. He won't go. You're talking about this as if it were real, Sally says, and it just isn't. It can't be. No one is out there. Kylie turns to look outside. She wants her mother to be right. It would be such a relief to look and see only the grass and the trees, but that's not all that is out in that yard. He's sitting up and lighting a cigarette. He just threw the burning match on the grass. Kylie's voice sounds breakable, and there are tears in her eyes. Sally has gone very cold and quiet. It's Jimmy her daughter is in contact with, all right. Every once in a while, Sally herself has felt something out in the yard, but she's dismissed the dark shapes seen from the corner of her eye. She's refused to recognize the chill in her bones when she goes to water the cucumbers in the garden. It's nothing. That's what she's told herself. A shadow, a cold breeze, nothing but a dead man who can't hurt anyone. Now, as she considers her own backyard, Sally accidentally bites her lip, but she pays no attention to the blood she's drawn. In the grass, there's a spiral of smoke, and the scent of something acrid and burning, as if, indeed, someone had carelessly tossed a match onto the wet lawn. He could burn the house down if he wanted to. He could take over the backyard, leaving them too frightened to do anything but peer through the window. The lawn is rife with crabgrass and weeds, and not mowed nearly often enough. Still, the fireflies come here in July. The robins always find worms after a storm. This is the garden where her girls grew up, and Sally will be damned if she lets Jimmy force her out, considering he wasn't worth 2 cents even back when he was alive. He's not going to sit in her yard and threaten her daughters.
Hell yeah. Also, I don't like Book Sally. She's just like gaslighting them. She's like, there's nobody out there. There's no problem. Fucking denial. She's just like trying to convince herself there's not an issue.
Right. Whereas in the film, she legitimately doesn't see Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, she never is like, there's nobody there. There's nothing there in the movie. She's like, I don't see him.
Right.
Is there somebody really out there? Like it's more like a more loving way, I guess, of trying to figure out what's going on.
She's not necessarily gaslighting. She just literally doesn't know what her daughter is seeing, and she's like, what do you see? Tell us what you see. I don't see it. Like they don't see it. So page 140. God damn you, Jimmy, Jillian whispers. Never speak ill of the dead, Sally tells her. Besides, we're the one who put him here. That piece of shit. Jillian's throat goes dry as dust. Do you think we should dig him back up? Oh, that's good, Sally says. That's brilliant. Then what do we do with them? Most probably they've overlooked a million details, a million ways for him to make them pay. What if someone comes looking for him? Nobody will. He's the kind of guy you avoid. Nobody gives enough of a shit about Jimmy to look for him. Believe me, we are safe when it comes to that. You look for him, Sally reminds her. You found him. Page 142. She, talking about Sally, half expects Jimmy to reach up through the grass and grab her ankles. She wouldn't be surprised if she clipped off the tip of her thumb or was toppled right off the ladder. But her work goes ahead with surprising ease. A man like Jimmy, after all, never does well in this sort of weather. He prefers air conditioning and several six-packs. He prefers to wait until night falls. If a woman wants to work in the hot sun, he'd never be the one to stop her. He'd be flat out on his back, relaxed in the shade, before she'd even have time to set up her stepladder. Yeah, and then there's one more from this book. This is on pages 149 to 150. Jillian claims she would be too nervous to sleep with Maria hanging above them, talking about Maria's portrait. She'd have nightmares and perhaps even the shakes, but that's not the way it's turned out. She stopped thinking about Jimmy completely and no longer worries that someone will come looking for him. If he owed money or had cut a bad deal, the men who'd been wronged would have been there by now, and they would have come and taken what they wanted and already been gone. Now that the portrait of Maria is on the wall, Jillian has been sleeping even more deeply. Each morning she wakes with a smile on her face. She's not as frightened of the backyard as she used to be, although every now and then she drags Kylie to the window just to make certain Jimmy hasn't come back. Kylie always insists she has nothing to worry about. The garden is clear and green. The lilacs have been cut so close to their roots, it may be years before they sprout again. Once in a while, something casts a shadow across the lawn, but it's probably the toad who has taken up residence in the roots of the lilacs. They'd known if it was Jimmy, wouldn't they? They'd feel more threatened and much more vulnerable. No one is out there, Kylie has promised. He's gone. And maybe he really is, because Jillian isn't crying anymore, not even in her sleep, and those bruises he left on her arms have disappeared, and she started to date Ben Fry. But there's some smut on pages 150 to 152.
There's some dirty get down on your knees, kind of do it like this, do it like that stuff. I was like, I don't know if you want to include that or not.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
we don't really censor ourselves, but I didn't know.
No.
I don't know. It was long enough to begin with, but if you feel like going to read that,
Oh,
I'll
God.
let you
All right.
take it away.
If you guys want to read some dirty smut, you can go to pages 150 to 152. There's so
And
much here. It's not, I'm just going to skip over it. If
yeah,
you
it's not taking away from what else we have, but it's also not adding to it. And it's not like good smut either, that in the way of like consent, I think. You know what I mean? So
Oh,
we're just gonna leave that out.
it could be triggering to some.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so then we'll just move right on to the next passage, and this is on page 155, and this says, only a few weeks ago, Jillian had been out in the Sonoran Desert, her hands over her ears, as Jimmy and two of his friends shot prairie dogs. They killed 13 of them, and Jillian had thought it was terrible luck. She gotten shaky and pale, too upset to hide it. Luckily, Jimmy was in a great mood since he'd bagged more prairie dogs than his pals had, shooting 8, if you include the 2 babies. He came over and put his arms around Jillian. When he looked at her in this way, she understood why she'd been so drawn to him and why she still was. He can make it seem as though you were the only person in the universe. A bomb could fall, lightning could strike. He simply would not take his eyes off you. The only good rodent is a dead rodent, Jimmy had told her. He smelled of cigarettes and heat and was just about as alive as a human being could be. Trust me on this. When you see one, shoot to kill. Jimmy would have gotten a good laugh catching her in bed with a rodent. And that's, I guess, reference to the rabbit that Ben Fry has. So this is on page 207 to 208. Gary has read the file on James Hawkins, who's been selling drugs in Tucson for 20 years. Gary's 32 and he vaguely remembers Hawkins, an older guy the girls used to whisper about. After dropping out of high school, Hawkins got into trouble in various states. Oklahoma for a while, then Tennessee, before returning to his hometown and getting sent to the lockup on charges of criminal assault, which along with drugs seems to be his forte. When he couldn't bullshit his way out of a bad situation, Hawkins was known to go for his opponent's eyes, using the heavy silver ring he wore to gouge and dig. He acted as though no one could stop him, but that's pretty much the end of Mr. Hawkins' criminal career for now. The history major's roommate positively identified him, from his snakeskin boots to the silver ring decorated with a cactus, a rattlesnake, and the cowboy he may have imagined himself to be. And they're not the only ones to have picked out his photo. 7 other students who were lucky enough not to take the bogus drugs they bought from him have identified this loser as well. And that should be that, except no one can find Hawkins. They can't find his living girlfriend either, from all accounts, a good-looking woman who seems to have been a hostess at every half-decent restaurant in town. They've checked the bars Hawkins frequented and questioned all 3 of his alleged friends, and no one's seen him since late June, when the university let out. Gary has been getting into Hawkins' life, trying to figure him out. He's been frequenting the Pink Pony, which was Hawkins' favorite place to go get drunk, and sitting on the front patio of the last house Hawkins rented. And I think that's when he finds like the letter that Sally wrote Jillian, right? So on page 214 it said, if there's one thing in this world Gary knows for a fact, it's that men like Jimmy Hawkins never pick fair fights. All right, so 218, Sally says, wake up, to Jillian and gives her a good shake. Someone's here looking for Jimmy. Jillian sits up so fast she hits her head on the bedpost. Does he have a lot of tattoos? She asks, thinking of the last person from whom Jimmy borrowed too much money, a guy named Alex Devine, who was said to be the singular human life form able to exist without a heart. Ooh. I wish, Sally says. So pages 221 to 222, he reaches into his jacket pocket, takes out Hawkins' legal record and spreads it across the table for Jillian to see. And this is in reference to Gary comes to town now. Jillian sits down to get a better look. Wow, she says. Jimmy's first arrest for drugs was so many years back. He couldn't have been more than 15 years old. Jillian runs her fingers down a list of crimes that goes on, the misdemeanors becoming more violent with every year until they veer into felonies. It looks as if they were living together when he was picked up for his last aggravated assault, and he never bothered to mention it. Unless Jillian is mistaken, Jimmy told her he'd gone to Phoenix to help his cousin move some furniture on the day of his court date. She cannot believe what an idiot she was for all those years. She knew about Ben Fry after 2 hours. She knew more about Ben Fry after 2 hours than she knew about Jimmy after 4 years. Jimmy seemed mysterious back then, with deep secrets he had to keep.
4 years?
That's a long time.
Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, now the facts are apparent. He was a thief and a liar, and she went and sat still for it longer than would seem humanly possible. I had no idea, Jillian says. Yeah, sure you didn't.
Okay.
I think it's like selective. Like, she probably knew, she was well aware of all shit was going on, but she was turning a blind eye to it because she didn't want to believe all those things. She thought she was with somebody that she really loved, and she wanted to see the good things. Page 222 to 223. The reason I'm looking for Mr. Hawkins, Gary explains to Jillian, is that it appears he sold some poisonous plant matter to several college students, which has been the cause of 3 deaths. He offered them LSD, then went and supplied them with the seeds of some highly hallucinogenic, highly toxic weeds. 3 deaths, Jillian shakes her head. Jimmy told her there had been 2. Yeah, but even still,
But still, what the fuck? And where did he get this Jimson weed from? Did he get it from Jillian?
I don't know.
Is she carrying this shit around?
Didn't we talked about this in another episode? Jimson weed was another word for something else, right? Like a common plant?
Yeah. Something apple. It was Jimson weed. There was another name for Jimson weed that we came across.
Thorn apple.
Thorn apple. Yes.
Yeah, thorn apple. All right. It could have been if Jillian was into her herbal studies at that time. Okay, so he told her there'd been 2. He told her that it wasn't his fault. The kids were greedy and stupid and tried to trick him out of the money that was rightfully due. Fucking spoiled brats, that's what he called them. College boy babies. He could lie about anything as though it were a sport. Jillian feels ill thinking about how she automatically believed Jimmy and took his side. Those kids must have been looking for trouble. She remembers thinking that. This is awful. She tells Gary Hallett about the deaths at the university. It's horrible. Your friend has been identified by several witnesses, but he's disappeared. Jillian is listening to Gary, but she's also thinking about the way things used to be. August in Tucson can bring the desert floor up to 125 degrees. One broiling week, soon after they first met, she and Jimmy didn't even leave the house. They just switched on the air conditioner and drank beer and fucked each other every way Jimmy could think of, which mostly had to do with his immediate gratification. And that's probably what they were doing in that one scene. You're like, what were they doing? Were they
It's been cool. Dude, apart from that last bit, that sounds great. Just the air conditioning, the beer, and the other stuff, that sounds great.
Yeah, but like you were like, did they just like have sex? Or were they just laying in bed talking? No, like if it was like this part of the book, if it was so hot in that desert, you're probably just
keeping cool.
Sex all day and drinking and just laying in bed all day. Yeah, exactly.
Who's making any money? Jillian is, and he's taking the money.
Well, Jillian, yeah, she's the waitress, but also he's probably selling bullshit to these college kids. If he was a drug dealer in the film, we don't know. We don't really know.
Yeah, but he's using that on stuff for him and not their rent.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So page 226. Damn it, Jillian whispers. It's Jimmy's silver ring Gary's holding on to, and that's what's causing him such pain. They're going to lie to him, and he knows it. They're going to tell him they've never seen this ring before, or that they bought it at an antique store, or that it must have dropped from the heavens above. Nice ring, Gary says. Real unusual. Neither Sally nor Jillian can figure out how this can be possible. They know for a fact that ring was on Jimmy's finger, and it's buried out back. And yet here it is in the investigator's hand. And he's looking at Sally now. He's waiting for an explanation. Why shouldn't he be? He's read a description of this ring in 3 depositions. A rattler on one side, he remembers that. A coiled snake, which is exactly what he's got now. The ring is a little more intricate in the book than it is in the film.
So is he finding like panels of the ring? Because wasn't it 3 panels or something like that?
Yeah,
like
the ring had
gaudy?
3 different panels. One was the rattlesnake. One was the cactus, the saguaro cactus.
Okay.
And then one was something else. I forget. A horse, the cowboy on a
So
horse.
he has the part that has the coiled snake on it. Is that what it's saying?
No, he's just recalling that he's seen this ring in 3 different depositions.
Got it.
Yeah, so for the girls to lie to him, he's like, this isn't your ring. Like, I know what this ring is. Nobody else has this ring except Jimmy. So
yes,
what do you know about his disappearance? So page 238. Antonia squints to see through the shadows, then she laughs. It's just a boot. That's all it is. It's snakeskin. It's snakeskin, one of a pair that costs nearly $300. Jimmy would never go to Western Warehouse or any place like that. He's liked more expensive shops. He always preferred items that were one of a kind. Don't go over there, Jillian says when Antonia starts to retrieve the boot. So I guess it started peeking up out of the dirt.
But there
It does.
again, like he just
Yeah.
likes those expensive, a man of wealth and taste.
There you go. So, page 254. Jimmy's not staying buried. First the ring, then the boot. I'm afraid to guess what's going to come up next. I start to think about it and I just kind of black out. Listen to the news, and the storm that's coming is going to be bad. That storm is coming.
Again, metaphorically and realistically.
Exactly, exactly. And you said something about Jillian blacking out before, right? She just blacks out, and maybe that's why they don't remember bringing the bottle.
Oh.
But I don't know. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. She could be blacking out in the film too. We don't really know. But I'm like, why would they bring that bottle into the house if they're trying to do away with him and his, murder? They're trying to hide his body and hide the fact that he was even at that house to begin with. So I don't think they would have brought that bottle. I think they probably threw that bottle out along the highway somewhere. Okay, page 266. Let's talk about the fellow in the backyard, Francis says. Jimmy. Do we have to? Jillian groans. We do, Aunt Jet is sorry to say. Just little things about him. For instance, how did he die? Page 267. Jillian admits she used nightshade, a plant she always had contempt for when she was a child, pretending it was ragweed so she could give it a good pull when the aunts asked her to clear out the garden. When the aunts ask for the dosage she used and Jillian tells them, the aunts nod, pleased, exactly as they thought. If the aunts know anything, they know nightshade. Such a dosage wouldn't kill a fox terrier, let alone a 6 foot tall man. We had those theories, like, why, like maybe it accumulated in the system. Maybe that's why it ultimately ended up killing him. We don't know.
We don't we don't know.
I don't know. Page 282. James Hawkins, he wrote, was dead. The body had been found out in the desert where he must have been holed up for months, and in some kind of drunken stupor, he rolled into his campfire and been burned beyond recognition. The only way they'd been able to identify him after he'd been brought down to the morgue was through his silver ring, which had melted somewhat and which was now being sent to Jillian along with a certified check for $800 from the sale of the Oldsmobile they'd impounded. Since Jimmy had listed her as his only next of kin down at the Department of Motor Vehicles, which in a way was more or less the truth. The fact that he listed Jillian in next of kin for any of his possessions is bizarre to me.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, this is in reference to Gary clearing them of the murder, right? So he kind of used this unidentified body that was burnt to a crisp out in the desert, and he just said that was Jimmy.
Gary.
Gary, trying to get it in where Gary can get it in. So he's going to do anything for Sally. That's the last appearance of Jimmy in the Practical Magic book. And then, as we know, the aunts help dissolve his body with the lime and the lye. And they bring all the stones from Magnolia Street, the blue stones, to kind of I guess, put it over where the body was decomposed or
So
whatever.
nothing else comes popping out of there.
Nothing else comes popping out, and that was all under the lilacs, not the roses. So that's pretty much it for Practical Magic. Any other thoughts you have on that book before we dive into the next?
I don't on that book. I'm just actually really like that Alice Hoffman brings him back a little bit of Jimmy in
Okay.
the what happens realistically in the timeline, which is Book of Magic would be the next one, almost as a teaching tool for Jillian.
Okay. All right. So this is from Book of Magic. There's only 3. I don't know if there's mentions of Jimmy or just alluding to his energy or his spirit, maybe, or who he was. So this first one's on page 8. This says, in Sally's opinion, a life without magic was preferable, and she had done her best to ensure that her daughters wouldn't live with a cloud of the curse above them, spying danger in every kiss. When the time came, if and when one of the girls teetered on the verge of falling in love, Sally would step in and put a stop to it, as she wished she had done with her sister Jillian, who had fallen for the man whose name was never said aloud for fear he'd be called back from the dead. Thankfully, neither Antonia nor Kylie seemed to have any romantic inclinations.
Again, I don't like Sally. I don't like Sally. You don't do that. Don't do that shit. We'll put a stop to it.
Yeah, that's messing with free will, right? That's let the person live. I know they're your daughters, but let them live their lives.
But they're in college and out of college.
They're adults at this point.
Yeah, they're adults. They're
So-
taxpayers.
They're taxpayers. So they're paying off their own student loans. So leave them the fuck alone. Let them, wow. I don't think I remember that nod to Jimmy, so that's cool. The next one's on page 39. This says Jet had always been especially fond of Jillian, despite the fact that Jillian had been a wild girl who looked for trouble in her youth and had made certain to find it. Sally had pulled her back from the brink, and Jillian would always be grateful to her sister, but that was long ago, and Jillian had learned her lesson. She blushed when recalling her mistakes, and all those dreadful men she'd taken up with. She had long ago come to understand she was entitled to kindness and comfort.
Yes.
Finally. So, where it says, despite the fact that Jillian had been a wild girl who looked for trouble in her youth, it reminds me of that new Miley Cyrus song. Did you hear that new song where she's like, I wasn't wild, I was just young," or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Listen to her new
I like
song.
that.
It kind of gives me Jillian vibes a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on page 255, this is the last one, and this says, "I'm being haunted," she announced. Jillian had been having unwanted memories of her old boyfriend, Jimmy. She named his name, the one who nearly ruined her life. She felt shivery and threatened, as if the darkness of that time might happen all over again, as if there were certain family legacies that repeated themselves despite how hard you tried to avoid them. And was this in reference to the haunting, like she was trying to, or she felt some like energy in like the fens, remember? In the
Yeah.
devotion field
Yeah.
when
She
they
kept
went back
feeling
to
like that
Essex.
shadowy, spectral thing. And I think this is when they're in the inn,
Uh-huh.
right? And she comes knocking on Sally's
Yeah.
door, right?
Yeah, so was this like the energy that like Tom Laughlin was kind of
I
casting
don't
out?
remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either, but interesting that there's I'm kind of seeing parallels between Jimmy's stank ass energy and Tom Laughlin's stank ass energy.
Yes. I'm really surprised that Alice Hoffman didn't write in that James Hawkins was somehow connected to the Owens family,
Yeah.
distant cousin of some shit.
I know, she's all about that incest life. Like everybody's related in some way, shape, or form or something like that.
Dude,
So,
all right. Real quick, touching on the Greek mythology again,
oh
one more
God,
time.
here we go. Yeah.
So Hades and Persephone, right? Persephone's mother is Demeter. Demeter and Hades are technically siblings. So Persephone is Hades' niece. Gross.
Yeah, isn't Demeter Zeus's wife of Zeus or something like that? They're
So
all in cahoots. I don't know. Mythology
it's very
confuses the shit out of
confusing.
me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we going to talk about now?
We got some more tropage coming up. Back to that bad boys thing. Like, apparently, all girls want a bad boy, and we're going to talk about why. I have a bit, I think this is from the tropes, tvtropes.org. And then there's another article I'm going to get into where this idea, I guess, is talked about by like therapists. So it says maybe Hollywood is tapping into the ancestral female animal instinct to choose the quote, the mightiest, the strongest, the toughest genes for their offspring. Maybe it's just because good is boring, which is another trope, and evil is cool, which is another trope. Whatever the reason, in Hollywood, it's the bad boys that the girls want. And I'm not gonna lie, again, I've always fallen into this category, like James Dean, Fonzie, Jess from Gilmore Girls, all the greasers from The Outsiders, like the list goes on and on.
Edward Cullen.
Oh, yeah, I was Tim Cullen. Yeah. Fuck Jacob.
As much as we hate him, but like,
Who were some of your characters that you were like, oh yeah?
I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'm sure
All
there's
right. So the quote bad boy targets the strongest womanly instinct, the stoic, silent guy, and it's a mystery wanting to be solved. The troubled but cute youth with a tragic past in need of comfort. He's tough enough to be a girl's protector, but vulnerable enough to need her as well. Add to the fact that the evil is sexy, which we went over, and the anti-hero ranks as like bachelor of the month. All this, of course, tends to gloss over the fact that the bad boys are, well, they're bad. They're bad, meaning self-centered, possibly not too mentally stable, potentially abusive, might
Mm.
have trouble finding and keeping a legal job, and will most likely be more interested in the sexual aspect of their relationship than anything else.
Yeah.
He's probably not going to be at all that concerned with fidelity either. This reminds me of like Kaniki from Greece
I don't remember them.
1. God damn.
Yeah, I wasn't big into Greece. Like, I don't know.
That's okay. That's all right. But I'm just bringing that up because Rizzo, played by Stockard,
Oh, right, yeah.
Panning.
Yeah, yeah.
There are worse things I could do than go with a boy or two.
Okay.
Okay. She's like, get back on it. What if he only brings chaos into her life? It's an honor for a girl in the media to be chosen by him, to walk into prom night with him or her, they're bad girls, on their arm, or to
Okay.
ride on the back of his motorcycle with her arms around his waist.
Oh, I just thought of one.
Who?
Okay. Did you ever see Monster Squad?
No.
Okay, kind of like the Goonies type deal, but like monsters, okay?
Okay.
Like old movie classic movie monsters. So you got like Frankenstein, Dracula, all that stuff.
Yeah.
There's a character in that film. He rides a motorcycle, got a leather jacket on.
Oh,
Uh
yeah.
he's the cool guy. He kind of like fucks with the bullies of the school.
Uh-huh.
Try to like fuck with like, the weaker kids, and like there's a scene where he actually makes the bullies, they try taking a candy bar away from a kid, and so the bullies throw it on the ground and step on it, and then they try to make the kid eat it. But then in comes this guy on the motorcycle, this cool guy in the leather, he's the bad boy. Everybody, all the bullies fear him, and he makes the bullies eat the fucking candy bar. And I was like, oh yes, please take me now.
Dude, that brings to mind who I didn't mention, Harlan Williams, who plays the bad boy in Superstar. Your birthmark looks like shit. The guy she saves in the pool who rides a motorcycle.
Okay.
And then that also makes me think of the Stranger Things, that guy who had Christy, wake up. That guy.
Yes. Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
everybody loved him because he had
Eddie.
like this bad boy thing.
Eddie Munson. Yeah.
Eddie.
Chrissy,
Eddie.
wake up. I don't like this.
Yep. So, depending on the nature of the bad boy and whether he's redeemable or not, use of this trope may cause the viewer to question the character's sense or intelligence, particularly if it's immediately obvious to everyone from the outset of the relationship that the man is thoroughly a nasty piece of work. This portrayal can sometimes be the product of the trope entitled to have you, standard hero reward, or nice guys finish last on the part of a good guy we're supposed to root for, or the audience or the author. The bad boy is made to be a foil and show how, quote, undesirable the other options are. This can backfire if it's a female audience member who have something else in mind. Ironically, their fix, F-I-X, FIC, another trope, is likely to, number one, make the bad boy look better, or number two, make the nice guy look worse. Sometimes the badass is an informed attribute, such as with the lovable rogue. It all depends what the author wants to use this trope for. It's entirely possible for someone to look like a bad boy, but not fit the above description. Sometimes a supposed bad boy who really isn't has to deal with the advances of a hyperactive fangirl who doesn't know when to cut it out, resulting in comedy at the bad boy's expense. Interestingly, younger women are often portrayed as prone to this trope, whereas older, more mature, and wiser women, meaning 35 and older, seem much less receptive to the bad boy vibe.
Isn't that what I
Maybe,
said? Like
yes,
Jillian, like she's 35 at that point. I'm surprised like she even went down that path with Jimmy.
yes.
So he must have those glamoring vampire powers, because that's the only way I
Yeah.
could see that
But
happen.
if they were together 4 years, that would have made her
Yeah. Early
31.
30.
I mean, I'm not saying, not victim blaming. This is just
Yeah.
maths.
Yeah.
So, but it says
Trying to get the
maybe,
calendar in.
sorry?
No, I'm just trying to get like a sense of the timeline, you know?
Maybe they learned their lesson through painful experience or are simply mature enough to know better. Although there are always expectations, especially bored housewives with marital issues, that can be portrayed as being either savvy or if the bad boy falls into the not really a bad boy category, especially if he's the main character. An overly protective but well-meaning mother figure for the girl.
Trying to think if there's any like examples of that. Um 10 Things I Hate About You. Wasn't
Ooh,
that like
yes.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt's kind of character? Like he was trying to like just take care of, who was it? I was gonna say Clarissa Explains It All. What's her name?
What
The
is her
girl who
name?
played Alex Mack. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
Larissa Olenek.
I would have never gotten.
In that movie, doesn't he like try to like take care of her or something? Doesn't she like throw up or something? And he's like trying to make sure she like stays on the straight. And I don't
Yeah,
remember.
he's always trying to, he's almost too giving. Like he's
Right.
too much in the picture.
Yeah, yeah.
But then he kind of comes to the end of his rope and he's like, enough, like I'm done with this. And that's when she starts to like him.
Right.
Great soundtrack. Yeah.
Letters to Cleo. Letters to Cleo's on it.
Yeah. Cruel to be kind.
Cruel to be kind and
Measure.
Yeah.
All right. For really bad boys, the girl, either intentionally or not, may find herself becoming a monster fangirl or a love martyr at worst. The girl may also go to the other end and find what they are looking for is the nice guy because trope of single women seek good guys, particularly as a second love and often via just friends when they've been burned by their previous boyfriend. Why do Justina and I and so many others like this bad boy persona? Well, a few psychologists answer that question in this next article. This comes from goodhousekeeping.com by Dina Cheney, and it says, why women find bad boys so attractive even though we know they're terrible.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Every woman has had a friend who dated a guy who was clearly bad news, but she just couldn't resist. Maybe that friend was you. And yet, despite all the warnings and red flags, the pull of dating a bad boy was just too strong. God,
Yeah.
this is like triggering me.
Triggering.
So even with all the signs that heartbreak is on the horizon, why do we still find bad boys so appealing? It may not be politically correct to admit it, but these brooding macho men can be completely attractive. With their downright seductive swagger, this Dina Cheney reached out to experts to find out why this allure is capable of taking over our rational thoughts. So it says, first off, what is a bad boy anyway? Evolutionary biologists would call bad boys hypermasculine, explains Michael R. Cunningham, PhD, professor and psychologist at the University of Louisville. These men ooze testosterone, which leads to boldness and is associated with exaggerated sexuality. They may also be rebellious or emotionally unavailable, says Madeline A. Fiorgri, PhD, professor of psychology at Eastern Connecticut State University and author of Social Psychology of Attraction and Romantic Relationships. In the most extreme and negative interpretation, bad guys display qualities of the so-called psychological dark triad. According to relationship researcher and coach Marissa T. Cohen, PhD, CPLC, basically, they might be narcissistic with a sense of entitlement and a grandiose view of themselves, Machiavellian, callous, and prone to exploiting others, and psychopathic, displaying antisocial and impulsive behavior. And yet, sometimes we just can't quit them.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that narcissistic with a sense of entitlement and grandiose view of themselves.
Yeah,
Devil
you're
of the
so right.
Desert. Kind of when we were writing that song, like I was just kind of trying to think of like, how would I write from a villain's perspective? Oh, well, number one, I got to be narcissistic as fuck. Let me just talk about myself and all the good things I can do.
Yes.
Like my victim cannot live without me, and like, you know, it's just
Mm-hmm.
that mindset of
Yeah.
like, yeah, most of these bad boys all have that same kind of perspective or persona that like the world cannot live without me. That
I
everybody
am God's gift.
worship the ground that I walk. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So apparently we want their sperm, but not necessarily their partnership. So they say science in particular, evolutionary biologists, partially explains why bad boys can be so compelling. Dr. Fugere said research shows women are more attracted to masculine men during the middle of their menstrual cycle, when they're most fertile. Quote, men with very masculine traits may have better quality genes, so it could be attractive to women on an unconscious evolutionary level, she notes. That said, when asked what they are looking for in an ideal partner, women tend to cite nice guy traits like honesty, trustworthiness, and respectfulness. And this is a quote. In fact, they usually say that they would actively avoid partners who are rude, disrespectful, or physically aggressive. They go on to say, so on a conscious level, I think most women recognize that bad boys don't make good long-term partners.
Yeah.
Another point they make is bad boys free us from the pressures of being, quote, good girls. And growing up Catholic, good girls always look for those bad boys.
But good girls always go bad, like Rihanna says.
Is that what she
You ever hear
says?
that song? Oh, I
No.
love that song. Rihanna has a song called Good Girls Gone Bad. I
Nice.
love that song. It's probably like one of my favorite Rihanna songs.
Is
Yeah.
it? Does it have to do with this?
I don't remember
Oh,
the
it's
lyrics
okay.
per se, but like it's a bop. We'll have to put it on the
It's
playlist.
a bop.
Yeah.
This is a quote. Girls possess a range of traits like rebelliousness, explains Robin McKay, PhD, psychologist and co-author of Smart Girls in the 21st Century. They say these traits are typically repressed during childhood as females are socialized to be compliant and agreeable. If a girl's inner life is unexpressed, she may be drawn to bad boys as a way of vicariously expressing her own inner rebel. Basically, they say, we're attracted to qualities in others that we ourselves wish we had, says psychologist and clinical sexologist Sarah Melancon, PhD. A quote, good girl may admire the bad boy sense of freedom, despite the fact that this quality makes him an unsuitable partner for the long term. It can make him so attractive, it's seemingly worth the potential pain associated.
Britney Spears. Do you remember when she started dating Kevin Federline?
Yes.
And everybody was flipping the fuck out because like
Yes.
he was a backup dancer, but like I guess everybody looked at him as like this bad boy. And like
Mm.
Britney Spears, she went from Justin Timberlake to Kevin Federline. So everybody's like,
Mhm.
oh no, she's going from America's sweetheart little boy to this guy. And
This
everybody's
guy.
up in arms about it. And it's like because, like, she was also an America's sweetheart, pop star, squeaky clean image.
Yeah.
And her starting to date him, everybody lost their shit because they're like, who is this guy? Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Like, and they had that whole, remember that reality show that they had? They had a reality show together and it was so cringe. But yeah.
They were babies.
Yeah, they were. But it was just like her just like craving that freedom.
Mm.
That was her way of being rebellious against society and the system, was just like her craving this freedom, and she needed a partner that helped her feel that sense of freedom that,
Sure.
she felt. She needed to get away from the grasp of the public. Like, you guys don't have control over me.
Mm.
Like, yeah, I'm a pop star, but you don't own me. Like, this is my life. I'm gonna
You
date who I
don't
want.
know me.
I'm gonna do what I want. So that was what Britney's whole spiel was.
Which makes me think of Evan Rachel Wood dating Marilyn Manson.
Right.
Like, fucking weird. And all the women of fucking Lisa Marie Presley dating
Michael Jackson.
Oh no, I was thinking Nick Cage. Didn't he date Nick Cage? She date Nick Cage?
Oh wait, were they married at one point? Her
I
and
think we
Nicholas Cage?
were.
I don't remember.
Fucking
Oh,
weird.
and then Denise Richards and fucking Tiger's Blood. Who's that fucking guy? Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen. He was
Okay.
also another one of Hollywood's bad boys, right?
Yes, 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 yes.
There you go.
We could just do a whole episode on the bad boys of Hollywood.
Hollywood bad boys. Yeah.
Ah, good stuff. Okay. So Dr. Cunningham adds, if females don't feel strong and independent, they might want somebody like that in their lives. Norli Pangulima, a content ambassador at Her Norm. I don't know what's this? Let me open this real quick. Lifestyle and relationship blog. Can relate. She had a quote sheltered upbringing and fell for someone adventurous. There were times I'd lie to my mom to spend time with him, which made me feel a bit bad yet free, she says. Similarly, April J. Libsman, EDD, an autism coach strategist, says she felt trapped growing up with strict parents and went through a phase of dating drug dealers.
Oh my God.
Quote, living on the dangerous side of life was appealing for this church girl who was a quote nerd, she reveals. I wanted to shed my good girl image and define my own freedom. Firstly, also, so my thing, loving the bad boys, part of me, something clicked back in the day after those bad relationships. I'm like, I want to be the bad boy. That's why I got into motorcycles. That's why I got my license. That's why I do all that shit.
really
I'm like,
funny.
I'm not chasing nobody anymore.
That's really funny that you say that, because I feel like I kind of came at it in the same way. Like,
yeah, you rock star.
So I started dating a guy in high school. Grew up, my parents were pretty strict. I didn't really date until my senior year of high school, okay? So I started dating this guy, all right? And he was on stage crew. I was in theater, so I thought it was like, oh, he's part of stage crew. That's really hot. It's hot, it's hot, it's hot.
Let's go make out behind the
Yeah,
curtain.
yeah. So we started dating. He played hacky sack. He wore tie-dye. He was a hippie dude. And he listened to Incubus, which is now one of my favorite bands.
Mm-hmm.
And he would play guitar sometimes. He didn't play well, but like I kind of like saw that about him, and I was attracted to that about him. And like, yeah, he was a douchebag. He was like one of these bad boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't end well. I mean, I'm sure anybody could have seen that coming from a mile away. There were even people who warned me about him, and like, you ignore that shit when you're that age, because again, frontal lobe not developed. But I saw these elements about him that I was attracted to. And then once we stopped dating, I kind of became that person minus the douchebaggy stuff, like the music and like the type of bands that I was listening to. Like,
it's almost like women are like, we can do it better. We're just going to take a little advice and take a little bit of that, but make it better.
Yeah, and like I guess I was attracted to his like he appeared to be like Edward Cullen-ish, kind of like that deep. Like, he was
Brooding.
mysterious and brooding, didn't really talk a lot. I kind of had to figure out what he was thinking at all times. He kept me on my
Oh
toes.
God.
I was addicted
It
to
sounds
like
like a
that.
nightmare now.
It was an absolute nightmare. But like thinking back on it now, I'm like, well, thanks to him, like I started writing my own music. I picked up the guitar. I started like taught myself how to write songs.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
I can attribute all that stuff to that shitty relationship. So,
Exactly. Yep.
oh.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, another reason is that they're exciting, different, and forbidden. Bad boys can be a welcome change from the usual types of partners, says Dr. Few Gray. Especially if women are bored, adds Dr. McKay, these men can seem exciting and fun, but dating them can also come with huge drawbacks like hurt feelings, fights, or even addictions and criminal records. For
Mhm.
instance, hypnotherapist Jennifer, help.
Schluter? Schluter. Schluter.
You sound unsure also. Jennifer, Jennifer Jennifer Schluter got involved with a bad boy from another country and culture. Quote, the energy between us was explosive, which resulted in incredible sex and adventures, but also fights, she shares. I wonder if they were also Sag and Scorpio.
There you go.
Bad boys can seem taboo, which further adds to their appeal. Quote, when we want something we can't or shouldn't have, our desire for it grows exponentially, adds Dr. Melakon, who fell for a bad boy herself. He ran his own business producing fetish films in the adult film industry, and I was in graduate school studying human sexuality. Because he was someone I shouldn't be with, the chemistry was unlike anything I experienced prior. I had a number of people in my life question what I was doing with him, which, in a Romeo and Juliet sort of way, only strengthened my attraction. But we all know how that ended for Romeo and Juliet. We think that they'll protect us. Women who feel besieged by threats often fall for tough guys with their disregard for social norms and willingness to quickly escalate frustration to hostility, threats, and aggression, says psychologist Forrest Talley, PhD. They desire having someone in their life who is tough enough to face the world and punch back when necessary, he says. It's likely that some women feel more protected by the tough guy and his ease with aggression, agrees Marnie Fuhrman, licensed therapist and author of Ghosted and Breadcrumbed, Stop Falling for Unavailable Men and Get Smart About Healthy Relationships. Of course, there's no one to act as a buffer if that aggression gets turned around and comes your way. Here's what I was getting at before, that she could restructure him somehow.
Mhm.
Bad boys are projects, they say.
Yeah.
Women are often into fixer-uppers, says Dr. Cunningham, or interesting projects that use a lot of their skill, charm, and persuasiveness. According to psychiatric doctor Margaret Sade, MD, bad boys are not inclined to settle down into monogamy so easily. If you can convince one to commit, it can feel like quite an accomplishment, she says. You think that if you can land one, you must be pretty, funny, and smart enough to have won this prize. Unfortunately, due to the societal pressures, women are often on an eternal quest for validation and that elusive feeling of being enough. The pursuit of bad boys is just another example of this. Falling for these types of men, quote, happens to the most caring and nurturing people, Dr. Furman says. Quote, they want to see the best in others and have difficulty believing that someone can be truly bad. Unfortunately, as Dr. Talley points out, it can be a trap. Quote, seldom do these men allow someone else's beliefs in them to precipitate positive change, he says. If they did, that would mean they become submissive. And when we try to convert bad boys, we're repeating old patterns. Women with rejecting aloof partners or other close family members might be drawn to bad boys, says psychoanalyst and psychotherapist Nina Savell Rocklin, who had, quote, countless partners fall for, oh, excuse me, sorry. Countless patients fall for men who fit this archetype. We don't outgrow our wish to convert that person into a loving, accepting person, she says. Instead, we unconsciously transfer that wish onto new figures in our lives, hoping to get from the new person what we never got from the original person, as if that will heal the original wound. We keep playing out the drama and putting new people in old roles. The bottom line is proceed with caution. The experts agree that men who don't want to change in most cases will not. For instance, research shows that males who've cheated are more likely to be unfaithful in the future relationships, says Dr. Fuge. I thought that was really interesting. I'm trying to think if my husband fell into that category when I met him. He played guitar.
Yeah.
He climbed. He was a rock climber. He was strong.
Yeah.
But he's still very quiet. So I'm like, okay, well, it's quiet type. All right.
Yeah. I think I lucked out with Avi because he on paper or like his appearance, like I guess when we started dating, it kind of filled all of those categories of the bad boy, but then I actually just ended up like falling into shit. Like he's actually a really good man.
Oh yeah, no, you lucked out. Yeah,
So I really did luck out. Like he played guitar, he rode a motorcycle.
nice.
Like
Yeah.
he filled all those slots of the bad boy. Oh, he drove a Firebird. You could you
Ooh.
could hear that thing coming a mile. My parents used to call it the Batmobile because they used to come during like oh here comes Avi again like "Grrr," his
That's so
big man,
funny.
big man
Yeah.
muscle car.
Yeah.
But like honestly like the
They're big
sweetest
softies.
guy ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was really lucky to have found because if he was like the opposite end of the spectrum like Jimmy, that could have landed me in some hot
Mhm.
water.
I know. We are very lucky. There are situations we should not be alive.
We should not be alive.
Yeah, man.
Anyway,
All right, you
yeah.
ready for a break?
You're ready for another break. So, oh God, we have so much more coming your way, but a little bit more. So, go get yourself some cold brew and a snack because when we come back, we're going to take a little trip to Transylvania and talk about why is such a connection to the mysticism, occult folklore, and of course, vampires, as well as take the Jimmy Myers-Briggs test on his behalf, like we do with all of our characters, to see what type of personality he has, as well as a few practical magic fan creations in honor of Spooky Eyes himself, Jimmy Boy. So, stick around, we will be right back.
I'll be right back.
You're listening to Magnolia Street Podcast. All right, we're back. Welcome back. Are you guys ready to talk about vampires?
Yeah.
So, the Transylvania vampire himself. This article is, let's see, this is from travelingtransylvania.com, and this article is titled Transylvania Vampires from Count Dracula to Modern Myth. The link between Transylvania and vampires is a tale that transcends time, deeply rooted in history and pop culture. Interestingly, the most notable vampire from Transylvania is Count Dracula, which is a fictional character from Bram Stoker's 1897 novel Dracula. This iconic tale, translated into over 50 languages and adapted into numerous films and television series, has cemented the image of the Transylvanian vampire into the global psyche. In Stoker's novel, Count Dracula is depicted as a centuries-old vampire residing in a decrepit castle in the Carpathian Mountains. Despite its fictionality, the character has historical ties that lend it a semblance of authenticity. The character of Count Dracula is widely believed to have been inspired by Vlad III or Vlad the Impaler, a 15th century ruler of Wallachia in a region of Romania. Vlad the
Or
Impaler,
it's a Wallachia because they don't
you're
have
probably right.
the W.
Wallachia, yeah.
I have an uncle Vladimir, and when I used to want kids, I was like, I want to name my kid Vladimir so I can call him Vlad or Vlada,
Vlad
but that's
the
not gonna happen.
Impaler.
Yeah,
Vlad the Impaler, yeah. That's a pretty metal name though.
it is metal.
So Vlad the Impaler was infamous for his brutal and bloodthirsty rule. His favorite method of punishment was impalement, earning him his grim moniker. Despite the geographical and temporal distance, Vlad was not from Transylvania nor lived in the era of Stoker. The connection between Vlad's cruel reign and the character of Count Dracula has deepened the association of Transylvania with vampires. However, vampire lore predates Stoker's Dracula and is not limited to this region. Various cultures worldwide have their versions of vampire-like creatures, but it is in Eastern Europe, especially in Transylvania, where these myths seem to be more concentrated and rich. Local superstitions and stories passed down through generations have also significantly influenced Transylvania's vampire narrative. The region's rich folklore, replete with tales of the supernatural, has underscored Transylvania's image as a realm where the natural and supernatural realms often blur. Transylvania's haunting ambiance is as integral to its vampire legends as the stories themselves. The region's landscape has not only been the backdrop of these tales, but has actively fueled the creation and preservation of vampire lore. The natural elements come together to create an ambiance that inspires tales of the mystical and the macabre, further enhancing its reputation as a land synonymous with vampires. The next time you hear a vampire tale from Transylvania, remember that the region's hauntingly beautiful landscape plays a starring role in the narrative.
Dude, stunning. Guys, if you can, go to this article because it gives you like a little bit of the towns and stuff like that. But just like the what you're going to cover next, especially in like the snow. Oh my God, so beautiful, fairy tale like a dark fairy tale, of course.
Yeah.
But I asked Aaron the other night, I was like, can we go to Transylvania sometime? It's so
Dude,
pretty.
yeah, I would love to. Don't they have like an actual like Dracula's castle? Don't
Yes.
they?
Yep, we're
Can
gonna,
you,
it's in here somewhere.
can you stay there? Like actually stay there? I think.
Yeah. Do you remember a show that used to be on where they would take like a family and put them in like a haunted place? They would give them all like GoPros basically attached to their
Yeah,
chest
I think
and they would
so.
put them around different parts of like the castle or something, all the lights off, and they all had to wander through this castle or whatever, this haunted place and find each other in the dark. And there was like night vision. Do you remember a show like that?
I think I was that on MTV?
Yeah. I only watched it at my friend's house because I didn't
I
have
think I do
MTV.
remember that. Yeah, weird. Yeah, super super creepy.
Yeah.
The region is dotted with ancient castles and fortresses, each steeped in history and filled with tales of their own. These structures, often perched on high cliffs and surrounded by dense forests, present an image straight out of a Gothic novel. The most famous of these is Bran Castle, widely known as Dracula's Castle. Despite having no direct link to Bram Stoker's novel or Vlad the Impaler, regardless, these edifices enhance the region's atmospheric charm and are tangible relics that seem to affirm the tales of the undead.
I wonder why, if it doesn't have connection, if Bran Castle doesn't have connection to Bram Stoker or Vlad the Impaler, how it was
I know.
dubbed Dracula's Castle.
I don't know.
It's
We're gonna have
beautiful.
to do a whole deep dive on this, like, oh, its own episode.
I
That would
know.
be so much fun.
Yeah.
So, Transylvania, a historical region located in present day Romania, has a rich and complex history intertwined with various elements of the occult, mysticism, and folklore, which is what Griffin Dunn, the director, mentioned when kind of modeling Jimmy's character after this type of person. Its association with these themes has been influenced by its diverse cultural heritage, including a mix of Hungarian, Romanian, German, and other traditions. I'm sure some Bulgarian. One of the most famous connections between Transylvania and the occult is the association with Vlad the Impaler, a medieval ruler who inspired the character of Count Dracula in Bram Stoker's novel, which we just talked about. Vlad III, also known as Vlad the Impaler or Vlad Dracula or Dracula, ruled the region of Wallachia, not Transylvania, during the 15th century. While he is often associated with brutal methods of punishing his enemies, his connection to the occult is more myth than historical fact. The connection was popularized by Stoker's novel, which blended elements of folk tales and legends with the vampire mythology. Transylvania's connection to vampire lore also stems from the Dracula mythos. While vampires have appeared in various cultures, folklore throughout history, the specific image of a vampire as a charismatic and bloodthirsty nobleman was largely popularized by Stoker's novel. This image became closely tied to Transylvania due to Dracula's origin in the Carpathian Mountains. The region's Gothic castles, misty landscapes, and medieval history further contributed to the atmosphere of vampire legends. So I guess it's like that game of telephone thing that we're talking about. It just, the more history goes on, the more it passes
Mhm.
down through the generations, and the story starts kind of taking on its own life form. Transylvania has a rich tradition of folklore and myths that include supernatural elements. These stories often feature creatures like the strigoi, undead spirits, the moroi, which are ghosts, and other supernatural beings. The region's history of diverse cultural influences, including Hungarian, Romanian, and Germanic, has contributed to a tapestry of tales that blend elements of mysticism and the supernatural. Medieval mysticism was throughout the medieval period. Transylvania was home to various religions and mystical movements. The region's history includes the presence of different religious groups, such as, how do you say this word?
C.S. Kelly?
Skelly people and their unique traditions. Additionally, medieval monasteries and churches often played a role in local mysticism and spiritual practice. Spiritual practices. Spiritual
He's
practices.
talking to you.
I know, I'm ignoring her because I just gave her kibble, so I don't know what your deal is. Come here.
Come
Come here.
on, be a part of this little spooky one.
Can you just pop a squat for a second? Can I finish reading this, please? Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. Good. We're good. All right. So where are we at here? Witchcraft and magic. Like many other regions, Transylvania had its share of witchcraft and magic beliefs. During the witch hunts of the early modern period, accusations of witchcraft were not uncommon, and various superstitions related to witches and magical practices existed. Haraghetia, Witchcraft as Romanians, documents of witchcraft trials in Transylvania of the 16th and 17th centuries. So, in Transylvania, between 16th and 18th centuries, as everywhere in Europe, there was a witch hunt that had many victims. The witchcraft trials in Transylvania differed radically from those in Western Europe, as they were led by civil authorities of cities, fortresses, and counties. The victims of the witch hunt in Transylvania were mostly healers of all ethnicities, including many Romanians. The research follows the image and fate of Romanians involved in witchcraft processes. Among them were defendants, accusers, and witnesses, each with their own history. Documents of witchcraft trials are a particularly rich source of information about the lives, sufferings, and turmoil of people in the late Middle Ages. As documents of that time show, the magical practices of the Romanians in Transylvania corresponded to the mentality of the population of this region and are similar to those in Wallachia and Moldova.
So this is a book, but it's all in Romanian.
My
So
goodness.
I was able to get the abstract, but the book is I cannot read it. But if you want to go to the article, it will be in there. If you can find, if you want to take it into Google Translate, go for it. But this sounded so freaking cool.
And then the last thing on this list, it says cultural impact. The mystique surrounding Transylvania's connection to the occult and folklore has had a lasting impact on popular culture. It has been depicted in literature, art, film, and other forms of media, further cementing its association with Gothic and supernatural themes. So there you go.
That's just like the tip of the iceberg. I know there's so much more, and I can't wait to do that one. That might be for our next Halloween. I don't want to wait that long, but
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean
that'd be perfect timing to do it.
we've done so much Jimmy content this
I'm
year.
Jimmy down. We're not
Are you
even
Jimmy'd
done.
out? Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
All right. We're going to give Jimmy the good old 16 personalities treatment, and that is the Myers Briggs MBTI. And as a refresher, the Myers Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI, is an introspective self report questionnaire indicating differing psychological preferences and how people perceive the world and make decisions. This test attempts to assign a value to each of the four categories: introversion or extroversion, sensing or intuition, thinking or feeling, and judging or perceiving. One letter from each category is taken to produce that four-letter test result, such as INTJ or ESFP. Justina and I did ours way back on our first character analysis with Sally, and we are INFJTs, and we are labeled as turbulent advocates. That means we're introverted, intuitive, feeling, judging, and turbulent. And we approach life with thoughtfulness and imagination and are guided by our principled versions of humanism.
Question. So, are we gonna come at this from book Jimmy or film Jimmy?
Probably film, Jimmy. I think we were
Yeah.
doing film for most of them.
Okay. All right.
What do you
Film Jimmy.
think? I think
Yeah,
film.
probably. Yeah. Probably because we just like, we see more of him on the
Mhm.
screen.
Again, this is through 16 personalities, and there's a range from hard agree to hard disagree and neutral right in the middle. So we're ready?
I just want to preface this by saying I think this is going to be a lot harder than the aunts or the girls because
Oh, I know, because we don't
he's
know him. He's so
such a complex
manipulative.
and he's such a complex character.
He's shifty. Does he regularly make new friends, do you think?
I'm gonna say agree, but only because he needs something out of it. He's got an ulterior motive, no matter
Yeah.
what the
If he
case.
can gain something out of it,
Yes.
middle agree. All
Yes.
right. You spend a lot of your free time exploring various random topics that pique your interest. I would disagree.
Um,
I don't think he gives a shit.
no, but what about Louis L'Amour and all things cowboy?
He's
I, he's so steeped in cowboy mythology.
Hmm. But
But is it real? Is it a real interest, or is he making this shit up? Because as we saw, Sally was calling him out. She's like, "That's not fucking. That's not true."
he's a
North,
poser.
he's from North Dakota. Yeah, that's what I think. I think you're probably right. So maybe
I won't
mid.
do like a baby agree. I think he just gets a little bit of everything to be able to have a conversation with everybody in
Uh-huh.
order to get his in.
I think you're probably right. Yeah,
He's a snake.
he is
He's
a
a
snake.
snack. Seeing other people cry can easily make you feel like you want to cry too.
No,
Nah,
I don't think he has any feelings or any kind of. I don't think he's got a empathetic bone in his body.
you're right. You make a backup plan for a backup plan.
Disagree.
Yeah, I would do baby disagree just because
I
I
was
don't know.
gonna
I
lean
don't know why
toward
I'd do
hard
baby
disagree. I mean,
disagree.
like he
Which
didn't
one were
really
you
have a
leaning toward?
backup
Hard disagree?
plan for if shit went crazy. Like when he did the whole kidnapping thing, he's like, "Oh, Sally's here too. Okay, you drive." He didn't really put too much thought into any kind of plan. He's just kind of
That's
like
true. That's
he kind of
true.
just goes with the
Okay.
flow, and I think that all comes down to his like vagabond kind of nature. Like he's just this drifter guy. He's got no real ties to anyone or anything. He doesn't give a fuck. I don't think he puts much thought into
I
anything.
don't give a fuck. All
I
right.
don't give a fuck.
You usually stay calm even under a lot of pressure.
This is interesting because look at that scene where he was telling Sally to stay calm,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
stay
he was fucking up
calm.
her sister.
Right. So I don't know. Is it a fake sense of calm or is that like is
I
he just so good at fucking people over and pulling the wool over people's eyes that he's like cool, calm, collected no matter what? Like
mm-hmm.
I don't think
Psycho
he
killer.
yeah.
Fa, 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 fa,
Yeah.
fa, fa. I'm gonna put baby agree.
Okay, okay.
At social events, you rarely try to introduce yourself to new people and mostly talk to the ones you already know.
I think he's introducing himself to people because he's probably just scheming, kind of
You don't
slithering
think he's waiting
around.
for people to come to him?
No, I think he's slithering around, seeing who his next victim can be, like sniffing out who the weak one is, I
Victim.
think. The
Okay. I'd be okay with a middle or a baby.
yeah,
I'd-
go with I guess baby or middle, either one, I don't care.
You prefer to completely finish one project before starting another.
Do you think Jimmy's doing any projects? I
Hmm.
think he's just sitting around, staying cool because it's hot outside.
Yeah.
Like that one book
He's
passage.
committed to that bottle. He's finishing one bottle before opening another.
You don't think he's got like a million different like half empty bottles sitting around the
It's
his
nasty.
his his place?
That's this is a tricky one.
A neutral.
Yeah, neutral. Unsure. You are very sentimental.
I think he is like on the surface. Again, everything he does it has
Surface
an
level.
yeah, very surface. He's a very surface
Mhm.
person. I would say yes, he's sentimental when he needs to get what he wants.
I think he likes his things, like his boots, his stuff. I bought these at this place. They were $300. Like, this is my thing.
Well,
And then he was also like, I want you to be my wife, whether or not
yeah,
it paint us the drugs.
that's what I was kind of thinking of. Like whenever Jillian was like crying and pleading
I
and
want to
begging
be with you, my love.
not to be an asshole, that's when he would get sentimental,
Mm.
right? That's when he would pull out the suave kind of, yeah, I think he could show that he's sentimental, but maybe not necessarily mean it. So I guess middle disagree or middle agree.
You like using organizing tools like schedules and lists.
Mm-mm, he ain't
No,
doing
he ain't
shit.
going nowhere.
No.
Even a small mistake can cause you to doubt your overall abilities and knowledge. Nah.
No, disagree. He is a class A narcissist, and I think he thinks he knows everything at all times.
Yeah. You feel comfortable just walking up to somebody you find interesting and starting up a conversation or blindfolding them from behind.
Yeah, agree.
You are not too interested in discussing various interpretations and analyses of creative works.
He was talking about Louis, so I think he's very interested. Yeah, so middle disagree. I think, or yeah, that was fine.
You are more inclined to follow your head than your heart.
Hmm. I
I
think he's
that's
really using his head
hard.
for anything.
Yeah.
Do you think he's really strategizing anything?
No. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Your head than your heart. Disagree.
Yeah, disagree.
You usually prefer just doing what you feel like at any given moment instead of planning a particular daily routine.
I hard agree. I think he's doing whatever the fuck he wants
Yeah.
whenever he wants.
You rarely worry about whether you make a good impression on people you meet.
You rarely worry.
I don't think he worries at all.
No, he ain't worrying about what impression he's making. I don't think he cares.
You enjoy participating in group activities.
Well, I'm feeling very into sisters now.
That's true. And if we're going off book, Jimmy also, he went out with like his buddies to go shooting.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
We'll do agree.
You like books and movies that make you come up with your own interpretation of the ending.
Ending, he gave that entire Louis L'Amour book his own interpretation because none of that was true.
He rewrote the story.
Rewrote it.
Dude, when I was in the bookstore weeks ago, came across a whole Louis L'Amour section. I was like, holy shit, that man's got a lot of books.
He even went as far as to change where Louis L'Amour was from.
Right.
He was not a foreigner.
Your happiness comes more from helping others accomplish
No.
things than your own accomplishments.
Nope, disagree.
You are interested in so many things that you find it difficult to choose what to try next.
I don't know. I think he's a one-track mind kind of guy. I don't think he's got too much time to sit around and like try different things.
I think he's like drugs, drinking, Jillian, kill,
Yeah.
sleep.
Kiss, marry, kill.
Yeah, yep. So hard disagree, middle disagree.
Just yeah, I guess disagree. Middle disagree.
You are prone to worrying that things will take a turn for the worst.
I think he thinks again back to the whole narcissist villain trope.
It always
I don't
works out
think
for him.
yeah, I think he thinks he's invincible.
Yeah, I
So
agree. I mean,
disagree.
I disagree. I agree with you. You avoid leadership roles in group settings. I'd
Disagree.
disagree.
I think he always wants to be in control.
Yes, yes. You are definitely not an artistic type of person. I mean,
I
he
don't know.
sings.
Well, he sings, and if that was his apartment that they're, walking down the halls of, and all those cowboy portraits are all over, I think he values art. I don't
Yeah.
know if he necessarily would be an artistic type of
Yeah.
person.
Definitely not. Do baby disagree or neutral?
Neutral. Let's go neutral.
Okay. You think the world would be a better place if people relied more on rationality and less on their feelings. That's hard too.
Yeah, neutral, I guess.
You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax.
He ain't doing no chores. Disagree.
You enjoy watching people argue.
Agree.
Just
I
like in
think
the
he.
book, it was like feeding him. And in the coven scene, when they're like chanting over Jillian, that energy,
Oh,
their pain was fueling him.
also, the argument that Sally and Jillian have right before Sally goes to go out the door to go
Mm-hmm.
tell Gary everything, he was feeding off of that fight, that argumentative kind of energy because after Sally leaves, Jillian kind of keels over and she's like, Sally.
Yeah,
She
like
like holds her side because he kind of jabs her with some pain there,
mm-hmm.
right? So
Yeah.
I think he's getting pleasure out of other people's pain or chaos kind of energy.
You tend to avoid drawing attention to yourself.
Disagree.
Yeah. Your mood can change very quickly.
Ooh, hard agree.
You lose patience with people who are not as efficient as you.
Jelly donut with the cream.
Yes. You often end up doing things at the last possible moment.
Agree.
You have always been fascinated by the question of what, if anything, happens after death.
I don't know. Do you think he's even thinking about that?
I don't think he's thinking about that. I would do neutral, maybe.
But if we go back to him selling his soul to the devil, he's got to have some kind of like interest in the other worlds, like the spiritual realm or
Yeah.
like that mysticism or cults kind of.
I do, baby, agree.
Okay. Yeah, baby, agree.
You usually prefer to be around others rather than on your own.
I would say agree because I feel like he's an energy vampire and I feel like
Oh,
he has
yeah.
to feed off of other people's energy to keep himself feeling strong. Like,
Middle agree?
yeah,
You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly theoretical.
I'm gonna say agree.
Yeah.
Again, like you said before, I think he's got his spiel kind of down to a science. Like, he needs to spit off the information that he needs to get people on his side. I don't think any of these conversations are theoretical.
Mm-mm.
I think they're all very canned. Like, he's got a
Mhm.
canned response plan for every kind of interaction that he has with people.
Sure.
Yeah, I think once it gets to that point, I think he'll lose interest.
I agree with you. All right. Hard agree. You find it easy to empathize with a person whose experiences are very different from yours. No empathy in this, bro.
No empathy. Yeah.
You usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible.
Agree.
We gotta get out of here pronto. You rarely second guess the choices you have made. Agree.
Agree. Yeah, I don't think he's second guessing anything.
After a long and exhausting week, a lively social event is just what you need. I would agree.
Yeah, he needs to have a pool party with, random people.
Yeah. You enjoy going to art museums.
Disagree.
You have a hard time understanding other people's feelings.
Agree.
I would do middle because he senses when kind of Jillian's kind of like giving him a little fuss, like about going to the bathroom. She's like, Jimmy, come on. And he's like, okay, sorry, okay. Like he
Yeah.
gets like, okay, I'll back off a little bit. And like when Sally's obviously extremely agitated, swerving around on the road, he's like, okay, sorry, I'm just joking.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
All right, middle agree.
you like to have a to-do list for each day.
Disagree.
You rarely feel insecure.
Disagree.
You rarely
Oh, you
feel
rarely.
insecure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, agree. I don't think he's very insecure. I think he thinks the world is right in his pocket.
Oh, yeah. You avoid making phone calls.
Agree.
You often spend a lot of time trying to understand views that are very different from your own.
Disagree.
In your social circle, you are often the one who contacts your friends and initiates activities.
I'm gonna say agree.
Yeah, I would too. If I feel like he's that kind of guy, like he'll call you up like spur of the moment, like, hey, let's go prairie dog shooting. And if you are like, oh, sorry, dude, I gotta go help my friend move, he'll be furious.
Yeah, yeah. He'll
He will
talk shit
hold a
about you.
grudge.
Yeah.
If your plans are interrupted, your top priority is to get them back on track as soon as possible.
I would say agree because like in that scene in the car, right? Like Sally starts swerving a little bit. He's got to take a leak, but then they get back on the road, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
they try to get back on the road before they fucking kill him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. You are still bothered by mistakes that you made a long time ago.
I don't think he's has any remorse for anything he's ever done.
You rarely contemplate the reasons for human existence or the meaning of life. Again, going back to what you said, I think he wants to be deep. You know,
Yeah.
he wants to seduce you into like thinking he's feeling, I guess. He's a feeling
Yeah.
human.
Right.
Maybe disagree.
Yeah.
Your emotions control you more than you can control them.
Oh, agree.
You take great care not to make people look bad, even when it's completely their fault.
Oh, disagree.
Yeah.
You're gonna punch your girlfriend in the face because she told you that there's no cream in a jelly donut
Bastard.
in public?
Yeah. Trash
Yeah.
person.
Trash person.
Your personal work style is closer to spontaneous bursts of energy than organized and consistent efforts. I think he's a burst of energy, dude.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
When
for sure.
someone thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it would take for them to feel disappointed in you.
Disagree. He thinks that everybody should worship the ground that he walks
Yeah.
on.
You would love a job that requires you to work alone most of the time. I think we have to put neutral. He doesn't want to do
I don't think
shit.
he's working at all. I think he's freeloading.
You believe that pondering abstract philosophical questions is a waste of time.
I don't know. Again, like I feel like he wants to be abstract.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think he's 100% there.
Baby disagree.
Yeah.
You feel drawn to places with busy, bustling atmospheres rather than quiet, intimate places.
I'm gonna say I think he prefers quiet, intimate places.
Yeah. Yeah. All
Yeah.
right, baby disagree.
Yeah.
You know at first glance how someone is feeling. I think he is attuned at picking up because he's had to be to manipulate himself in order. You know how people like narcissists will put on that persona of
Yeah.
charisma and like they feign emotion. They know how
Okay.
to feign emotion.
Right. So you think he knows how
Yeah. Yeah.
feeling in order to
Babe.
manipulate them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Baby agree?
Mm-hmm. You often feel overwhelmed. That's a hard one because at that point when he drags her into the back seat and he's like clutching on her, I feel like he's like, fuck. All
Because
right.
he's like, I'm losing control of the situation. I need to get back control and kidnap the both of them now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going to lose her and lose all the control that I have.
I gotta double down.
I got to double down. Yeah.
Baby agree or neutral?
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. Because I guess in his case, he gets so, like, he lashes out on Jillian because he gets so, I guess, overwhelmed or emotional, or like when he feels like he's lacking the control, he
Mm-hmm.
feels like he has to act out of line to make up for that loss of control. So I do think he often feels overwhelmed and that he doesn't know how to even control his own outbursts.
Mm-hmm.
Not making excuses for him. I'm just like, I think he probably does feel
There's no
overwhelmed.
regulation there. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Middle agree.
Yeah, middle's cool.
You complete things methodically without skipping over any steps.
I don't think he's putting much thought into
I
anything.
don't think so.
I
He's
think
got
he's
a
a messy,
rickety ass TV table.
and I think he's a messy criminal. Like
Yeah,
Gary's on his tracks. He's leaving these women all over town with these burn scars, burn marks, and
he's a messy criminal.
he's a messy criminal.
You are intrigued by things labeled as controversial. I would agree.
I would agree. I think that tickles his fancy a little bit.
You would pass along a good opportunity if you thought someone else needed it more.
Fuck no.
Yeah. You struggle with deadlines.
Jimmy's like more every man for himself. That's
100%.
You struggle with deadlines? Oh, agree.
You feel confident that things will work out for you.
He thinks everything's gonna work out for him. He's invincible in his own mind.
Agree. Let's see our results.
Oh my goodness, what's it gonna be? He's gotta be a Scorpio.
He is an entrepreneur, ESTP-A. Would you like to take it away?
Okay, so entrepreneurs are savvy, energetic, and very perceptive people who truly enjoy living on the edge. Is
Hell
that
yeah.
not our Jimmy boy?
Yep.
There you go. So he's 70% extroverted, which makes him 30% introverted. Extroverted individuals readily enjoy group activities and value social interaction. They tend to be outwardly enthusiastic and express their excitement. So that would make him 57% observant and 43% intuitive when it comes to their energy. Observant individuals are pragmatic and down to earth. They tend to have a strong focus on what is happening or very likely to happen. So the nature aspect, he's 76% thinking, 24% feeling. Thinking individuals focus on objectivity and rationality, often dismissing emotions in favor of logic. They tend to see effectiveness as more important than social harmony. In tactics, he's 89% prospecting and 11% judging. Prospective individuals are very good at improvising and adapting to opportunities.
Oh
They
yeah.
tend to be flexible, nonconformists who value novelty above stability. Oh, totally.
Mm-hmm.
Identity, he's 65% assertive and 35% turbulent. So assertive individuals are self-assured, even-tempered, what? And resistant to stress. I don't know.
Nah, nah,
They
nah, nah.
they refuse. Isn't that like the exact opposite of everything we picked?
I know. Okay,
Um,
keep going.
they refuse to worry too much and tend to be self-confident when striving to achieve goals. Okay, I guess in that aspect, like he is overly cocky and confident and seems to tend to think he's invincible. So I
Mm-hmm.
guess that kind of makes sense. All right, that's not okay. I guess we'll read the introduction. I'd love to know his strengths and weaknesses and also romantic relationships.
Okay.
We don't know too much about his like childhood, so I don't know if parenthood or
Right.
like how he would be a parent, so I don't know if that's applicable here.
Yeah.
As far as his friendships, it'd be interesting to peek into that a little bit, only because like we've only seen a glimpse of like any sort of social life at that in that pool scene, but
Right.
were they his friends or was he at somebody else's party? Or like,
Right.
like I don't know. And then as far as career paths, what is he doing with his life? Like I
Drug
would love
dealing.
to like just kind of know like what is the typical career path of an ESTPA? Like what could he
Yeah.
possibly do with his life?
Well,
So,
when we see other people who fall into this category, I guess
yeah.
that'll give us an idea.
Okay.
Can you hear my neighbor shooting?
No,
It's
but
just
that's
like,
the most redneck thing you've ever said to me. Can you hear my neighbor shooting? All right, so a little bit about the entrepreneur ESTPA. So, this is somebody with extroverted, observant thinking, and prospecting personality traits. They tend to be energetic and action oriented, deftly navigating whatever is in front of them. They love uncovering life's opportunities, whether socializing with others or in more personal pursuits. Which we think Jimmy is like, he's the type of guy, if he's in it for personal gain, no matter what he's doing. This is a quote by Helen Keller. She says, "Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all." I kind of feel like that would be Jimmy's motto. Like,
yeah.
he's kind of
Mm-hmm.
always on the fly, like does whatever he wants, whenever he wants.
Yeah.
No real life plan. So, entrepreneurs always have an impact on their immediate surroundings. The best way to spot them at a party is to look for the whirling eddy of people flitting about them as they move from group to group. Is that not how he is at that pool party? Like
Yeah.
everybody's just kind of just like a fly on the wall, observing it all.
Mm-hmm.
Says laughing and entertaining with a blunt and earthy humor. Entrepreneur personalities love to be the center of attention, which is kind of like if it's not Jillian the center of attention at that party, he's the other center of attention at that party.
Yes. Or is it the girl who does the cannonball with an open beer? She didn't even put
Yeah.
her thumb in that shit.
What?
So
She
much happening in that pool.
I know, I know. There's a lot going on there. We gotta do like a whole episode unpacking that scene.
I know.
So if an audience member is asked to come on stage, entrepreneurs volunteer or volunteer a shy friend. Theory, abstract concepts, and plotting discussions about global issues and their implications don't keep entrepreneurs interested for long. Entrepreneurs keep their conversation energetic with a good dose of intelligence, but they like to talk about what is, or better yet, to just go out and do it. Entrepreneurs leap before they look, fixing their mistakes as they go, rather than sitting idle preparing contingencies and escape clauses,
That's
which, yeah,
Jimmy.
totally see that. Diving right in, entrepreneurs are the likeliest personality type to make a lifestyle of risky behavior, which, yeah, what else is he doing with his life? He's just,
Mm-hmm.
they live in the moment and dive into the action. They are the eye of the storm. There's the storm that Sally was talking about
Yeah.
coming to town. People with the entrepreneur personality type enjoy drama, passion, and pleasure, not for emotional thrills, but because it's so stimulating to their logical minds. They are forced to make critical decisions based on factual, immediate reality in a process of rapid fire, rational stimulus response. This makes school and other highly organized environments a challenge for entrepreneurs. It certainly isn't because they aren't smart and they can do well, but the regimented lecturing approach of formal education is just so far from the hands on learning that entrepreneurs enjoy. It takes a great deal of maturity to see this process as a necessary means to an end, something that creates more exciting opportunities.
Hmm.
Also, challenging is that to entrepreneurs, it makes more sense to use their own moral compass than someone else's. Rules were made to be broken. This is a sentiment few high school instructors or corporate supervisors are likely to share and can earn entrepreneur personalities a certain reputation. But if they minimize the troublemaking, harness their energy, and focus through the boring stuff, entrepreneurs are a force to be. Hey!
So talky.
Entrepreneurs are a force to be reckoned with. With perhaps the most perceptive, unfiltered view of any type, entrepreneurs have a unique skill in noticing small changes. Whether a shift in facial expression, a new clothing style, or a broken habit, people with this personality type pick up on hidden thoughts and motives where most types would be lucky to pick up anything specific at all. Entrepreneurs use these observations immediately, calling out the change and asking questions, often with little regard for sensitivity. Entrepreneurs should remember that not everyone wants their secrets and decisions broadcast. Sometimes entrepreneurs' instantaneous observations and action is just what's required, as in some corporate environments and especially in emergencies. If entrepreneurs aren't careful, though, they may get too caught in the moment, take things too far, and run rough's hood over more sensitive people or forget to take care of their own health and safety. Making up only 4% of the population, there are just enough entrepreneurs out there to keep things spicy and competitive,
Oh.
and not so many as to cause a systemic risk. Jimmy definitely kept things spicy there for a little bit. Entrepreneurs are full of passion and energy, complemented by a rational, if sometimes distracted, mind. Inspiring, convincing, and colorful, they are natural group leaders, pulling everyone along the path less traveled, bringing life and excitement everywhere they go. Putting these qualities to a constructive and rewarding end is an entrepreneur's true challenge. And that makes me laugh. Pulling everyone along the path less traveled is like kind of what Jillian says. He had me driving all around in zigzags, back and forth. Like he's just dragging her everywhere
Yeah,
and
you're so right.
keeping things spicy.
Yep. Keep them
So
guessing.
keep on guessing. Entrepreneurs you may know. Famous, entrepreneurs of this personality type. We have Ernest Hemingway, Jack Nicholson, Eddie Murphy, Madonna,
Oh my God.
Bruce Willis, Michael J. Fox.
That's funny because he was in the Madonna video.
That is, but it's all connected. Samuel L. Jackson, Jamie Lannister from Game of Thrones, Hank Schrader from Breaking Bad. I don't know any of these other people. Rocket from the Avengers, Ant-Man, D'Artagnan from the Three Musketeers.
Ooh, yes, please.
And I think that was the last one that I actually know. Now moving on to strengths and weaknesses. So, an entrepreneur's strengths, they're very bold. They're full of life, full of energy. There's no greater joy for an entrepreneur than pushing boundaries, discovering and using new things and ideas. They are rational and practical. They love knowledge and philosophy, but not for their own sake. What's fun for entrepreneur personalities is finding ideas that are actionable and drilling into the details so they can put them to use. What is
Yes.
the Louis L'Amour knowledge? Just
Mhm.
spitting off random shit that he doesn't really fucking care about. He's just trying to make himself look fucking cool.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, this podcast kind of allows me to do that. I'm like, I know a little bit about this, but you know what I mean?
Listen, you can't bullshit a bullshitter,
Yeah.
right? And we are
And
quite
thunder only happens when it's raining.
Yeah, so then the next thing on this list is original. They combine their boldness and practicality. They love to experiment with new ideas and solutions. They put things together in ways no one else would think to do. Perceptive. This originality is helped by entrepreneurs' ability to notice when things change and when they need to change. Small shifts in habits and appearances stick out to entrepreneurs, and they use these observations to help create connections with others. Direct. The perceptive skill isn't used for mind games. Entrepreneurs prefer to communicate clearly with direct and factual questions and answers. Things are what they are. And then the last thing on this list of things that make them their strengths is they're sociable. All these qualities pull together and make a natural group leader in entrepreneurs. This isn't something that they actively seek. People with this personality type just have a knack for making excellent use of social interactions and networking opportunities. Again, Everything to Jimmy is probably a networking opportunity. He's
Oh,
just
100%.
looking for things he can use out of all the different people he's coming across.
100%. Yep.
Some of the weaknesses of an entrepreneur: they're insensitive, their feelings and emotions come second to facts and reality for entrepreneurs. Their emotionally charged situations are awkward, uncomfortable affairs, and entrepreneurs' blunt honesty doesn't help here. These personalities often have a lot of trouble acknowledging and expressing their own feelings, which is probably why he lashes out, and they had that whole like altercation at the donut shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like blacks out and
He's
he's
like,
like,
I'm not stupid.
yeah,
You
he doesn't care.
know?
Right. He just
Sorry.
acts out on his feelings and emotions. They're impatient. Entrepreneurs move at their own pace to keep themselves excited. Slowing down because someone else doesn't get it or having to stay focused on a single detail for too long is extremely challenging for an entrepreneur. They are risk prone. This impatience can lead entrepreneurs to push into uncharted territory without thinking of long term consequences. Their personalities sometimes intentionally combat boredom with extra risk. It's like he gets bored with himself. I guess we'll just up the ante with
We'll just
more
fuck
risk.
shit up.
Yeah, let's just like, yeah, he's basically the storm that's coming to town, the tornado.
He's like, feeling cute, might fuck shit up later.
All right, aside from the Transylvania Chad t-shirt, can you please make a shirt with Jimmy? Feeling cute. I don't know, might fuck shit up later. Yeah,
Or,
definitely Jimmy.
yep, I got you.
They are unstructured. They see an opportunity to fix the problem, to advance, to have fun, and to seize the moment, but they often ignore the rules and social expectations in the process. And this may get things done, but it can also create unexpected social fallout. They may miss the bigger picture. Living in the moment can cause entrepreneurs to miss the forest for the trees. People with this personality type love to solve problems here and now, perhaps a little too much. All parts of a project can be perfect, but the project will still fail if those parts do not fit together. And then the last thing, they are defiant. Criminal, right? Criminal mentality.
Criminal.
Criminal.
Impeccable.
Impeccable. Not a smooth criminal, though. He's a messy criminal, as we've seen.
He's a
Um,
commoner.
He's a commoner. So the entrepreneurs won't be boxed in. Repetition, hardline rules, sitting quietly while they are lectured at. This is not how entrepreneurs live their lives. They are action oriented, hands on. Environments like school and entry level work can be so tedious that they're intolerable, requiring extraordinary effort for entrepreneurs to stay focused long enough to get to freer positions. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the romantic relationships?
Sure. Yeah. So when it comes to romantic relationships, people with an entrepreneur personality type can hardly be said to be pining away for their wedding day,
I want
right?
you to be my wife.
There you go. That's ironic. But like again, the bad boy thing, short term, all right, not great for the long term. It
Right.
says life is fun and full of surprises, something entrepreneurs have a particular skill in delivering, and they enjoy it all in their here and now. Entrepreneurs may not spend a lot of time planning for quote unquote someday, but their enthusiasm and unpredictability make them thrilling dating partners. And Jillian wanted that. She did not want to be bored.
Right.
It says entrepreneur relationships are far from boring. Their improvisational style creates a seemingly never ending list of activities and hobbies to be involved in, and entrepreneurs fully engage their partners to partake.
All
Feeling
right.
very into sisters.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurs love new ideas and the occasional philosophical discussion, but they need to be topics that can be explored through action together, not just idle talk. Then this says the challenge of intimacy. Sexually, entrepreneurs have no real reservations. It's fun, it's physical, enjoyable, new ideas are always welcome. The entrepreneur's personality's strong perception keeps them well tuned to their partner's needs. However, entrepreneurs' separation of the physical act from the more emotional and spiritual connections that many other types look for in intimacy can be a serious source of tension if everybody isn't on the same page. Some types need sex to be a genuine expression of love. Entrepreneurs just aren't one of them. As time passes, it can be challenging for entrepreneurs to move their relationships to deeper, more emotional, intimate levels. Easily bored, people with the entrepreneur personality type seek constant excitement, sometimes even intentionally exposing themselves to risks if they feel stuck. If their partners aren't able to keep up, Entrepreneurs may just end up looking for someone new. It's not that the entrepreneurs' personalities are unfaithful, rather, they may just think to themselves, it isn't working, so why should I pretend it is? Entrepreneurs are rational and they can exercise self control if they choose. Being as charming and popular as they are, it can sometimes be a little too easy to move on. Loving without inhibition. As with any relationship, it takes work and patience. Not every day can be a thrill a minute, but entrepreneurs are adaptable, curious individuals, which certainly helps to keep the flame burning. Maintaining healthy relationships is the ultimate chance for entrepreneurs to exercise their talents and perceiving every challenge in their partner's moods and behavior while also using their problem solving abilities to address their needs. Entrepreneurs can also strengthen more neglected traits like emotional sensitivity and long term planning.
Everything that you just read, did that kind of like match up with how he is?
Yes, the when it comes to Jimmy, they did mention like being able to sense your partner's wants and needs and adapting to that, but also in Jimmy's case, like we talked about, he's using it to in the
Get what
end get what he, the end game, what he
right.
wants. You pay we call them putting the M&Ms in the jar. You put
Mm-hmm.
those little good deeds in the jar cuz then he wants to cash them out later cuz he
Right.
keeps score,
Right,
you
right.
know?
Oh yeah, he's definitely keeping score. He's like, "Oh, I did this favor for you. You
Mhm.
you
Time to
owe
owe up.
me." Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you guys want to read more about ESTPs, I'm going to link it. It will be in our show notes. You can read all about Jimmy.
Yeah, I was just looking at the career path thing real quick just to see if it like says like what a typical I guess job description of a ESTPA would typically be. Obviously, like we read a little bit before, they don't do well with restrictions or rules or highly structured environments. So these type of people tend to live life on their own terms, and this says that they make brilliant business people and freelancers. These roles allow them to delegate more tedious aspects of work, like accounting, meticulous research, and so forth, to those better suited.
I'm an accountant. If anyone asks what I do, I'm an accountant.
So there are those who analyze and manage logistics of public safety and resource distribution, and there are those who drive the ambulances, patrol the streets, and save the lives with their own hands. Entrepreneur personalities are the latter, highly
Mm.
observant yet impatient, but enabling them to take in the whole situation at a glance and act. Basically, emergency responders
Mm.
is a great role for an entrepreneur, whether this
Okay.
be a paramedic or a police officer or a soldier. But if you're on the the darker side of this personality type, maybe a con man. Maybe I don't know,
Body snatching and
body
selling.
snatch. Yeah, Jimson weed sell. Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't know what Jimmy does,
Nope.
but we do know that he probably does not do well with any type of structure. So he's probably, making money by less ethical means. We'll
Yeah.
just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
All right.
so there you go. That's the ESTPA. That was Jimmy Boy's personality type.
Yeah.
And you have some products you want to share with us before we close up for today?
We're not done yet.
We're not done yet.
Stay tuned. All right, guys. Yeah, there are a couple products. And the first one I want to talk about, of course, we're gonna plug our t-shirt again. It will be linked. Go to our Teespring store. We have a Transylvanian Chad t-shirt. We have a couple different shirts, all
Uh,
different colors. Again, it looks really good in purple,
yeah.
green, and there it's on hoodies. Go get yourself one. And that's over at our Teespring shop. The next one is a Jimmy Angelov Crystal Bath Soak. Are you checking this out? It's so
Look
cute.
at
It's over at happyplacecosmetics.co.uk. It says the salts are back a little bigger and now packaged with our HPC pods to make them even easier to store and easier to store for multiple use. So it's a reusable glass little canister, and the bath crystals inside are green and black. I've
Mhm.
seen this one on Instagram, and I think they even threw in like a bath bomb that's like vampire teeth.
Okay.
So cute. So cute. So click on that third link in there. I was thinking they also have a Jimmy Angelov whip as through Happy Place Cosmetics again.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me open this link. Hold on.
And that one's got the little vampire teeth
Oh,
in it.
I see it. That's
And
cute.
this creator is called lush underscore like underscore no underscore other. So they will be linked as well. And that whip looks so freaking cool.
Very cute. Yeah, I'm wondering like why black and green? Is it because he's a demon and he also
Toads, maybe like the toads or
toads, the
black and
green
green.
frogs? Yeah, I could see that. And this one, the The one on Happy Place Cosmetics, that site. This says it's moss-covered cedarwood, acorns underfoot, fresh autumn air, and fallen leaves.
Oh, I
So
like that.
that must be alluding to him just like being of the earth now. This is like, I guess, post-mortem Jimmy.
Uh,
I don't know.
I like that. So then another one, we linked this createjoy.com before. I think it was an article saying if the Practical Magic characters could order a subscription box, what would they order?
Yeah.
And so this person thought that Jimmy would like this subscription box by Skulls Unlimited International. It's a Skulls Unlimited bone box. And let me just give you these little details. It says they are the world's leading supplier of osteological specimens. Each of their bone box subscriptions, including a mystery skull, collectible animal trading cards, are unique animal or art item. This is really cute. Click on this next one. This is through Glitter Pink Cult on Etsy, and it's a star sticker like the whipped cream star, and it says "Not today, Jimmy Angelov" on it. It's a Practical Magic sticker by Glitter Pink Cult.
I like how it's the star
Yeah. Yeah.
that
But they,
Gary uses because Gary's like, not today, Jimmy. Like, not today, Satan.
yep.
Like,
And then Cat and Crow over on Redbubble also has a Not Today product. It's a greeting card. It has like this groovy ass like toad, and it says "Not Today, Jimmy Angelov" on it. So that will be linked also. And
cute.
then lastly,
Someone left it on the
there's
porch.
a Practical Magic. Someone left it on the porch coffee mug by Buttons and Barn Doors. And it's black and white. It's very cute. It's got a tequila bottle in the middle, a toad on one side, a rose on the other side, some of the characters' names, and it says someone left it on the porch across the top.
I love how it's specifically the bottle of Diablo on there.
Yes. Yep. And it's got a little skull on there.
That's
Cute.
cute. And the rose, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anyway, that's all we got for today, guys. We hope you enjoyed this Jimmy extravaganza the past month, and it's probably going to roll over into next month a little bit because we're going to be talking about hauntings, ex-boyfriends, exorcisms, more spooky
Diamonds.
diamonds. There you go.
Cool.
That is all we have for you guys today. Just a reminder, you can check out all of the sources pertaining to today's episode via our hero page. The link is in our show notes. And thanks again to our patron and Palmiers for creating this app and keeping creators like us organized. If you guys do want to support the podcast on Patreon, you can support us for as little as $1 a month. That's our seedling tier, and that gets you access to our patron-only polls where you get to weigh in on what topics you would like us to talk about next. It also gets you our monthly calendar so you can see what topics we have coming up for the month, and it also gets you a welcome shout out on the show. Our $3 Lavender Bud tier gets you our show notes for each episode in an aesthetically pleasing PDF, our after hours posts, if there's any extra tidbits or behind the scenes info pertaining to any of our episodes, we'll post those along with a blog post or extra photos, and access to our specially curated Spotify playlists. We have created playlists for our WMSR episodes as well as Production Dream playlists for each song episode, and more. Our $5 Lilac tier gets you access to our private Facebook community where we host a monthly live stream. Plus, you'll get access to our Discord server where we host our monthly watch parties. And also on the Discord, you can join in on the discussion with other Magnolia Street neighbors via the various interesting channels and threads. And then here's the $8 Rose tier. This gets you access to extra audio-visual content such as a once a month full-length video episode, unlimited bonus videos, uncut footage, cutting room floor footage, bloopers, outtakes, meditations, exclusive interviews, and old home videos from the vault, or spell or ritual videos, and more. It also gets you bonus content to coincide with our song-episodes, such as full-length demo streams of our original Practical Magic inspired music, plus lyric sheets, guitar chords, and original scratch demos, or bonus video performances of our songs and more. Lastly, we have our $15 Wisteria Vine tier. Just like a twisting Wisteria Vine, there's a way for you to stay connected with us, the Stinas. In this tier, we invite you to join our private Marco Polo video messaging app. The app is totally free for both Android and iOS. Sign up with your phone number or email, and we will help you do the rest. This is a great way to chat with each other in a more intimate group setting, face-to-face via video recording. We love to show each other our pets, our gardens, or anything anything else you'd like to share. And just a reminder that the higher the tier you sign up under, the more rewards you get, because you get all of the rewards of the tiers below it. You can upgrade or downgrade or even cancel at any time. So to support the podcast, head to patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast.
Yeah, and there are additional ways to support us and our podcast that don't cost you any money. If you do listen on Spotify, please give us a star rating. If you listen to us on Apple Podcasts, please give us a written review. We love sharing those on our Instagram. And if you're on Instagram, we would really appreciate any reposts or blurbs about our podcast. And make sure to tag us at Magnolia Street Podcast in your feed, posts, stories, and share us with your practical magic loving friends.
So, like Christina said before, we do have some merch. If you guys want to get yourselves one of those awesome Transylvanian Chad t-shirts, we could put that on anything. If you guys want it on a coffee mug, let us know. If you want to drink your morning coffee with Jimmy, Transylvanian Chad on there, just let us know.
Dude, I really hope we don't offend any Chads, but like, it was perfect. He looks so fucking cute.
That's awesome. Yeah, so you can access our Teespring shop through our Koji link in our Instagram bio, and you can get our original designs pretty much in any kind of apparel, as well as other items like coffee mugs, stickers, tote bags, water bottles, whatever you want. Let us know. And once again, this coming month, October, we will be taking over Salem, Massachusetts. We are hosting a Midnight Margarita meetup on Friday the 13th, and we know we have some tough competition now because Taylor Swift's freaking Eras tour is going to be in all the theaters that day.
Damn.
So, but if you know, if you are in Salem and you want to say hi to us, come through. That will be Friday the 13th of October from 9 to midnight. We will have exclusive merch for this event, which is a season 1 poster and a t-shirt that will be available for purchase. We would be happy to sign them for you at the event. The purchase link for these is on our Koji, so check that out as well.
My shirt should be coming really soon. I gotta check this. I gotta check where this shirt is at.
Yeah, we teased a small video clip of the poster, so if you want to check that out, see what those look like. It's got all of our show dates and like all the shows. We did like 52 episodes. We're coming up on our year anniversary, so that's just to commemorate our 1-year anniversary as a podcast, and those will only be available for a limited time through November 1st, so make sure you get yours before they're gone.
Also, get your shirt as soon as you can, because I think I ordered mine on the 31st, August 31st. And it is, what did I send to you? It's not going to be ready for a couple weeks. It's still printing as of right now. So it's going to take a couple weeks to get to you.
Got it.
Just get it ASAP.
Yeah, guys. So if you want to come to our event, even if you don't come to the event, even if you just want a shirt, just a shirt or t-shirt, they'll be there till November 1st. Also, be sure to RSVP to our event via the Eventbrite link in our show notes and our Instagram bio. And there you can also find the update about the event location and any other thing you need pertaining to the event. And yeah, so just make sure you RSVP because space is limited. We just need to let the bar know ahead of time how many people we are expecting. And it's not really like there's no set price for the tickets. It's basically a love donation. If you want to support the podcast, we would be more than happy to, accept any donations.
We'd be very grateful.
Gracious. We are very gracious. That's what I'm trying to say. But that is all I think we have for today.
That's it, man. All right.
Great, man.
I'm Christina.
I'm Justina.
And we'll see you next time.